They might not be leading in front of the cameras, no, might not be the last name and all that, but they control relationships from the back.
Yeah,
With
it's like on a
yes,
construction work site where you got all the guys out there working, but the people who are really in control are sitting in the office doing nothing.
yes. I use the example of a Uber driver. The driver thinks he's the leader because he's driving, but he doesn't know the woman on the back is literally telling him where to do and where to stop and where to go. That's most relationships right now. Just because you are
Yeah,
driving doesn't mean that you actually are the leader. You might be a chauffeur. Most men are chauffeurs on their relationships.
yeah, I've heard you
Fatty,
made
Let's
that
go.
make that point.
Keep
Fatty,
sucking
you
my dick.
know
I'll be a chauffeur all
nothing.
the time.
You know nothing.
Yeah, that's your mom, bro. That's your
Oh
mom.
my gosh.
I'm not talking to my mom.
Yeah. I
You
know
know
nothing about
nothing,
what?
Jon Snow. You know nothing, Jon Snow.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Mel was saying, oh, because now all these bastards, what do you think they were doing on medieval times, Mel? Other than fucking. We have
Well,
Netflix, we have hookahs, we have smoking, and what? Like, all they did was fucking. Like, all they did was creating bastards and having families on the other side of the town. This is not new. Like, this has always been. This always been done. The thing is, like now is not that you have a bastard by the king, you have a bastard by a pookie, you have a bastard by a nobody,
By a fucking
right?
Foot Locker worker.
Yes, and this is where go things go to shit. If the landlord has seven bastards, man, those kids are going to take care of.
Y'all
But
be
when
fucking
woman,
niggas that work at Chick-fil-A. My bad.
yes, but
I
when
can't say
women are
that.
giving away to men that don't even have
Empire, fuck YouTuber.
them.
Yo,
if
Fatty,
there
I
is
got something.
if there's ever a round two, Mel, I would love to partner up with you against
Oh, so
Fatty.
well,
Them a
so Mel,
threesome,
so
Becky.
that
Mel,
would be
let's go.
awesome.
Let's
So
go.
let me do a little promo. Let me do a little promo. Mel versus Mel. That's how y'all want me to say it because
Them.
y'all can't understand when I say Mel versus Mel.
You didn't
Will
say
be
male.
a continued thing. It will be a fucking series. So this is episode 1, and I'm thankful for Fatty coming up here. And speaking of episode 1, would you like to introduce yourself, sir?
Yeah, they call me the ambassador of toxic masculinity.
Them.
Hey, Glenn, how you feeling?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Good.
Pulmonary embolism couldn't keep me down, but I swear, Fatty, your talking points were so goddamn off. That almost kept me down.
Let's
Hey
go.
Glenn, how do you think I'm going to perform on my first threesome with Easy and Mel next?
Oh my gosh.
They're gonna hate
Easy
you.
and
Wait, wasn't that what you
who
were
would
offering? What were you offering exactly? Wasn't it
No,
Yeah,
threesome?
no,
like
no. I
speakeasy.
mean,
what is
sure.
going on? What did
Yeah,
I
it will
walk
be
into?
it will
What
be
is going
Mel.
on? here? Easy,
not
easy.
Yes. Easy said,
He wants
I
to
want to tag team with Mel so we can go against. I said, just be gentle, please. It's my first
Yo,
one.
Alright,
Izzy met
that's
up with
fine.
Flow State before she met up with me. That's fucked up. I'm just laying that.
Damn.
I'm just laying that
I
on
mean,
tape.
you live in China.
China is crazy. I'm just gonna
Fatty.
That's
let you know
very
that is a
racist.
wild
That
ass
was a very
statement.
racist statement.
Fatty, listen.
Why is that?
Fatty, I got something to say to you. Every time I
Uh-oh.
listen to you, I'm always thinking I would never date a woman from Portugal ever. You have
The
That's a
divorce
convinced
weird
me.
rate
thing
on
to
my
say.
the divorce rate on my country is 70%, so I wouldn't advise you that.
I wonder why.
That's high. Holy cow.
That is
Oh
high.
my.
Infamous, is that you, darling? Just speak. Infamous.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
How do you guys have the night bot having full blown conversations in the chat?
Oh yeah, I program it like that, man. Like I program like certain words when you say certain words, like it'll talk back to you.
I just be talking. Who? Thank
You
you.
need a
Hello, guys.
everybody needs a rest though. Everybody needs a rest though in their life. You know what I'm
Man.
I agree. I agree. But no, Fatty will all be in good faith. But I have to be on Mel's side. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
male versus
yes.
male is a continued thing. It's gonna be a fucking series. So episode 2 will be wrestler actually, but after that will
Oh
be
yeah, your dad.
hopefully Glenn Lawrence. Yeah, wrestler's my dad. So hopefully Glenn
Yeah.
will be on episode 3, and then after that it'll be fun to have Flow State, like Mel versus Flow State.
What am I doing?
Oh,
Okay, yeah.
but that's like an easy win.
You talking about King Gaylor?
King Gaylor is hilarious.
You can't even tell he's saying it with a G because his accent's so thick.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Yeah, I curate the
When are you
points.
gonna have
I
that
curate
threesome
the
with
points
Mel and
depending on
Easy?
everybody though.
Mm, 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 mm.
Then the episode after that would be Mel and I against Resto.
I'll cook both of y'all.
Ooh.
Oh,
I like that, Izzy.
I think that
Are
would
you
be
a de-
fun.
are you a debater, Resto? like, or somebody that is
I'm
fun
a
to debate with?
honestly like I can do prompts and I can do all this shit, but like I'm just gonna submit to ad homs. I'm just gonna cuss you out until you feel bad about yourself. I'm not
Man.
gonna lie to you. Like that's just me. I ain't got
Mm.
time for the bullshit, bro. I'm just gonna cuss you out till you want to just go to the tallest building in your area.
Joke's on you. I like humiliation.
Let's
Damn,
go.
he likes to get stepped on.
Talk me off, bitch.
I can when like somebody keeps me grounded, but like if there's nobody to like keep me grounded, bro, yeah, it's over with for you.
That's
Yeah,
funny.
but this was actually pretty fun, Mel. This is pretty good.
It was
And
fun.
No, it was good. It was really good. Yeah.
yes,
I really
like
enjoyed it. Frank. Thank you.
what you guys need to do is a shadow. I have one thing on my debates. There's a welcome to the shadow realm when you can actually play dirty and say a bunch of things. That's what you actually should add like for 5 minutes. So
Let's
Mel,
go.
like,
But Frank, can I ask you because I saw a couple of videos on YouTube about debating tactics, and it said not to go personal. Would you
Yeah, don't
disagree
do
with that?
ad hominems. Ad hominems just like means that you don't have an argument.
Yeah,
you
that's
should
my
mix.
job.
You should mix both.
Oh,
You
you
should
think?
know, like, this is a gladiator sport. Like, when the gladiator says, you didn't love me because I killed, blah, blah, blah. It's the entertainment part, especially when you
No,
are doing it in front of the cameras. It's the
it's
showmanship.
blood
You
sport.
see what I'm saying?
When you do it that way, it's just blood sport, and it's not about the argument or the position. It's about gotcha moments and
Yeah.
zingers, and it's entertaining, but it's a bad debating form.
Which is
Yes,
true. Which is true,
but
Glenn, and
but
that's how I don't know how I ended up in this space because I am 100% Bloodsport at home.
so
You
That's
know
what
what
I
would be a
fucking
good spin? A good spin on that would be having a round of blood sport.
Yeah, like where you have to actually argue the argument.
like.
so so
I even told Mel like before the debate happened. I was like, "Yo, say he got a little dick." Like, say something.
Yeah, he did. He did. But I wasn't. He did. But I wasn't going to go there because I thought that you're supposed to debate the topic.
and,
You're right,
and
Mel.
you actually shouldn't go there because I come from the Fight Club, so you shouldn't.
Yeah, he does.
Like,
He does.
every time somebody says you have a small dick, I say you have a loose vagina, and we good. Like,
Let's
there's
go.
not, like, it's not going to, like, see what I'm saying is
Well,
I actually
her loose vagina is my fault. Okay, my bad.
damn. You see, there's a good
Sorry,
argument. Then catch it and dunk it.
I told you.
No, I
Nope.
Stop
think
trying to fuck my mom.
Yeah.
Mel fought with honor. I
Thank
She
respect
you,
did.
that.
Izzy.
I think she did well. I was so proud.
But the thing
I only
about
smoked like 5 times.
the thing about the part that people kind of, I think they underestimate is this is entertainment at the end of the
Right.
day, right?
Right.
And just because like me singing and being performative and extra and all that is just a part of showmanship. You just want to entertain the people. There's why probably 200 people watching. There's like, Glenn is more of a purist, like, he actually likes to talk about the debates and be centered and all that. I think you can do both. I think you can still
Yeah.
give a conversation to people, and even if you're not being mean to them, like doing some light-hearted performative shit, so actually people can enjoy.
Yeah, but I have no
the-
problem with that as long as that it's
It doesn't
take
distract
away
from the main part.
Well,
Yeah.
it doesn't take away
Daddy,
from
I just wanted to apologize to you. You had me heated in the beginning, but I just wanted to apologize for my mean comments in the beginning.
Were you one of the mean ones?
Yes, in
Was-
the beginning.
Shame.
But then I started arguing the argument.
God
Which
damn,
one
she
of
got a
them was
microphone.
like, who hurt you? Fatty needs therapy.
That
Fatty
Who
is
broke your heart? Yeah, I
traumatized.
said
Like,
who
which
broke
one
your
of the
heart?
mean comments were you?
I told you to do Kegels and try
Who broke your
tantra.
heart? I said.
Who broke your heart? That's not as bad.
No, I only said, "Come on, Mel, you got it. Come on, Mel, fight back." That's all I
But
said.
that was only one of the mean ones.
I ain't gonna lie. In the beginning, I was texting Leopard. I'm like, fuck, Mel's getting cooked.
Yeah,
and then she was like, she got it.
Mel-
Okay, man.
Melly was the meanest in the comments, actually. Melly, I was seeing Melly, and she was like, "Oh my god, it's Fatty this, it's Fatty that, it's Fatty that." Like, okay, I got you, baby. Don't worry. I'm single.
Honestly,
I
I'm
can
gonna
take
be
care of
real.
it.
I think Mel took it. Honestly, I'm a little biased though. I'm a little biased, but I
Oh,
think
just a
Mel took it.
little. Nothing
Just a little
very,
bit.
nothing very important.
Most of the chat was laughing the whole time, though, so it was cool.
Let me ask my mom who won. Hey, mom, let me call her.
Well,
She's just
I
a
don't
little
know.
biased, okay, friends? But don't take it personally.
I don't know if the chat was laughing the whole time because in the beginning I was a little worried because I know Fatty is relentless and would not back down. So I was just like, oh, come on, Mel, come on, Mel. She was very kind and gentle in the beginning, and then
And then
she
she
got
starts
it.
stroking it.
Yeah, I
Yes.
kept
Yeah,
telling her to turn the fuck up. I was like, Mel, turn the fuck up.
yeah.
You got riled up.
Yeah.
But
But
Fatty, I will say this: it's never a good position to argue the saying that men and women are not equal, but then in your argument complain about how men and women are not equal.
Let's go.
see, if people are fighting for equality, I am going to use their logic against themselves. That's not my logic. I don't believe that men and women are equal, but I'm not fighting for that. Women are. So if you want to be equal, I'm going to actually use that shit against you because you are picking and choosing where to be equal at. There's no problem with that. You are debating yourself. It's not me. Like Mel, actually, if you actually the problems with Mel point, it was not that she beat me, is that she contradicted herself several times.
Yeah, but
You are
Fatty,
debating.
may I ask you,
I was gonna say, as
was
did
the
you
question
though.
about men and
You guys
women being
both did that.
equal, or was the question about women can be in leadership positions? It was two different questions.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
that was it.
No. But the conversation started like that, and I agree with you. We both agree that they can be in leadership positions. But when you start talking about suppressing and the glass ceiling and all that, I said, why are not women pushing for equality in shitty jobs that they don't want to do? And this is what we're talking about: is the buffet shit, is the pick and
Well,
choosing.
just
I want
as
to be a CEO, but I don't want to be a bricklayer. Is a glass ceiling on the office, the corporate jobs, but it's not a glass ceiling at Pizza Hut's cleaning motherfucking stoves. You see what
so
I'm
just
saying?
as she was blaming like men for this glass ceiling or suppressing women's advancement, you were blaming women for men, overworking themselves or thinking that they have to break
Because
their
it's
legs
true.
to do this. No, men do that shit because they come to their conclusion themselves. No woman is forcing them or telling them you need to break your legs
No,
if you want to get with me.
no, nobody is forced to do that. But if there was no woman, most men wouldn't even take a shower.
But you were
Yeah,
also
so that's not
putting
women's fault.
feminism.
The,
You were also
the
putting the subject of feminism all in one box, and there's no one particular type of feminism. There's several. There's many different forms of feminism.
All of them.
I would say
wait.
that there's always been feminism. It has manifested um, in different ways over time, but it's always been the same feminism.
Yeah, but they because that's why I was putting it in the chat that there's like liberal feminism, radical feminism, socialist feminism, black feminism, intersectional feminism. There's all different kinds. It just depends on what their beliefs are. So it basically
Yeah.
forms whatever their beliefs are. Yeah.
I just think
I'm gonna.
feminism is a megazord. Feminism with
Let's
this
go.
intersectionality shit, they literally take over every single the Black Lives Matter, the woman's rights, the free, like is a megazord. They will literally it's like actually my character, the Majin Buu. It will absorb everything that it seems necessary to survive. That's what feminism been doing on the last 10 years, for example. So
I don't even
even
know
if
if I should.
even if you push like that's the thing. Actually, let me reframe it. The problem with the problem with feminism, in my opinion, is the lack of self accountability and self improvement. Instead of telling people to be better,
That's not
tell
feminism.
is net feminist. So what it
No,
is?
no, no. That's not feminism. You're so your feminism has nothing to do with lack of accountability and lack of anything. Actually, feminists, I would say, are very much accountable because they have been accountable to the purpose or the mission to do what has been necessary over time to get to themselves to this position that they're at now.
I can prove that you are wrong.
Okay.
They have like cultural feminism is it
Yes.
emphasizes the positive aspects of femininity and women's unique contributions to society. But there's all different types. I mean,
Actually, it
What I'm
doesn't.
saying was, what I'm
No,
saying,
actually, it doesn't.
feminism in 1960s did not have the amount of uh position or power, as one may say, as they do now. So if they lacked accountability, they wouldn't be in the position that they are now. They obviously were accountable to their mission and their goal because they have gained so much groundwork and acquired so much power over time.
They're afraid to get or
But
regress. Yeah.
but that's why you're wrong, right? A feminist can define what a loser woman is. This is the difference, for example, between feminism and the red pill. The red pill will identify the losers and say you need to go to the gym, you need to make more money, you need to do a bunch of things. That's what actually the red pill and men overall do other men. You are not good at this, you need to do better. What feminist does is accept your curves, baby, because you are fat.
That's women. That's not feminism.
That's
women.
feminism. That's literally the body positivity movement came from feminism. The sexuality, the let's be sexual liberated came from feminism. The slut shaming came from feminism. The if he doesn't deserve you at at your worst, if he doesn't take you at your worst, he doesn't deserve you at your best. Feminism literally tells women that what they do, no matter how bad they are,
No,
is
that's
okay.
women.
No,
That's women.
So on yesteryears, grandmas and aunties will tell women, you are deficient in cooking. Do better. You are not in shape. Go lose some weight. You are a pain in the ass. Shut the fuck up and better your motherfucking character. What feminist does,
When have you ever heard women do that?
can a feminist define what is
Answer
a
that
loser as a
question.
woman?
When have you heard ever in your life a woman tell another woman you need to do better?
Is very rare. The sisterhood is going to do.
Okay, so if you can't even have your own anecdotal example, then how do you know what they were doing 50, 60 years ago?
That's kind of ridiculous, in my opinion.
No, I'm trying to track down your logic here. I'm using your own logic, and I'm asking you to show your work. Because
So,
if there's
so you are
an example of it,
okay.
because I'm just saying it's women's in nature alone is to repel against accountability, right? They avoid it like the plague.
But they never did.
They avoid it like men avoid child support. Okay,
But they never did. Woman, like other woman, will tell woman to clean the clothes better, to take care of your kids better, to cook better for your husband, to give him sex more. Woman, literally, Jesus Christ, Flo. Women were literally coaching other women to actually be better for their families.
and I'm asking
Nowadays, let me finish. What women are doing is he doesn't have access to my body if I don't want him to give him sex, even though I'm his only source of actually sex. I don't have to cook for him every day. If I'm out of shape, like it is what it is. Like it's somebody who will love me. This is actually what society is doing right now. Is a completely shift from the shame shit that was happening before and the do better because your family deserve better. It's not what is happening right now. Absolutely not.
well, shame doesn't work on women.
Nope.
Oh wait! Weren't you pushing to bring shame back?
I'm all about bringing shame back, but I know.
So why do you want to bring shame back if it doesn't work on women?
Because
So that was a fucking lie.
men trying to shame women doesn't work on women.
Wait, so does shame work on women or doesn't work on women?
It doesn't work the same way that you're trying to make it. Like men cannot shame women. Like you've been calling women 304s and hoes for how long? And there's
You don't
more
think that impacts
OnlyFans
them?
models and sex workers today than ever before. So obviously that doesn't work.
It does.
Hey,
probably
bring the hose over here. Let's
So why do you push for bring shame back? Why were like
It
why
only works within that group. So if it was women shaming women, that's why women slut shame. Oh, she's such a hoe. Don't get with her. She's been with everybody. Like
that's kind of crazy.
That's intersexual competition.
That's kind of
where
crazy.
the shame works, though.
That's kind of crazy because I would have swear that you think that Andrew Wilson is extremely efficient by going on this podcast and shaming women because they're going to hear the Lords, and they're going
Let's
to
go.
rise in that.
Let's go.
I don't. care about him shaming women. One, he doesn't necessarily, in my opinion, shame them. He calls them out for what they are. He calls
So,
a spade, and he says, "Men don't want this,
hmm?
and you think they want this, but they don't, and you're mad that they don't want this. Well, that's your fault because you're being this way, right? Like
so
that's
so
just
what he does
calling it out.
works or doesn't work? That's
That's
like
not
what he
shame. That's
does
just
work or
literally
doesn't work.
telling you what it is. When Andrew says you're a prostitute, he's
Hmm?
just calling them what they do.
No,
If
a
they sell
prostitute is
if they
We got
sell
action.
ass, if they sell their ass, he's
We
just
got
calling them
action.
what they do.
and this is what I'm talking about.
But that's not
If
shame.
if no no respectfully, that's shame. That's why we call somebody fat. That's why we call somebody short. That's why we call
No,
somebody
if it's
lazy. Even
true, it's not
no, no.
shame.
But that's the point. Is a describer. If I say you are a piece of shit, lazy, fatty, go to the gym because you're fat, you are shaming me. It's true. I need to go to the gym, but you are using shame for me
No,
to
if I
actually
say,
get my
hey,
ass up and go to the
if
gym.
I say, hey, you are a fat fuck, and
Yes.
it's because you are a fat fuck, I am being
Yeah.
objectively true. I am not shaming you.
You're saying it to shame.
Just
No,
because I called you a
I'm
whore
using
and
it as a
it's true,
describer. It's not.
but
It's
but that's the
literally
point.
that.
If there was no problem with the activity that the person is doing, we wouldn't shame them. If you thought that shame doesn't work, we would say, man, let hoes be hoes. It is what it is. Let's move along to
No,
women
I'm
that are not
saying
hoes.
men cannot shame women into women wanting to change. Women shame women, and that's where women change. Just like men have a way to impact other men on how to behave by calling them simps, right?
Okay.
That would be called, shaming men, men shaming men, right? And that makes
Hmm?
guys go like, "Oh, I don't want to be no simp." Right? Like, I don't even want to
It-
tell my wife I love her. Fuck that
it-
bitch. She got to
so
earn that. She got to earn that compliment.
Let's go.
Like that's what it leads to.
It,
So
it sounds like you're contradicting yourself because
no,
I would have swear once again that for you, for example, like you never change a woman's mind by shaming her or by giving good advice. Man, you are such a dumbass. Or going back.
I will argue
Hmm?
my position. I will tell them where I
Uh,
stand, right?
yes.
And if that's not called shame,
Yes, it
that's
depends.
me giving
It
you my
depends.
position.
So if you tell a woman that keeps going to her abuser, you are a motherfucking dumbass because every time you come here crying saying that he cheats on you and he abuses you, and you go right back to him, stop being a dumbass and go ahead. That's shame. Is right. Is true.
No,
But
it's
you are shaming her
I'd
into
be
her
like,
doing better. Yes.
I wouldn't. I've never done that. I'd be like, oh, you must like it though. So, you know,
That's the wrong way of thinking about it though too, because statistically it takes a woman in a relationship like that 7 to 8 times to actually leave because it's about power and control. It doesn't have anything to do with the them because they like it. It's they there's power and control.
That was not the point. The point
no,
was
but
the shame work
he
or
was using
the
he
sh-
was using an example that it was a hypothetical.
yes.
I would say like it would be like, well, you must like it. It must be your guys' kink because you haven't left him yet. So why are you
Yes,
complaining about it?
but that's the point. Like shame in mass works. Shame individually, it depends. A person who will be able to listen when they are able to listen. I just think it's contradictory to what I see from you guys all the time. I am the one that says, "Oh,
One,
let those
I
be."
don't do shame. That's not my thing.
Yes,
I don't.
you do. You do
Who do I
religion
shame? Who
shaming.
do I shame?
Yes, you do. You
Who do I
you you
shame?
call people Glenn. You call people degenerates. You assume that Christians,
I
for
don't have
whatever
you.
reason,
You must be talking. You stop using Andrew Wilson's talking points to describe Glenn, because I don't
no,
use all
okay,
Andrew's
Glenn.
talking points. I have my
No,
own
Glenn.
talking points.
You didn't say. You don't say that.
I rarely use the word degen.
Oh, barely. So you say it, right?
I call everybody degenerate.
So you never use Christianity to shame other people into their depravity, whatever's going on. You never did it.
Let's go.
No, I've always said this is my worldview, right?
And
And
your
this
worldview
goes
is better
against
than the
my
other people's worldview.
worldview.
You literally debated that shit on my show.
Yeah, we were arguing with the world. What worldview is better for society?
So that's shaming.
That's not shame.
You atheists, you don't know better. We are the Christians.
I
We
didn't
were
say
the
any
ones
of
that did
that.
this and
That's
this.
the thing. I didn't say any of that.
So
when we shame others, is it's got a self you project
Infamous,
negativity and
let
it's
the boys fight.
no,
okay.
Yo, I'm a bounce.
I'm just very
Yo.
curious.
Oh, you out? You out, crap?
Yeah, bro.
The only thing I
Alright,
I'm a
man.
dip.
the only
Everyone
thing
did a
I
great
appreciate
fucking
you, man. See
job.
you later, man. I appreciate you, bro.
Crab.
Good job, Mel. And
Thank you.
I think it's kind of a tie, more of an exhibition match, because I know Fatty was using kid gloves. But
Yeah.
No, I
He
wasn't. I
was.
wasn't
Good job,
fighting the
everyone.
artist that I got.
He
She
was
was.
sure-
no.
You made a
Fatty-
masterpiece of a track today or yesterday, whatever fucking day it was.
yeah, thanks, bro. Catch yourself a good one.
Praise God,
I
man.
appreciate you, man. I'm just saying, Glenn. I know by now you guys for 6 months or something. Y'all are, when I say y'all, like the Valhalla space, y'all are literally shame machines. All you do when it comes to religion, when it comes to woman being whores, not doing what they need to do, not being traditional, all that, they shame, 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 shame. Every show, all day, and I do it too. I'm going to admit it.
I
because
don't
it's business.
shame. I really don't shame.
You
guys
really
are-
don't think that's shame, Glenn? Then
I don't think Glenn
I
does
would think
shame.
like Flo knows, like Glenn. I don't ever shame.
Glenn
people.
actually doesn't shame. Everybody around him shames constantly.
so
Two
you don't
spots
think
on
he
panel.
uses religion to shame people? Glenn does that
He
shit all the
doesn't.
time.
I'm gonna have to stick up for Glenn here. Glenn actually doesn't, but like literally everybody around him is all of the worst, most rabid shamers. So
Hey.
well, have you been to his? Have you seen his mods?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, after second.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm
I was
I'm
banned
going
in
to be
chat
quiet.
for
I'm
like,
actually
I
going
was
to be
banned in
quiet.
chat for like 3 fucking months. But
I literally show up, say you da 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 do 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 do, like it's little immediately. I might
oh,
be again. I'll pay
Mel,
more
you got a
attention.
friend.
Huh?
You got a friend. That's another Mel.
Yeah, I know. There's a
it's our
couple of
Mel.
Mels. There's that Mel, and then there's Millie. There's a few Mels
That
around.
fucking
Yes,
gerbil sucks, or the fuzzy thing. I hate that.
Oh, the fucking Furby. Fuck that bitch.
that
Fuck
little
that Furby.
pedophile
I
is
don't
the
care what
worst.
nobody says. Don't
Nope.
ever let me up on panel. Like if I ever try to hit the link and that Furby's there, do not ever let me up unless you want a shit show.
Then.
Fuck that Furby, bro.
That I want to see that.
No comment.
Furby is the what's the name? I'm sorry, I
Her
forgot.
name is
Melanie.
Melissa.
Melody.
Melanie.
Melanie.
And she has the fucking nerve to call herself Mel. Like what the fuck? No, the fuck
I
you
don't
not.
ever. I think Mel is very entertaining. I wish I could have Neve and Mel a little bit more. Not like Mel.
Hey,
Did you
yo.
see last time they were together on Tomatoes? Neve just threw a match in Mel's dumpster and walked away.
And I told you, she just did the drive by. I'm telling you, they know what you're doing.
But it's I don't know. I can't imagine anybody sitting around taking the position Melanie did, which is we should give children porn, right? Like
I still have not watched that
That's
thing on.
I'm not being hyperbolic.
Yeah,
Somebody's
I saw you
echoing.
call her a couple of names.
Much
I was
bigger, I
like,
think, is
damn,
echoing.
Flo. Why Flo is so mad at it? God damn it. But they're kind of.
That was
kind of
hilarious on my panel, like because I guess it happened right after, right, Flo? Like you guys went.
Oh yeah, I remember. Like they were who chased who that day?
Who chased him?
I think Flo was on the panel, and then Mel came up and said, "This is why you wanna A minor."
A minor.
Well, yeah, guys.
Like the PDF word gets thrown around a lot in these YouTube streets, but that's one person I actually think is a PDF.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, it just kind of made me think, like when you guys mentioned it, like ethical porn, and I'm like, well, then are you just saying that porn is not currently ethical? So then
what is ethical porn?
Ethical porn sounds like
that's what the gerbil wants to give to the kids.
Ethical porn sounds like
Jumbo shrimp.
healthy cocaine, like some words that don't match together.
Healthy
Like
cocaine.
Dennis used to give us cocaine, but Dennis used to numb your mouth with cocaine.
Shout out
Healthy
Crispy
meth.
for the cocaine.
Yeah, and the reason that we need to do this is because the kids are too horny.
Then
I mean, it's just the crazy. I'm getting mad.
Hey Flo,
Yo,
I really resent that sofa that you're driving on the parking lot, bro. I wish the cops would like literally would arrest you for driving without a license or something like that. That shit is crazy. How did you got something like this?
That's fucking awesome.
this is white boy Americana magic.
Let's
Did
go.
you
This
buy
is
it or you
America.
build it?
This
That
is
is fucking
America,
awesome.
fatty. You don't understand.
This isn't mine, but the dude built it. But I do have a recliner now sitting on the trailer out back.
You know
So
you almost crashed out his shit, right? You know
yeah,
how you
well, that was the very first time I rode it, and that thing, it's got more speed than it's got stability.
yeah, and you don't have a helmet and all that. I will report you to the cops. I'll be on my phone immediately.
All right.
911. There's a white guy in fluorescent colors.
I kind of want one now. I'm actually.
This actually
thinking
looks
about getting
pretty
one.
dope, but it looks like if you fuck yourself up, your arm is gone.
Oh
It's
yeah,
going
you're
to be red.
fucked. Yeah, you flip that shit over, you're
Yeah.
done.
Like there's on one point that is
That thing is way
accelerating.
safer than a motorcycle.
Yeah. Oh, the Escalade that Glenn is the one that has motorcycles. I guess.
That thing goes. He said the top speed he's got it to was like 38 miles an hour,
That's some redneck shit right there.
which is really fast for a chair, but it's really slow compared to a motorcycle.
Really
This
fast
is-
for a chair.
Great redneck
This
shit.
is actually something that I would see fat people buying in mass if it was available. You know, like people that were either on the United States, they walk on scooters and shit. I think a reclinable sofa that you literally can go ahead and woo, I think fat people in mass will make
Well,
you a millionaire.
I'm working on my first prototype now. This dude, I don't know. I should have got his contact information, but I didn't even think about it. But yeah, I pulled in the hardware store and I looked behind me and there was a dude parking his chair. He backed it into a parking spot. And somebody still got an echo.
I don't hear an
Friend-
echo.
Well, I did just hear one. Now stop.
Friends,
Echo,
I,
echo, echo,
I
echo.
appreciate y'all, but I really have to take a nap.
Yeah,
'cause
you got another. Yeah, you got another show.
Oh, you
don't
got
I have
another
another.
show.
Yeah, my arch nemesis is doing a lot of dumb shit, so I need
What?
to.
You're shitting on JP.
Hey man,
The fucking
when
tank top
life
guy.
throws you if life throws you $500 easy dollars, you take it.
Oh yeah,
Let's
for
go.
sure, for sure. Yeah. God
this
bless the
man
lol cows. Shout out Paul.
This man keeps doing give me content and money, free money. I don't have to take it. So man,
Let's go.
it is
Cook
what it
his
is.
ass,
I have
bro.
to go. But Mel, appreciate
Thank
you.
you, Patty. Thank you so much.
very
I
much.
really appreciate you. Thank you.
Resto and Flow State, thank you very much
Salute,
for
salute.
helping us out. Shout out to my boy Glenn, Mr. Will,
Yes, sir.
Easy, Infamous Truth Teller, and Mud Digger.
Yeah, don't say his name too fast.
Hey, Mud Digger, remember,
Yo,
remember this. Being a mom is the most difficult job ever.
He is the mum. He's a single dad, actually. You're speaking to a single dad.
You let it hit it, bro. I appreciate you, man.
3 boys, single digits, brother. 7, 5, and 3.
Keep doing the Lord's work and fighting stereotypes, sir.
Oh,
I don't know about the
Steven.
Lord's work, but I'll keep doing a dad thing.
Keep making kids. Yes, please,
put
please,
the
please,
link in
please.
chat.
Friends, I appreciate you. Once again,
Thanks,
people on my
buddy.
side. I'll drop
Salute.
everyone link, and we good to go. Okay. So I appreciate you. There's a redirect
Thank you,
there.
Fatty.
I appreciate you once again, Mel. Team
Thank you,
Faye
Johnny.
signing out.
Thank
Have
you.
a good evening.
Let's
Get
go.
some rest.
Fatty. Respect to Fatty for giving me a chance. So respect to him.
You did great. You did great.
No, but you know what? In my head, I knew when I was going wrong. So it's
Where do you
great.
think you went wrong?
I did contradict myself sometimes, but that's how I felt,
You-
and
you
I
both
realized
did,
that
though. You both did. So that you could take that. You could just cancel that out. So where else did you think you did wrong?
I
I
mean,
sometimes
wouldn't
led with
cancel
my
that
emotions
altogether.
and not my brain. What was that, Flo?
I mean, I cancel it out when you're like doing the equation, I guess, to see how it all ended up. But don't.
Yeah, well, I'm
don't-
just saying. Like,
don't dismiss it as if it's not an error next time you.
Yeah. Oh,
say it.
yeah. Of course. I'm not saying it's
Right.
not.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I know that
about-
you weren't. I just want to clarify. I guess.
Yeah.
And also, so like I sometimes I led the argument with how I felt rather than it being more of a mental thing. In how I don't know, I kind of went. It was. Some of the responses were emotional. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. maybe I should have tried to be a little bit more objective. I don't know. I've definitely learned that if I'm sticking to an argument, not to try and always get my emotions and how I feel about that.
Well, it's kind of difficult because people naturally want to lean on their own experiences or their own worldview, right?
Right.
And that's solipsistic in nature, right? It's saying, well, I experienced this, so this is how it must be for everybody, or everybody must see it this way, right? Like that argument never holds well. Understanding what the general consensus is, or the general experience is of a group, and arguing that position, even though it may not necessarily align with your experience, is a better standpoint because you're not leaning on your own understanding, but you're leaning on collective data that is, like able to you could source it rather than using yourself as the source.
It's equally accessible to you and your opponent.
Yeah.
Right, and that's where I went wrong, because I found, and I guess I'm going to have to think a little bit more like a politician in future debates, and not necessarily go with what I feel my heart feels, but go with, like you said, the topic.
Well, don't worry, you'll have another debate pretty soon.
Yeah, we've got Glenn next Sunday.
No, it's wrestler.
Oh, okay, wrestler next Sunday. Then Glenn, sorry, you're in 2 weeks. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Well, no, because you're season 2, so the more experience I get, the better I'll become at it, if anything.
Yeah. That sounds great.
And but me and you agree on a lot of stuff, as do me and Wrestler. So it'd be interesting to see what questions Resto will come up with where we don't always necessarily see eye to eye.
We would just probably have to hone in on not what we agree upon, but focus like on just what we disagree upon and those principles, and expand off of that for a debate. Because that would be the only way to have that much of a difference.
Like I said, I had my note taking. I didn't use all my notes because, I
use all our prompts.
And I didn't use this.
What prompts did you guys not use?
I'm saving that one for when I need it. There was a prompt that I had that I've removed from my screen, but don't you worry, I'll use that when I need it.
But any other prompts?
Because I thought they.
I'm not telling you, man. Not telling you.
Well, besides the one that she doesn't want to talk about, I sent them all to you. So anybody.
There was a prompt. You guys had a prompt that I was unaware of. And she was gonna use it as a secret weapon.
Well, I was unaware of it. I didn't know anything.
That's some bullshit right there.
Bullshit.
I didn't know anything. What the fuck?
Look, we all know that Resto's the sneaky one here.
Somebody got some static.
Fuck
around with me.
So, what prompt besides the one?
I'm not telling you shit, Glenn. I'm not giving away my secrets.
Besides that one, which one did they not hit?
We're gonna have to separate them, Glenn.
We didn't hit anything. We hit like 2 prompts, but it was good. It was good. We hit 2 prompts, and I think that, and for anybody that I sent it to, so Flo, Glenn, Mel, and Fatty, y'all are free to use those prompts anytime. Like on your show, anybody's show, it really doesn't matter to me. I'm throwing those away, and I'm going to make new prompts for each person because I'm curating them to each person. Each debate is going to be curated, so yeah.
Oh, you didn't do
specially crafted in the hills.
Okay, you didn't do like abortion.
Nope, didn't do that one.
Suffers more in divorce.
I tried to get them to do that, but
yeah, I saw it. Yeah. The why do women continue? That was the main one, right? Leadership positions despite decades of progress towards equality.
Yeah, I mean they kind of touched on it, but like they didn't really touch the prompt, but it's fine. The expectation of men, that one got touched. How can we encourage more men to pursue careers in male-dominated fields and blah blah blah, vice versa type shit? They didn't touch on that at all.
Yeah, yeah.
How is feminism evolved to a point where now it overshadows the issues affecting men, or is the focus still necessary for gender equality? I feel like they got into
I thought that one did get brought up, but
yeah,
it
they
just
got
never
into
got
that one.
answered.
Yeah, it got into that one. It didn't get answered. They just started yelling at each other.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it was like 30 minutes like left, and I was just like, turn the fuck up. Just go for blood. Like,
And
everybody.
then, oh yeah, never define what is marriage.
Yep, never define what is marriage.
What that's a weird question. Why? What am I missing about that? I saw that when I was like, this is strange.
Because like it depends on your worldview. It's gonna be how you would answer that question. Right?
I mean,
I didn't.
Not really.
So
There's just
obviously,
two different things.
you can see though. Obviously, you can see that I did not expand on that one. Like in the fucking.
It's
like,
just there's two different things with the same name. It's that.
Well, yeah, I typed it there, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna expand on this one. Like I'm gonna make a question, and like I just never got to it.
The dating norms one, that would have been a good one to hit.
Well, that should you should do a stream on that. With the one where it says should dating norms, i.e. I don't know why I type IG, but I meant i.e. men initiating dates, paying for dinners should be reevaluated in the context of gender equality, or do they reflect neutral courtship behaviors?
Do girls have to fuck on the first date?
Let's go. Suck my dick on the way to dinner. Let's go.
And if not,
I didn't fuck on the first date. Why does it always have to be that women have to fuck on a first date? Maybe it's a woman trying to get herself some dick and a guy don't want to put out.
I suppose
I'm totally like a third date kind of guy.
You're allergic to women?
You got to earn this.
Glenn, you're a slut. You might be a Christian, but I can see it on you. I can feel it on you. You're a slut.
Oh, yeah, I definitely am a slut. You know, but I'm a reformed slut. Okay, I've been
reformed slut.
That's what all the regular sluts say.
I haven't slutted out in a long time.
I also did not expand on the why is there a decline in marriage and the birth rate. I got to work on like expanding on my prompts.
That one is a good one because it's a really multifaceted answer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's what I don't want. That's what I don't want.
I had some research for that as well, for that particular question.
Oh, did you? Okay, so I'm gonna take that prompt again and probably use that in a future one, but I'm gonna expand on it a little bit.
I would reword it and be like, what are the main factors that contribute to the decline in marriage and
are you trying to just line yourself up to win your debate?
No, because
those are my notes on that particular subject.
Because it's not a one-sided argument. It's literally there's enough blame to go across the table on that, right? It's not one sex or the other. It's something that both parties could agree that it's a mutually like a responsible load that both parties have to hold.
Mm-hmm.
Like it just you can't walk away from it trying to blame it on one party.
Agreed.
I am proud of you though. What's up, Romano? Hey, pull up. Yo, I am proud of you, Mel. You did a great job on your first debate. I tried my best not to feed you. I almost punched my monitor a couple of times.
I'm not gonna lie. I encouraged him to.
He did.
I was like, you need to start dropping her some information. I'm yelling at Resto in DMs. I'm like, what the mother?
It's like an internship to debate.
Yeah, and I'm like, no, I gotta let her grow up. She's a big girl. She's a big girl. She could do it. And I was honestly, I was pulling up a little bit of chats, like just trying to like feed you a little bit, but you didn't.
I wasn't looking at the chat, but I know that in any future debates going forward, I have to bring more stats to the argument.
Well, here's a point idea that you could do when you're preparing. If you know your position, what your position is in your prep, argue against your position.
Okay.
Instead of finding all the data that you know that you have or you could get that supports your argument, find all the arguments and data that will poke holes through your argument. And by doing that, you are more prepared on how to defend your position than you are on the attack. Because a lot of people could throw out an attack, but once they are put in the position, now they have to defend their position, and they're starting to, their position starting to lose holes, look like Swiss cheese, right? That's when they get shaky and they don't really know what to do. That's when they'll start, doing ad homs or trying to obfuscate, or do well, what about the men though? Like, what about this group though? Like it's always they'll resort to something like that to trying to just deflect. And that's not a good look.
No, which is why I said that I didn't want to use the personal insults. I didn't. That's not my cup of tea.
Oh, you should have called him a bitch at least once.
Yeah. Glenn, this video you sent me on emotional intelligence. This chick doesn't know what emotional intelligence is. That's the problem. She defined it backwards.
Well, she's a psychologist.
She's fucking shit.
like
emotional intelligence is being able to read the room around you, right? She's talking about emotional discipline.
Well, that's part of emotional intelligence.
Man, this is fucking bullshit. I'm 1.5 minutes into it. And this is, I don't give a fuck what school she went to. She downloaded her degree off of fucking Amazon.
Ding, ding, ding,
ding, ding. Hang on, there's somebody in the back page.
Bro, let me give you some books.
What is an emotional intelligence?
Emotional intelligence is being able to read, understand, and respond to the emotional cues of other people around you.
Okay. So,
and what she's describing is being in control of your own emotions.
Other people's cues? That sounds more like empathy.
It does.
Yes, Cypher. They're the same thing. They're the same thing.
No, I don't think so.
No, what she describes as emotional intelligence.
You know that guy?
Discipline. Who?
Cypher.
Cypher sounds familiar. I don't.
Yeah, hold on. Give me a second. Cypher, you're muted. You got like 3 seconds, broskies. Like it's nothing.
I'm just here to drop a link for Mel to a book that'll help her with the baby.
Oh, that's kind of you.
Okay, thank you.
Back
okay, we'll drop it in the back chat.
No, but thank you, Cypher, so I can learn.
There you go.
Oh,
you poor guy. Yo, he just wants to drop something in the back chat. Drop it there.
You cut the poor man off.
Well, you want to put it? You want to put your titty in his mouth? I'll bring it back up. Hold on.
No, I'm not going to put my titty in anyone's mouth. I'm on a screen. I can't put anyone.
So I think what you meant, Flo, is it's the capacity to be aware of, control, and express one's emotions, and to handle the interpersonal relationships, and being empathetical. So, but it's your emotions, not someone else's emotions.
Wrong. It's not self-awareness. Emotional intelligence is dealing with other people. It's like emotion, like EQ.
Why does it look like Flo and Glenn are in the same room?
But my bricks are real. So score.
My bricks are real green screened.
I don't even think we have to check this one. What's up, bro?
Mel.
Jeremy.
Can you put a titty in my mouth?
Sorry, I'm just trying to get past this book, and it keeps asking me for characters.
I'll take the link and I'll send it to you later. Just copy the link, send it to my Discord, and I'll make sure you get the book, Mama.
All right. Well, I can't get past. Go ahead, Flo. Sorry.
Just copy the link and send it to my Discord.
I don't think this chick is a psychiatrist or psychologist either. I think she's just a self-help person.
I know that she studied under Bus and a few other people.
I'm on the About tab of her website, and I'm not seeing anything about any sort of education.
So, let's see. So, Flo, are you going to be able to debate Mel?
Oh.
Why wouldn't I be able to debate Mel?
Jesus.
You hear Mel? Mel's like, whoa.
That's how you feel?
No, because I know Flo. He'll do the digs. I know Flo. I know the digs. I think I would know the digs that I would expect from Flo because I know him. So it might be an easier debate when you know each other.
Let's go.
Yes.
She basically just said in British that she's going to cook you.
Okay. Yeah, I actually have fun with Flo.
I thought it sounded to me like she said he's mean, but that's true.
Yeah.
And
But
Glenn, I know you ran from this one, but like don't run from the next one.
I was scared. I had to cause myself a pulmonary embolism to, dodge it, because I heard someone faked being in the hospital last time, and I'm like, no, I gotta really be in the hospital if I'm gonna get out of this.
Yeah. Like, we know we didn't raise any money, but we're still gonna have to see your paperwork.
Yeah,
Trust me, I got it right here.
I promise you that Glenn was in the hospital. I can attest for Glenn. He was in the hospital.
God damn, I'm gonna have to make a video responding to this.
Glenn,
She's never
Glenn,
gotten
you
in
owe me
line.
13 viewers because when I stopped my fucking stream
My
to check
bad.
on you, I lost 13 fucking viewers.
My bad.
Sorry.
Like, I forgot who was trying to call me. Somebody kept on trying to fucking call me, and I couldn't breathe. I was literally like, just like every time I would open my mouth, I'm like gasping for air and then like throwing up blood, right?
Let's go.
Just constantly. And so somebody kept on like calling me, and I just answered the phone. I forgot who it was. And I'm like, I'm fucking trying to not die right now.
oh, bless you.
Yeah, I'm sure you didn't want to. I'm sure you don't want to be on the brink of death and then see my avatar pop up in your fucking notifications, right? Like I think so. I was like, I'm gonna leave him
I had
alone.
like
He'll be fine.
150 something like notifications from just Discord alone. I still haven't got to all of them. I'm just like, well, if I haven't got to you, you'll know by now.
I think my message said
All right,
don't
my
die
dear,
until
thank you.
after Sunday. Some shit like that.
Oh, y'all have a good one.
Oh shit, that was
No,
hilarious.
it is. I don't think it said that.
It's
said
just something along those lines.
Yeah.
I know you're like, yo, I just heard. And then it's
Yeah,
like,
I just heard you were dying. Can you
Yeah.
wait for after the debate or something?
Yep. So, from what I understand, okay, I'm reading the APA dictionary definition of psychology on emotional intelligence, a type of intelligence that involves the ability to process emotional information and use it in reasoning and other cognitive activities, proposed by the U.S. psychologist Peter Solveri and John D. Mayer.
So their definition doesn't put any direction on it at all. Am I understanding that right?
It says again, a type of intelligence that involves the ability to process emotional information and use it in reasoning and other cognitive activities. So it's like, I think a lot of people misunderstand emotional intelligence to be more like, because they feel the emotion and they express it, like that think that means that they're emotionally intelligent. And like, no,
that's not it either. Emotional intelligence. I assume emotional intelligence is the same as EQ. David Goldman wrote the book about EQ. I've got it somewhere over there. And it's basically effective empathy. But knowing your own emotions, being in touch with yourself, is the prerequisite to that. So either way, this chick has like her professional experiences in yoga and shit.
Like I know she came from like the yogi world.
Yeah.
But like most female
dumpy looking
coaches do.
I'll be more inclined to listen to her if she's in yoga pants.
For real. I mean, I wouldn't.
Let's go.
She just doesn't. She's not my type.
I'd be more inclined to listen to you too if you were in yoga pants, Glenn. Just saying.
Well, Flo, I'll send you pictures.
Jeremy, is that you?
Yeah,
Send him to grid 1 for me.
Okay.
No explanation.
Why are you men just like sending dick pics to each other?
I've never done that.
It's not gay.
Look, I've never sent nor received any dick pic from or to any man ever.
I don't send dick pics. I just send videos of me fucking.
That's not something dudes do. I don't know where the fuck that shit came from.
I thought you just said that. I thought you said to Glenn, send me a dick pic.
In all fairness, my dick is hanging out at all times, young lady.
All right, well, if that counts, then count it.
Yeah. What?
So if you're a dude and you're looking at it, you just gay.
You're walking around with one of those paradigms, huh?
Yes, sir.
Hey, did you see my avatar? Fag.
Hey yo, locksmith.
Yo, yo.
I want you to know, do not ever cam up. I just want you to know, do not ever cam up. I just want this to just be a thing forever.
It's been like this forever, bro.
Yeah, it's been like 3 years.
Yeah.
Just leave it that way.
Oh yeah.
It'll ruin the immersion.
Oh, fuck YouTube. Nah, I think I might cam up once for Mel in the back room again.
Oh.
Let's go. No, I can see it. No, fuck. No, let's not go. Make sure I'm not here. Make sure I'm not here for that shit.
He's treating you like a glory hole.
Yo, stop trying to fuck my mom unless you dropping super chats.
Thank God. I was embarrassed.
I drop super sperm.
Oh.
Hey, yo.
Oh. I have super eggs. I don't think your sperm will get to them. I think my eggs will be fighting them off.
Oh no,
Yeah.
like see, my sperm retired. I retired them out. Like, look, you have done your job. You have done your service to this world. You are done.
Hey, Mel, I do have to ask you a question, though. What do you think, like, the haters that fucking hate you, like, all these women that hate you, right? That they say that you're not intelligent, that you can't do anything. What do you think they're going to say after this debate? Or after this, like, whole series that we're
They're
running?
going to find
They're gonna hate more.
deep within them, their dark souls, and they're going to throw something out there. Because you see, the haters hate because they don't like seeing people happy, laughing. That's what it is. They're so disgusted with their own lives when they look in the mirror that when they see somebody having fun and getting on well with the opposite sex, they turn it into hate. But it's not hate for me. That hate comes from within themselves, and it's hate for themselves that they're projecting. So I think they're just going to hate more, honestly.
Can we see the pictures again? I don't think Glenn and Flo State has seen them.
Huh?
What picture?
The booty pic? I saw the side cheek.
I've got a screenshot.
You saw the side chick? What the fuck? What do you mean?
Wait,
You
how
saw
did
the
Glenn
side
get
chick?
the picture? I got the picture.
Oh no, from the leg.
Y'all don't remember?
With the skirt?
Yeah, I remember.
I've got
No,
it.
no,
Hey,
no,
come
no,
on
no,
now.
no.
Well, honestly, the whole YouTube has a picture. Let's be real.
Can we see them again?
I mean, we can look at it again. It won't bother me.
No, I don't want to look at my
No,
mom's
no,
ass.
no, not that
Swear.
one.
But all fairness, I wasn't talking about you, Mel. I was talking about the females that are trashing you.
Oh yeah, no. Look, look. Everybody knows that I've got a handful of females that are trashing me, and they're all. Everybody knows.
Oh yeah,
that-
did we see them? Yes. Oh yeah, I
Yes,
forgot
we
about
saw
that
them.
Yeah,
shit.
but did Glenn and Flo State see them?
No, it's best not to do that again.
What? Is there new pictures?
I'll send it to you on Discord.
It's not of
I don't
me.
have Discord.
No, I said locksmith. You need to get Discord, Flow State.
No,
it's
I'm
hard
not
to
gonna
send you shit because I gotta fucking wake up Lauren.
Route it
I gotta
through
be like,
Lauren. Route that
do you-
shit through Lauren.
Yeah, I gotta like.
You emailed me,
Do
motherfucker.
you understand? I have to wake up Lauren to send you a fucking
You
message.
want to anyways. Go do that
Let's
shit.
go. I put her to sleep. I don't wake her up.
What was that, Infamous?
Tell her I'm about to eat a bowl of cereal, and that's not a lie.
Oh, for real? Okay, I'll wake her up.
What did you say, Infamous?
I said, do members get the Discord link?
Yes. Members get the Discord link. So, yeah, can my mod stick the Discord link in the chat, please?
Wait. Let me change the link that it'll expire in. What's up, Lulu? It'll expire in 2 hours.
Lulu.
Give me 1 second.
I'm not sure they're females after those pictures. Divine Spark. Divine Spark. I use the term women loosely, right?
I think too is they because you're confident, Mel. That's why I mean, you do have a lot of confidence.
What was I doing again? Okay, yeah, gotcha. Hold on.
Like Infamous, darling. Like I said, it doesn't matter who you are or what you represent or what you look like. With YouTube, you're always going to get the hate as well as the love.
Yep.
Let's go.
Most definitely.
If you don't have haters, you're not doing something right.
Exactly.
Okay, Discord link has an
If you got
hour.
10 haters, you need 25 more because that means that you're doing something right. Yep, exactly.
All right, the Discord link I'm about to drop is an hour long. After that, you have to be a member. After this hour, you have to be a member, and I'm changing the link. You will not be able to get this link after this. This link will just send you to some weird shit. I promise you. I'm very good at computers.
Can you put it in the back chat for me?
She means.
I'll put it in the back chat too. I'll put it in the back chat. I'll put it in the
Oh,
chat.
okay.
It's probably Resto's collection of homemade porn.
Thank you, Russell.
I'm waiting, bro. I'm waiting for those videos to drop so everybody can see what the fuck I'm doing.
Sir,
Y'all
that's
can see
some
why
gay
I'm so
porn.
calm.
That's some gay porn.
Y'all can see why all these women loves me. Ask about me on YouTube. We good.
Anyways, Mel,
Thank you, Russell.
You know, I am kind of
Wills, thank you
curious.
for coming up, darling. Thank you, sweetheart.
Thank you,
Glenn,
Wills.
Patty, but couldn't get a word in edgewise with all this testosterone in the room.
Testosterone.
I'm being nice. I'm being nice here. But
well, are you looking at my avatar?
let me get my magnifying glass out first.
I
Let's
don't
go.
think you need that, honey.
Oh, we got action. We got action.
Magnifying glass and a pair of tweezers and a pepper shaker so you can catch it when it sneezes.
Am I the action?
Ready? Come on, let's go.
All right,
got
so
action.
the Discord is open for an hour. You have an hour to hit that link. Also, the panel is open, and I have dropped that link multiple times, so y'all can hit that link.
Yeah, come up. And I just want to say, welcome back to Serial Killer. I apologize for all the mayhem that your name caused earlier on with a certain ex-co-host. And
Let's
welcome
go.
back. I unblocked you because you are definitely not Toxic Angel.
Was that crispy treat you're
I'll
talking
be right
about?
back. I'm gonna go
Yes.
hit that Discord real
Yeah,
quick.
he's in chat now, Serial Killer. That is not Toxic Angel. So, hello, welcome back.
But anyways,
I told her that you're about to eat, and she didn't text me back, so I'm not getting the timestamp for her. I'm just gonna let her suffer and red ball through the whole shit.
Huh? I kind of
I
missed
was
something.
talking about Lola.
He hasn't paid me for this session, anyways.
Let's go.
Oh,
Let's go.
he hasn't paid me. So
She
why
likes
is he?
suffering. She likes suffering. She liked that shit.
So guys, do you want to? What do you want to talk about, guys? Do you? I mean, obviously, you know, we're only 3.5 hours in. The debate is over. We've had a good time with it. Is there anything that the chat wants us to chat about?
I mean, I can talk pretty much about anything. I mean, we've opened up the panel. I've been dropping the link. I think we just let it go natural. Oh, somebody dropped. I think it was Infamous. Just let it go organically, just like it always does on your channel.
Yeah.
Also,
I mean,
healthy 99 in chat. Let's just be real.
right. No, I had a really good time. I could feel my nerves, like, you know, the butterflies when I first started, and that's why I thought let Fatty go first, lead by example, because he's seasoned. So, but then eventually the nerves left, and but yeah, no, I know to bring more to it next time.
I would say next time you should definitely pin him down on those moments when you're like, "What are you talking about? You're not making sense." And then because when people tend to do that is like they catch themselves, are like, "Oh shit, they could either have misspoke, right, or stated something about their argument that is not that doesn't logically align, right? And then I would drill them on that. No. You got to answer to this. Clear this up here. What do you mean by this? Because if you say this, but then you say this over here, that doesn't connect. So we need clarification. In doing that, that kind of puts them on the defensive and not let them, get away from it.
But would you say also, Glenn, that in a situation like in this kind of like debate, you know, world that we're going on YouTube, would you say that men have an advantage because they can raise their voice and they have deeper voices than the women, and the women tend to generally can listen, whereas men struggle with the listening? Do you think that it's already a little bit imbalanced even before you start?
Well, it's whoever's going to be the most aggressive, right, tends to get heard, right, or tends to has a better upper hand on dictating how the debate is going to go, right? but you just have to interject yourself and stand on your position and make them answer for theirs.
The panel verse says, "Raising voice makes men look weak." Would you
Yeah,
agree?
I agree. Like,
I do not agree with that.
I
And
agree,
I'm gonna
but it just
drown you out. I'm gonna
depends.
drown you out every time. If I have a point, I'm gonna fucking say it, and you have no fucking power over me. You can lower my microphone. I'll just raise my shit back up.
Typically, that's what a woman will do in an argument too, or
I don't give a
debate.
fuck.
No, I'm saying that a man sometimes has to raise his voice just to be heard because a woman
Yeah.
just never shuts the fuck up.
Yeah, but we could argue that both ways, Jeremy.
Yeah,
Infamous
I
is
feel you.
you.
I feel you. You actually held your own. You did pretty good tonight.
If I can do one thing, bro, I can filibuster the fuck out of somebody, bro. I can talk for hours.
See, that's what I can't do. I'm so polite that I will wait till somebody's finished what they're saying, which is not going to work in this kind of situation.
Actually, no, it does. It does because it gives you time. Because here's the thing: if give people enough rope to hang themselves, so you let them talk, and then as you're letting them talk, you're writing down the notes, and then you're looking at your notes and you're seeing, okay, where is their weak spot here? Where is the inconsistency? And then once you see where the inconsistency is, you just hyper focus on that inconsistency and poke on it, and make them have to answer for it and try to clear it up and backpedal their statement. And then when they do that, now they're losing ground. And then now you keep on, well, no, did you mean this or this? Because you said this over here, but now it seems like you're switching up your story, and now you're saying this, and now you force them to have to answer for that. And you could let them talk the whole damn time and still win.
That's an interesting way of looking at it and very accurate as well. Yeah, just to make notes. Right, with you.
Yeah, just have a notepad next to you and just,
And would you like? I don't know. How do you separate yourself from your argument emotionally, even if you don't agree with it, Glenn?
I don't argue positions, or I don't argue anything that I actually don't personally believe.
But what happens if, like, I just showed everybody that I contradicted because those were my beliefs. It was kind of contradicting. So I have to detach myself, right?
Well, are you saying like detaching the
Hey yo, Flo, she's
position?
there. Turn your camera on.
No, detach. Like I may have contradictory opinions upon a subject. It sometimes it's typical woman. We don't necessarily always say it's either A or B or black or white. We look at the grey. So how does one detach itself from a grey?
From the gray?
Mm-hmm.
Mathematically,
I just say we live in the gray, but
well, yeah, we do live in the grey. But that
you
was
telling how to detach yourself from the nuances.
Yeah.
Well, then you could always explain that it's contextual,
right?
You hold this position here under this circumstance, but your position may change if the circumstances change.
Okay, I'm with you because I didn't get my point. I don't feel that I got my point across very well. That I do truly want men and women to not go against each other, but to work together.
Yeah, and see, that's what I always say. Like, men and women are complementary to one another. Now, are they operating complementary in 2024 as they were previous generations? No, but they're also just operating differently as well. Before, men had a purpose, and their purpose was to be the provider, the protector for women, because women were not in the position to do it for themselves. Financially speaking, physically speaking, right? But today, women don't need men; they want men, and they don't need a man to pay their bills. They could get a job and pay their own damn bills, like a lot of women do.
Right.
So, and that's the hard part that a lot of men struggle with is that they're not needed, they're wanted. And when you are not needed, but you are more of a luxury, right?
Dave,
women are allowed to be more
Hi.
picky.
Yeah, but when they start throwing, you
Why
know,
is it going?
categories like feminism, red pill, blue pill, that kind of shit gets on my nerves. It really does.
wait, Dave didn't say the thing.
Hold on, I'm trying to fix my audio real quick.
He got to say the thing. Dave, you can't pull up and not say the thing.
Hi, I'm Dave.
What up,
I'm at
Dave?
work,
Hey,
so
you're
I'm
looking
trying
well,
to fix it,
darling.
but I don't know why my thing's not working.
It's all right, Dave.
All right, I'm probably not sticking around. I'm just gonna quickly say, good job on the debate. You guys were awesome. It was very fun to watch. Glenn, saw you on Jubilee. Good job there.
Thank you,
That
sir.
was cool. Love you all. I'm gonna get back to work because the
Dave,
sound
it's
is
nice to
not
put a
coming through
face
my
to the name.
earphones. It's coming
You
through
never seen
everything, so I
Dave?
can't hear everything. So I will catch you
I haven't
guys
seen him in a
later.
while.
Love y'all. Bye bye.
Bye,
Take it
Dave.
easy, Dave.
Yo, Dave's in the gym. That's what's up. Dave lost a lot of
Oh,
weight.
yeah, he
Yeah.
has. I'm proud of him. He's been putting in work.
Oh, look,
Yes.
it's Flow State with his 2 wives.
Look at him, big pimping in Kansas.
Lucky
Flow State
fucker.
with his 2 wives.
One of them looks like Izzy.
That is Izzy, and she
Oh, it
pulled up
is
on.
Izzy.
She pulled up on Flow State, and she didn't pull up over here. That's crazy.
Yeah, the lady that we had to take the picture. That's what I said to her when she took it. I was like, "These are my wives," and she didn't even think I was funny at all. She was just like,
She's like, you
"Oh,
fucking
Okay.
misogynistic pig.
she's
Who
like,
do you think-
okay, okay."
Hey, Flow State, who do you think? Who do you think will win in a fight, Izzy or your wife?
Izzy,
What the
Izzy's a fucking vet. Like she's been shot. Who do you think would win a fight, Izzy or me? I don't even know about that.
That's funny as fuck. I like how nobody knew about that because of the crispy shit happened. Like that whole
Yeah,
thing
I'm
was
sure
supposed
Crispy-
to. That could have been a big
Crispy
thing.
love
Y'all
that.
should have. Wait, did y'all not IRL? Why didn't y'all IRL stream?
Because some
no.
things can need to be private, man.
Yeah,
No, shut up, Glenn.
we were
no one
too
gives
busy
a
having
fuck.
threesomes.
We're all streamers. Content. Oh,
Oh.
let's go. Let's go. It's all content. Y'all should have
No, so
IRL streamed
the
that
first
shit.
day I met her, 'cause I met her I met her on what, Thursday or Friday. I met her on Thursday, and then we both went down on Saturday, I think. But anyways, yeah, I don't know.
What the fuck?
We were just doing other shit, man.
Went down on Saturday.
Like I got my setup here at the house. She was downtown. She got her phone. It's just a pain in the ass. It was fucking nice outside.
It was nice, but you just gonna let her pull up in no shoes? That was disrespectful.
Is she not wearing shoes?
No, she's wearing shoes, but like those shoes are disrespectful.
What the fuck?
I would have turned the fuck around.
Oh, I'm sure Crispy would be looking at that picture and she'd be screwing right now.
Let's go, Crispy. Flick your bean. Flick your bean, Crispy. And then we're not gonna ignore the fact that Flow State has a shirt on that says "Run up and get down." Like what the fuck?
But I was just curious, how tall is Mrs. Flo? Because if you're 6'2", both women look quite tall.
I'm 6'1". She's like 5'4" or 5'3".
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of flexing at the knees a little bit.
What do you mean? What do you mean you're flexing at the knees? What does that mean?
Well, I don't know. Does she look taller than
She
that?
looks taller than 5'4".
Yeah, she looks like my size. Like I'm 5'7". She looks like my height at this point.
Well, I think that Izzy's 5'4". Too.
Oh, so I
think-
can beat up Izzy. That's what's up.
I don't know.
No, I don't think you could either.
She's quite hard, Resto. She's been to war.
I hope I would be the one that was hard.
You might be after she's done with you.
Let's go.
You might find a new kink.
New kinks unlocked type shit.
Mm-hmm.
No, they just look taller than what you say. Because when I stand next to my son and he's 6 foot, I'm just above his waist.
Well, you're how tall? You're tiny.
She's 4'11".
Yeah. So that's like a whole standard deviation shorter.
Well, the boy does got my genes.
I think that they're both 5'4", but I can't tell you for sure. They're both asleep right now.
Wait, how do you know Izzy's asleep?
Because she left here, didn't she?
Let's go.
Because she's in the other room. That's why.
He just tucked her in. Is what he's
always hide the truth in plain sight.
Well, I have to agree with serial killer to an extent. He said, but seriously, man or woman, you ultimately know the boundaries of the relationship between you and your partner if you're not, in your opinion, involved in a healthy relationship. Right, serial killer. And that's kind of like where I was trying to go with my argument, is that I think the majority of women, you know, when people say feminist, it's a category that they put all of us women into. And independence doesn't mean you're a feminist.
Here's the answer, though. We are all feminists to a degree. We have all grew up since the second wave, since the 60s, in this pro-feminist culture, right? So we're all feminists to a degree.
Yeah, to a degree, though. But when people, I find, Glenn, I find that people.
I'm a feminist.
Well, no, I find that some men want to
I love
weaponize
women's.
it, right? That some men want to weaponize it. Like, for example, I've been called a liberal feminist bitch when I've got very traditional values. So it's used as it's weaponized, like most movements are.
Well, I mean,
she's also been called a British bitch, and you can buy that merch on her merch store.
It's a catchphrase term that seems, it's just like calling, you know, a guy today that supports like traditional values toxic masculinity, right? It's just a catchphrase that they try to, like, you know, label people with. It's just don't mean shit.
No, I agree with you. All these categories, like this whole, you know, this YouTube streets with red pill, blue pill, black pill. I don't even know how many fucking pills there are, or, you know, and it's just further division. And people don't realize that we're doing exactly what they want us to do: fight amongst ourselves.
Yeah, it's what's the crazy thing about if
Anger Casper,
if
I'm gonna let
red
that slide.
pill was just red pill, what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be just empirical data, right? Like just irrefutable empirical data, and it gives you no way to feel about it. It's just, this is what men do, this is what women are prone to do, right? This is what is. That's it. Not tell you how to feel about what it is, but what they end up telling you to do is how to feel about what is, or they'll tell you how to they'll give like best practices, solutions, or advice about the data that they report on. And that's where the problem lies, because now if red pill is just about empirical truth, empirical data, and not giving advice on it, but then you give advice on it, then you have now just, you know, changed what red pill is. And then that's where you get all these different hot takes and all these different prescriptions, and, you know, got to treat a woman like a bitch, you know, make her earn this shit, you know what I mean? Like, and then like, oh, you're a simp if you do anything good, nice for your wife. Like, bro, that's his fucking wife.
Yeah, I can have a look at the back chat. No, I agree, Glenn. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Yeah, that's fine, Infamous. There's no problem. Do you want me to copy and paste it?
Thank you. Yeah, if you want to, I was gonna put a little. I have a little copy and paste. I was gonna put it. I was just gonna do it through my channel because I know you're gonna. It's gonna come through yours. So I just want to ask.
Well, I've
you
just
permission.
clicked on it and it says, sorry, couldn't find this page.
Okay. Well, I'll grab it and I'll put it. I'm probably gonna come up on a different avatar and then I'll put it in because I just typed it in. So.
All right.
I love y'all red pill motherfuckers because y'all push more women towards us. Let's go.
No, but this whole thing, this, it's ridiculous. Like, what's that other community that Bullets was from? That's a ridiculous
Oh, the
community
MGTOW,
as well.
the MGTOW motherfucker. Oh, did that? Wait, did I? Oh, damn, I did say it. Hold on, let me drop Melatonin. God damn it, I'm sorry.
You go.
MGTOW takes the information that comes from the red pill and they're a reaction to the data. Oh, well, you know what? I'm gonna go my own way. And you know what? Every man today that's not getting married the traditional way, not doing things like their grandparents did or their parents did, is kind of MGTOW. They are going their own way.
Yeah, but what I found sad about that community, Glenn, is that you get the one or two individuals who have been hurt by women, really, really hurt. And what they do, in my opinion, is they prey on men who are in a vulnerable position to say, it's okay to go up against what's natural between men and women, and that is to be together. Come, separate yourself from women. Do what's not, it's like almost like signing up to priesthood. So what, you're just going to wank for the rest of your life?
You know that they got
Can't do
robots now. They have sex robots now.
Can you put the link in the chat so I can click on it?
I've done a whole thing on it.
They do what? Say that again, Glenn.
Sex robots.
God, thank
I
you.
have done a whole stream on it.
I'm sorry.
I'm a wank till I die.
Deadass.
You can't stop me.
Sex robots.
I'm wanking right now.
I'm wanking right now.
So this flow, this is what you're waking to.
Oh God, does that make me gay?
No, actually.
I was looking at me.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's okay. That
That's
makes
real
you gay.
gay.
Can you put the link in the chat so I can click on it, please?
There's no link, Infamous. I don't know what you're talking about. The one that I clicked on didn't work.
The StreamYard link so I can go up because I'm on my tablet too.
I got you. Don't worry. Boom, bow.
Okay, because the link didn't work for me. Maybe because I'm in the UK. I don't know.
No, because I'm going to go on the StreamYard and then I'm going to click into it
I
through my
got you. I
tablet.
got you.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, that community, like sex robots, come on, sex robots, your hand, sex toys.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I might try it one time.
Here-
I ain't
here's
gonna
the thing.
lie. I
Women
might
been
try
having
it.
sex robots for a while now. Y'all just call them.
Are you gonna hold on? Are you gonna rent a sex robot?
No, I might try it, bro. Like I just might buy one and beat some Robo Cheeks, and just like see what it's about, bro. Like maybe that shit is good, but if it's curated,
What
for
if it's
dudes,
too
like,
good? What if it's like 10
Imagine-
times better than regular pussy?
Imagine
Then like,
the
hey,
guy
bro, I'm
that-
out.
Imagine
Fuck
the
that.
quality assurance guy that has to test them out.
Let me get that
before
job.
Packaging.
Like what the fuck?
It's like when you buy a gun and there's like that one spent casing in the box that to show they
Yeah.
test fired it.
Oh, that was such a bad look.
I'm just saying, bro. Like I might have to just test it out and see what's up.
Does anybody really want me to do quality control?
Infamous. We got two infamous, so you gotta.
I know
remove
the
your-
one that just came up. Leave it in the back chat.
Leave this person.
Yeah, she said leave this because she's on a tablet on the second one.
Okay, so do you want me to remove you or what?
No, just leave it. I'm gonna jump out as soon as I put the links in the back chat.
No, I mean,
Why
I
can't you
don't
put
know.
links in the? Okay, never mind. Fuck it.
Has any man ever had sex with a sex robot?
I
Um,
don't. If they have, they will not brag about it.
I fucked a shop vac.
I fucked the girl. I fucked the girl that was full of
Fuck outta here.
starfish.
I'm just kidding.
I thought you were vacuuming your room.
Well, men will stick their dick in anything. I know a dude that
Yeah.
stuck his
You
dick
think
in
I
a can of
vacuum my
beans.
room 3 times a day?
I knew a guy that stuck his dick in his gas tank.
Let's
Shut
go.
the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
Wait, how
Yeah.
does shit feel though?
I don't know. I said I knew a guy. I did say I was a guy.
So what's the weirdest shit any of y'all fucking stuck your dick in?
Well,
I was gonna
besides your
say,
mom,
let's go.
Dude, me too.
Hey, wait, hold on. You want to unpack that?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
I was wondering, like, how did that's
it.
kind of incestual. You want to talk about it? Do you need therapy?
The
Nope.
weirdest thing I ever stuck my dick in was this bitch in Poland.
She wasn't a bitch. That's why it was weird.
Let's go.
Boys, like Glenn, Flo, Jeremy, what?
I just don't put my dick a lot of weird.
I don't put my dick in weird places. I value my dick. Okay, it's special.
I don't whip my
I
shit
know
out
you
every
don't.
time
You
I get a
just- you're always
chance.
like
Dead
like,
ass.
like a piece of trash.
Don't give a fuck.
I see
Whip
that.
my dick out every time. Don't give a fuck. Somebody be like, let me see your dick. Boom, it's out there. What's up?
What the fuck, Chris?
You got that community dick. Just
Community
like-
dick, straight up community dick, bro. This shit
Yeah,
free.
yeah. That means like everybody could get it.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, see,
Don't give a fuck. You can't shame me.
I'm not going to. You just
Can't. You literally can't. It's not gonna work.
Just
Giving out
But it's
dick.
true, though. I think
You can't
men
believe you fuck fat
don't
bitches.
put dicks in anything. I don't.
I don't
think,
fuck. I don't fuck fat.
No,
bitches.
that's
Fuck
that.
that.
That's community dick. That's what
Nah,
community
nah.
dick
You got me
is.
fucked up. If I gotta lift up your stomach to get to that snatch, bro, it ain't happening.
No, that's her belly button that you're in.
That's a
Nah,
human
see.
slam pig.
I don't like fat girls because everything feels like a titty, and like I
You
just need
can't turn
titties.
the lights off on that kind of ugly.
Mm-mm.
Turn the lights off. What are you talking about, bro?
Right?
Nah,
I know.
we're
I
not
need.
doing that.
I need to watch my shit.
Yeah.
In
I
and
just,
out.
I just want to say
in
to
and
Kaz,
out.
Kaz, I hid it. I hid it for a good reason. That's why I might be that. I hid it. I'm taking it out the way because it was fake. I wasn't actually. It wasn't plugged in.
You hit your You hit your BBL.
No, my chat knows my secret weapon.
What is it? A Glock?
Her BBL.
No. It's just something that if I feel that I'm losing, I'm going to utilize.
Probably a
Let's go.
12 gauge.
I already told Mel if the gym don't work, surgery will. Let's go.
Right.
Spoken like a rich man.
Let's go.
Hello, can you go? Hello, can you go? Who? Romano,
How-
the boys.
How high can you put those super chats up? Let's go.
Yeah, no, I've got a little secret weapon which I'm going to use if I feel like I'm losing the argument. Which I'm surprised I didn't use tonight, actually. But then I can use it for Glenn.
Exactly. Glenn, she's finna colonize you, bro. You're
Uh-huh.
finna get colonized, bro. It's over with.
Yeah, it probably won't happen, but you know, you could try.
That's what
I
America
think I could
said.
try. Everyone loves a tryer, right?
Let's go.
Uh-huh. And I am the underdog in all of this, in all of the debates that I have until I'm seasoned myself. I'm the underdog.
I'm not a debater.
Yeah, but you're seasoned, Glenn.
Well, I'm definitely seasoned.
Yeah.
I think I'm the only person here that seasons his food besides Locksmith. Let's go.
But you're not a debater. I thought you were a debater.
No, I'm not a debater.
Oh,
I'm not. I don't really do debates. I like to have conversations, and sure, they may turn into debate-ish or argumentative, but really, I don't like. I'm not a big debater.
Oh, actually, I think me and
Like,
you are going to have a good chat.
Andrew is the debater, right? Like, you know,
Well-
you have to be quick to be a debater. I smoked a lot of weed when I was growing up.
That's
Man,
no
I
excuse,
lift
bro.
heavy things. Look, I just lift big shit. Okay,
Let's go.
thinking that I didn't use that muscle very much.
I lift big shit every time I take a piss.
Same here.
Let's go. But no, we'll get Andrew back on, hopefully, for on Mel's
Yeah, let me
Mel
have a
versus
bit
Mel.
more practice because I think I need it. When somebody goes in and says, "Fuck you, shut the fuck up," I'm like,
No, you
I
gotta
think if you
cook.
do a one-on-one, it would be completely different.
okay, right, all right.
You know, that would be, you know.
No, I
One of
heard
these-
that he can be different to what he came up here because look, I get it. I get it why he came in hot. There was somebody on panel that was talking shit on his wife, and I get it. What I didn't get was why he told me to shut the fuck up because I didn't say anything about his wife.
That's when you should have went off. You should have just went the fuck off, like straight purge mode. You should have just cooked him.
It was unexpected. That's all. And it caught me off guard. And maybe I'm not that quick. Simple as that. But, you know, if he ever comes back, then I'll do some homework and get some clips ready.
When he was talking about his balls or whatever, I was like, maybe you should check to see if his dropped. I said in the chat. I was all heated. I was like, damn.
Unplugged. This happened about a month or two ago, Resto.
I was actually going right back to check when that happened.
I think it was in September or the end of August or something like that.
Who was that?
Yeah. Oh, when Andrew came up and he was upset. And like I said, I don't blame him for being upset.
Understandable.
Yeah, understandably. I absolutely. But like when he told me to fuck off, I was like, huh? Okay. And I just shut up. But it did make me laugh. The whole thing made me laugh. And I think that obviously made him worse, me laughing at him. You know, because he just came in like, this is how I see it. It was almost like somebody going into, I don't know, the post office and going, give me a motherfucking stamp, you bitch. That's not how life works.
What? You got me messed up with the last one because I sure ain't the one.
Right. Oh, you know, that's why I started laughing because it's not normally how you approach any sort of interaction with anybody.
Yeah, I think like you got like I feel for them in the sense like they get attacked, and there's always attacks and people, you know, trying to start shit or make up shit with them. And a lot of these people, they say shit and then they never around, you know, to say like to own that shit, whatever they said. Right? Like they just start some bullshit and they run away. And you know, like they bring up like things that happened to like his son, and you know, just they can never argue against his argument. So they just steep really low.
They hit below the belt.
And it's just like
Oh, I'm not, like I said, I'm not surprised he came in hot because there was somebody in chat talking about his wife. I get it. It's understandable. What I'm saying is that I cannot, if that person had been on panel, I completely understand that he had every right to kick off with that person. But the person with the panel, and like I said, to me, it looked like somebody had gone into a post office and screamed, give me a motherfucking stamp, bitch! And that's why I started laughing.
You also have to look at the fact that this is entertainment. He was entertaining an audience, your audience as well, right? And then whatever audience of, you know, whatever of his audience that actually came to observe what was going on, right? There's somewhat of a showmanship there.
Yeah, no, I get it.
So like, I always say like, how people behave on the internet, just don't ever expect that probably in real life. You know, a lot of people put on a persona or a character, and that's who they want you to think they are. Then they might not be that person in real life.
Oh no, like I said, I'm not a judgmental type, Glenn. I really am not. I'm one of the least judgmental people on the face of this planet.
I wasn't saying that you were. I was just saying this. I'm just like, oh, it's a good rule of thumb overall.
Right.
Just don't ever assume people are who they are on the internet. It's just everything. The way I look at it is everything's fake on the internet until I see it in real life.
Deadass.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, like I said, I didn't form an opinion of the man. I was a bit surprised because, you know, I understand the circumstances in which he came in. So it wasn't, I didn't think, oh, this man's a wanker or anything like that. No, I was just a bit taken back at that time. And I even said, through different people. If he wants to come back at any other time and have a discussion, then at least I know when, and I'm a bit more prepared. That's all.
Yeah. And Andrew's always a good sport. If you want to debate him or you have a disagreement and you want to have that conversation and
I
hash
did
it out.
want to have that conversation with him,
Yeah.
Glenn. I wanted to have a conversation with him about the religious aspect of some of the things that I've heard him say, and I wanted to pick his brain, but he was heated at the time. It wasn't the right time.
Yeah, no, I'm sure Andrew. I'm sure Andrew would definitely have that conversation with you, a one-on-one. It'll be an interesting conversation.
It would, because I'm non-religious, but I also respect people who are religious. But there's certain aspects that I don't understand. Like, does the Bible say all men should hate women?
No,
Right.
doesn't say that at all.
Right, and sometimes I feel that because I've never gone to check him out on his own show. I've seen him on, let's say, other people's shows, and I've heard to I've listened to some of his tactics, and I just wanted to. Good morning, Paul. I just wanted to question him and pick his brain rather than a debate.
Yeah, no, I think it'll be good. Man, I said this. I think I said this on a little bit earlier on Fatty's stream. You know, men are so. I didn't say it this exact way, but I said like basically men are so focused and hyper focused on being the authority, the head. You know, you got to submit to me, bitch.
Right.
Like,
Right.
And not even understanding what that position fully entails. Like, I don't want ideally I don't want control over anybody. I just want control over my damn self. You know what I mean? Like, that's about it. I don't control nobody. I don't want control over you. I have my boundaries. And you clearly would know what my boundaries are if we were in a relationship. And you could do whatever the fuck you want to do. But if you step outside my boundaries, you just made yourself single because I'm not going to be involved in that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's nothing against you. I don't want to stop you from doing what you want to do. That's just not where I'm comfortable with, right? People, that's what control is. Control is knowing that you only have control over yourself, what you want in your life, what you are going to accept and not accept in your life. That's it. You don't have control over other people. You don't. That's domineering. That's trying to, be controlling. I've always said women love a man that's in control, but they hate a man that's controlling.
Right. And there's a difference.
Huge difference there.
Yeah.
Huge difference.
100%. I'm with you on that. And those were the kind of points that I was trying to argue to say that, yes, women are attracted to, men who are confident. But
Yeah,
it doesn't mean I'm
confidence
feminine.
confidence doesn't mean submit, bitch.
No, absolutely not. Right. There's a difference.
Here's the thing, like, think about this. If a guy has to remind a woman that she is to submit to him, then he is obviously not the guy that is worthy of submission in her eyes.
Yeah.
And he has to ask himself, not necessarily what's wrong with her, but what have I not done? Why is there this like confusion between the two of us?
Now, Glenn, are you talking about like the beginning of when you're trying to hook up with somebody, or are you talking about later on?
I'm talking about like in a relationship. Let's say like in a marriage, because dating, that ain't shit, right? Once you're in a relationship, once you're married to the person, right? Well, you would think that once you're married, this individual has earned the position that they're in, and the respect and the that goes along with the title. So if they're your husband and you are a Christian or somebody that holds to one of the Abrahamic religions, then yeah, your Bible, your whatever is going to be what's expected of a wife to behave like or a husband to behave like. Um, but that doesn't mean that guy has to remind you, hey woman, you know you're my wife, so you got to submit to me, bitch. You know, like
No, I
nowhere in the
know, and
Bible
that's
does
what I
it
was.
say husbands remind the wives that she needs to submit, bitch.
Well, that's what I was trying to say. I was trying to say exactly that. I was trying to say that it's okay for women to be a bit more independent, right? That doesn't mean that that's, and still understand the roles of a man and the role of a woman, which most women do, you
You
know?
know, a Proverbs 31 woman is like what a lot of like Christians will say like that they're looking for in a wife. And that woman that's defined in Proverbs 31, she was not only, taking care of all the people in her house, her servants, and, not just her husband, but her servants, the kids, making sure that all their stuff is taken care of, feeding them. And this woman is going out buying land with her own money, right? That she has acquired, that she has earned, and to build a vineyard, so she could sell wine or whatever to her wino friends. Like she's making like boss like moves. She's an entrepreneur. She wasn't just at home barefoot pregnant in the kitchen. And so when I hear Christian guys say like they want like, a Proverbs 31 woman, and then they get mad that, well, your wife runs a business or she works. I'm kind of confused because that's exactly what she was doing. She was working.
I'm confused too. I'm confused too, Glenn, because do you know how many times I hear men going, "Oh, women only want to get with us for our money. We're going to lose our money." But what they don't realize is that at the end of the day, typically when you get married, that woman takes a decade or two off work to look after the children, so she is
Yep.
unable to work a lot of the time.
Yeah, and daycare, childcare costs are through the roof, especially when they're small. So I actually got a job at a childcare thing just to get half off daycare. So I've taken care of other kids just to take my kids to childcare and have that social interaction. And I did that for a few years.
Yeah, I think like there's
Y'all making a lot of excuses for people that just wanted to fuck.
there's an exchange of there's like an understanding and an exchange there, like right. So since she's gonna stay at home with the kids because you want your kids not to be watched by strangers but by the mom, and to install values and discipline that you approve of, not some stranger, right? You want your wife to, to be with your kids, not somebody you don't know. So that means she's going to be out of the workforce and she's going to be with the kids, so you're going to carry the financial load, and that would be your responsibility. Cool. Now, let's say she wants out of the marriage, right? Do I think she gets to say, well, hey, I want some money now because I haven't worked for the past 10 years and I'm bored with you and I want out? Yeah, no, I don't think that's how it would go, in my opinion. I'd be like, well,
Also, I just say that women, mothers especially, wear a lot of hats, and as I was saying in the chat earlier, is that we wear, a lot of hats. Like, if there was a pay, where women were to get paid for what they do, especially as mothers, is we're nurses, we're counselors, we're teachers. You know what I mean? We're a cook, we're a lot of things. We wear a lot of hats. So it's a lot of jobs. It's a lot of jobs. If it was an actual occupation, you'd be doing a lot. You're doing a lot of stuff.
I think a mother's role is probably one of the most valuable, most precious, and like misappreciated or least appreciated jobs our society views of it. Even I'm talking about even women. Women bitch about other women just wanting to be stay-at-home moms.
Right.
Like you only want to be a stay-at-home mom? Like you don't want to like what only? Do you know how amazing that job is? Like, do you know like the level of
Yeah.
responsibility and just man?
I feel
What do
your
you?
They
point though.
also
Like
need, they
sometimes they be
also need
capping.
respite
Sometimes
sometimes
y'all
too.
be capping. Y'all be like, "Oh, it's so hard to do this, hard to do that." Y'all
No, I never
choose to
said
do those
hard.
things.
There's a
No, no,
difference. I
no,
never
not you,
said
not you,
hard.
Glenn, not you, Glenn. I'm talking about them. Like they're saying, like, "Oh, it's so hard to do this, so hard to do that," but like those are things that y'all choose to do. You don't have to. You don't have to do those things.
Yeah,
Y'all just go
I
out of
never
y'all way
necessarily
to
said
do
hard. I
dumb
would
shit.
say like it's consuming. It's definitely, um definitely a lot of hours, like round the clock
Yeah.
type of shit.
And I believe if you're genuinely invested to, to be, an equal to your partner or to
Okay,
your
so
husband.
survive for 24 hours and your job is done. That's basically what you got to do. That's what you're telling. That's what you're telling me.
So
But I'm just saying. But to me, you know what I mean. It's valuable on both ends. If that's the way you look at
How?
your.
How's that valuable for me?
I mean,
Really?
I'm gonna suck your dick, right?
Let's go.
so
I'm saying.
Enthusiastically too.
I got a
No, I'm
question.
just saying. I'm
Oh
just saying.
Lord,
Like, I'm just saying. How is that valuable to me?
I don't know how valuable is
No,
dick.
no, not you, Glenn. God damn it. I was talking to Infamous. She's talking about like she's gonna take care of like the family and shit. What does that encompass? What does take care of the family encompass? Like that has nothing to do with me, right? Because I still have to do my same job, making my same salary, doing the same shit in my life, and then I have to look at you be all ugly and
and then
depressed. So
we put on all those hats, and
what do you have
we
to
still have
offer
time
me?
to please our partner. So that's, I
Time
mean,
to please
hello.
what?
You better stop, Resto.
That's not a job. There should be love, right?
Exactly. Let's go. You
That
was
should
doing
be
that
a
in the beginning.
desire. See that right there? You made that sound like a
But
chore.
you're saying that we're complaining. That's not necessarily every woman
You're
complains.
literally
You know,
complaining right now. Look at the octaves in your voice. You're
I'm
complaining.
not complaining. I'm just saying the other side of the argument of the discussion.
Yeah, the
That's
other
all I'm
side is
saying.
wrong, and I'm correct.
Why are you fighting with me?
All right. So
Because
what do
you're
y'all?
because you're because you're actually
Who
wrong
hurt
right
you?
now.
Who hurt you?
Not you. Oh my
Nobody
god.
hurt me. Nobody hurt me. Who broke my heart? Nobody.
I can save her.
No, but we didn't touch on one of the subjects was the marriage subject, and that was a really important subject that I did want to go into because nowadays the whole marriage is not taken seriously. It's
Well,
all about.
marriage is not valued.
Hmm?
There's no value. Our culture has, devalued marriage,
Absolutely.
and they don't know like. Okay, so one side you will have the religious view of marriage as it's a sacrament, right? And it's a marriage. Christ and the church, marriage is a representation. It's an imagery. It reflects the relationship between Christ and the church, husband and wife, right? And so to believers, that's supposed to mean a lot, right? And they're supposed to uh hold the importance of it, to that esteem. And we see even now in especially in Protestant churches that, there's more divorce running rampant there than in any other religion. Like I think it's Protestant Christians have a higher divorce rate than any other world religion. So even they don't value marriage as they should these days. So it's a cultural problem. I think people are so consumed with how things feel rather than what is real.
Mhm.
And oh, I don't feel love right now. I don't feel the love, so I want out. I want the honeymoon stage forever. Well, that's not reality, right? Happiness is not sustainable. It's not a destination, right? It's always ever, elusive. And really, you're the happiest in anything is in the pursuit of it. Because when you reach that goal, what are you? You're happy you reached it, but now you need a new goal because that happiness is gonna fade away, right? So it's not a sustainable thing. But
But
I
also,
think
do you think, Glenn, that women Whereas women, for example, in my mother's era, would tolerate and forgive infidelity, women nowadays are like, no, we won't tolerate no more of that bullshit. We want out. And
I
don't.
think a lot of it
And
has to do with
There's
the
a lot of it has become
economical
generational,
position that
learning what
they're
you
in.
see, basically. Learning what you see, and it had become generational.
Um,
Like if you
it's
have
like,
like
well, it's
not
like
healthy,
this. It's
like you
like
don't
they
know what
weren't in
healthy
the
relationships
position.
look like.
They
If you
weren't
don't
in
know
the
what healthy
position
relationships look like,
financially to
then
do that.
you're gonna subconsciously attract what you kind of generationally have seen in your life.
But also, women weren't really in the position in like my grandmother's era, right? My grandmother came up in the 20s, right? And I tell people like, look, you want a traditional woman? She's about 96 years old. So there's no modern no young woman today is a traditional woman. All right. The last traditional generation are all in their 90s. And they're either dead or they're gonna die. Um, so stop saying you want traditional women. Stop saying you want to go back to the 1950s. The 1950s is for some reason is romanticized in people's head that think that like everything was just perfect and hunky dory, that everybody had to leave it to beaver mom and dad, and no, that's not how things were. That's
You know why
Hollywood.
it's still warm.
you know um and all these people that say they want it, they've never experienced it.
No, I agree with you, Glenn, 100%. And the vows, people say to me, right, people have judged me for being middle aged and not married and gone, well, what's wrong with you? You're not married. There's nothing wrong with me. I just haven't met the man that I am prepared to fulfill my vows with. And so
Mel,
if I'm not prepared to fulfill my vows, what's the point of entering a marriage? Yes, Jeremy.
Mel, will you marry me?
Well, yeah, we'll have a YouTube wedding.
Yeah.
No.
I'm
Look,
joking.
you're gonna have to deal with it. Somebody's gonna be your daddy soon.
I do not consent. I do not consent to this
I do not.
bullshit.
He's my son. He needs to consent. You need to ask him for, my hand in marriage, Jeremy.
You remember Baby Boy, right?
No, that didn't happen. I don't know what the fuck. That
He
didn't
almost went to
happen.
Movie
Diddy
Baby Boy.
World. He
You
almost went to Diddy
Tyrese.
World.
No, I'm not. Nope.
You're gonna be Tyrese.
Y'all can continue to try.
Hey, can I ask Glenn a question?
You can
Since you
try.
speak, all right. So since you've been speaking about women and shit, right?
Let's
And
go.
so, what do you think about single fathers, man, and how their role is as a single father?
Unfortunately, single, like statistically speaking, single dads that have custody of their kids
Mhm.
tend to raise much better children overall than single mothers do. The children that are raised by single fathers tend to have a higher education, tend to have jobs that are higher paying, right? Tend to have less issues with law enforcement and drugs, but they still fare way less than children raised with both mom and dad in the home, right?
True
Uh,
that.
so single dads are badass. Like, there was a time, I want to say up until like 19 or 18, mid 1800s, that if there was a divorce, the father was defaulted, awarded custody of the children because it's his responsibility, you know. And since he is responsible for his offspring as a man, he would be given custody of the kids. The mom wouldn't. So mom's having custody by default because of nurturing or whatever they're saying. That's a relatively new thing in our history, and even that's kind of changing to more of determining who is better suited for primary custody of the child, based off of merit, not so much um, sex anymore, which I think is a much better way of doing things. So I applaud single fathers, but I also applaud good single moms that, you know, do a good job. Like single moms can never, do anything that a dad could do, just like a dad can never do anything that a mom could do. But there's single moms that know that they can never be a dad to their son or their daughter, and they will put other men like their father, so like the grandfather or the uncle, or a good male
A
leader,
mentor.
mentor in their children's life to substitute for that absent father figure.
That's what
um
I do currently, because I have one girl and three boys. So I know for a fact I could wear all those hats, but the one hat I can't wear is teach a boy to be a man. I could teach them what I mean, how to be teach them how to do laundry. You could teach them what I mean, how to respect women and things like that. But when it comes to teaching them what a man could do, I know for a fact, and it's hard. I wish I could. I wish I could just put that hat on and just be able to do it. But there's certain things that I cannot teach them because I'm not a man.
yeah, and there's that it's so crazy. We, society wise, we have tried to say that like dads are obsolete, dads are not necessary.
Oh no, they're definitely necessary.
They're
And
extremely
especially if
necessary.
you have girls, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but if you have girls, because if it's a good, a man that has values, that's teaching your girl what kind of man to look for. You know what I mean?
Even a
But
bad dad does. Even a shitty dad
yeah,
that's
and
home
what not to look
teaches
for.
the kid what value or what to not be like. Like as a son, a shitty dad will teach a young man what not to be like. A
Right,
shitty
right.
dad will teach a young lady what
Yes.
not to look for in a man, to look
You're
for
right.
higher standards than this, right? So even a shitty dad is useful.
You're right.
It's an absent father. A no father is the real
Problem.
detrimental to the child's life, because now they don't have anything to gauge off of, and they're just kind of shooting in the dark type of thing.
100%, Glenn. Do you think that other male figures can be as effective as the father, like a grandfather or an uncle, or do you think it's never going to be like a father role?
It's never going to be exactly the same like a dad, like their biological father.
Having that presence
But
is very
I do believe that a good male role model could always fill in the gap, where they can, and still give that young individual, that young man, young woman, enough of that father figure influence that they need to equip them with what is necessary for them
like
to
right
be
now.
a good adult.
I made a conscious choice not to have men in and out of my life because of my children, but I do have mentors for them. I do have mentors that what I mean, that come and spend time, to implement now.
Mel, I'm trying to.
I just want to know
in
why,
their
but
life that come,
did I
and teach them and spend time with them. To teach them.
Infamous, give me a second. Infamous.
Just pause 1 minute.
Infamous. Give me a second.
When the banner's up, yeah, just pause.
Ruck, is that you? Okay, buddy, you got about 3
please
seconds.
read the back chat. Please read the back chat.
Okay, there you go. Okay.
Right, okay. So normally, guys, when the banner goes up,
Okay. Gotcha.
when the banner goes up, try and pause, just because we're trying to get somebody up and make sure it's not some flaccid penis.
Let's go. Wait,
Let's go.
No, wait. Actually, no. Let's.
Mine's blasted right now. You see it? Yo, I'm gonna stop right here. You guys, I gotta go. I gotta go be a single father right now. I gotta get my kids ready.
Good night, Jeremy. Good night.
Yeah, I'll
Oh,
be
good
up to you
morning.
guys
I'm
real
not sure what time it is there.
6 o'clock in the morning, ma'am.
Oh, good morning, and get your kiddies off to school. And Jeremy is a great example that single fathers are just as great as single mothers. There's no discrimination whether it's a man raising them or a woman raising them.
And single dads tend to fare better overall. Like they don't have single dads. Like I don't know Jeremy's situation, but women typically do not have the same repulsive reaction to dating a single dad as men do when it comes to dating a single mom.
I'm gonna go on mute.
Well, what do you mean, Glenn? Can you elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, like women tend to be more willing to date a single dad compared to men willing to date a single mom.
Wait,
They're
Are we doing this conversation for the free skis? Like, what the fuck?
like like women are more likely gonna have less of an issue dating a the banner's up.
Nah.
No, I agree with Glenn, actually. I agree with him because I think a father is much more hesitant on taking other children as his own than a mother, because a mother is generally more nurturing.
Well, like if, like for example, my like my wife is not my kid's mom, right? And you know, because I got divorced, and I had no problem when I went decided to get back on the market, none whatsoever. And I told her like yo, I got kids, and I have a duty and a responsibility to them first. So like you have to understand that, you have to be cool with that, and no problem. But if I was a woman, right, and a guy was like, oh wait a minute, you got kids? Yeah, I ain't gonna be the guy with a single mom, right? There's this like negative stigma attached to it.
I wouldn't call it a stigma. I think it'd be biological. A man's prerogative is always going to be to have his own offspring, and if she's already got them, you're lowering the chance.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, like, if the woman is willing to have your kids as well, right? Like, then it's not that. It's that typically what comes with single moms is, the ex-husband or the father, and that's where the real complication tends to be. It's that this man that doesn't live in your house is going to still have some way to govern or dictate what's going to go on in your house, especially when it comes to involving his child, right? So, and it just kind of like, it's a very complicated scenario that, and it becomes really kind of problematic overall. And it's just not, if a guy doesn't have, if a guy has other options, right? And if there were all things equal, the single mom is, and the single woman that doesn't have, kids, we're all equal in every category. The guy most likely is going to pick the woman that doesn't have kids.
Yeah, but also you have to recognize that on the other side of that coin, the single fathers usually probably don't have the kids.
Well, no, I'm talking about the dads that have custody of the kids. Yeah, they don't tend to have an issue when it comes to dating and whatnot, because women actually look at that as a value mark. Oh, this man takes care of his kids. He's family orientated. He cares about.
They're attracted to it.
It's an attractive feature, right?
Yeah.
It's a quality that's desired. So, but that doesn't flip the same way when it comes to men looking at women like, oh, she's maternal. Look at how she raises her kids. Like, no, it's not a thing that guys use as a measure.
Comes with the maturity level of the man too, as well.
Well, again, like there's
bullshit. I gotta call that bullshit out, Infamous. That's bullshit.
It's true.
It's not necessarily maturity. It has a lot to do with more. Do you
what their
complicate your life with
the same way that women look at a married man and be like, oh, I wonder why his wife likes him. Oh wow, that looks pretty cool. We also wonder why that motherfucker didn't like you to stay.
Well, it goes both ways too, because that's what I wonder.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Not at all. Not at all.
No,
No,
we
it doesn't.
already know because we already know you're going to tell us that he is a narcissist. He's an asshole.
Well, you can't
He's
say that
controlling.
though. Like, I wouldn't say something like that.
No, I'm not saying you as in you. I'm just saying
It's in general, but
that's a general statement that we tend
yeah,
to hear quite often. And just like from
yeah.
guys, when I hear from guys like, oh, she was a crazy psycho bitch, she was like manipulative, and I'm like, yeah, but you didn't have a problem with that when y'all got married. So when did you decide you want to have a problem with this?
So that was a fucking
And
lie.
we
Are you
find that
talking
everybody has
fathers?
baggage, especially if they're divorced or you know what I mean. They're single dads or single moms. Everybody has baggage at some point in their life. You know,
Yeah,
I mean, there's what you do with that, and if you let it affect your future, people
Well,
that
here's the
you
thing:
interact.
the baggage with males stops with us. We don't put our baggage on anybody else. Females tend to like spread their
Not all
baggage.
men.
They need help
Cap,
carrying that groceries. They need help carrying
capping,
those groceries.
Not all.
you
I have
capping,
Because
bro.
I've met some that just say they whine and they complain, and I'm just like, okay, I'm done. I'm done with the conversation. Over it. So I'm not trying to hear it. I understand that that when you get to a certain age, that everybody has some type of baggage, and it's just how you approach. It's just who you choose. I guess I don't know. I look at them cut from a different cloth. I guess. I
I
just I
think
just
like you
I
have to
respect that and I understand that.
you can know like how mature or how
You're only worth what you allow.
well-rounded an individual is, like even if they're divorced, how they speak about their ex.
Fact.
Exactly.
Very few times have I heard women actually speak about their ex in a very positive and very uh like
It's never their fault.
well, it's just like I've heard maybe a handful of women be like, my ex-husband is an amazing, father. He was great. It just didn't work out for us, and that's fine. But he is, we both are the best, co-parenting part teammates that we could be, and we get along great now. Like very few have I ever heard that. I normally hear from both sides. They're some fucking asshole or crazy psycho,
Yeah.
and so when I hear the few times that I hear like the positive comments about someone's ex, I go, okay, so that individual is probably pretty well rounded and probably has a good level head and takes some ownership of that failed relationship to some
Right.
degree.
Right. And those conversations, if it's somebody potentially that that you're wanting to, interact with in that manner, then I mean, those conversations should be had right from the beginning and don't wait. So a lot of people wait until later. Oh, well, they don't have these conversations that are crucial, I think, into who you're going to end up, who you want to you be a partner with, who you want to be with. And if you don't have those conversations, you wait till later and you're like, oh, I didn't know you did this. And I didn't know that you felt this way or that way, and I think that if you say that right from the jump, right, not right in the beginning, but, pretty, early, before you make some commitment, then you can make those choices of whether you want to be, with that person or not. You can make logical
Yeah,
decisions
and I
about
always like the biggest thing for single moms, like for guys, I always say it's like I single moms is such a broad category, but not all single moms are the same. Like I would say that a woman that's a widow and that happens to be a single mom now is not the same as a single mom who decided to divorce her husband because she didn't feel the love anymore or whatever. Those are not two completely different type of women, right?
even
Like
my exes, my son's dad, my son's fathers. I won't even. Another thing too is not to be airing that out with like your kids and stuff like that. And I make
Yeah.
sure I make a conscious point of not, bad mouthing their fathers. Because it's there's no point to it. If they get to an age where they're older and they want to know, I'm not gonna lie, but you know what I mean. I'm not gonna bring that and have them have to carry that weight because it's not their weight to carry.
Yeah, I always say like I encourage single parents to never speak ill of your ex. Your kid's going to be able to know who their parents really are at some point in time. They're gonna understand who they are. It's gonna be revealed to them, just through their
And
own
if they want to know when
encounters
they're
and
older
through
and
their
they're
own
mature enough to understand, you
observation.
can explain it. Yeah.
You know,
Right,
Sorry.
they don't need you to badmouth them to expedite the process.
Right.
You know, they will come to that
If
understanding on
you're
their
just going to
own.
have a reverse reaction from the child if you're constantly bad mouthing the other one, you know?
Well, what you're doing is you're saying that your hate for your ex is greater than your love for your child.
Right,
And
and
when
then
you
but
do
then
that,
you're putting that child in a position to where they're like, well, I love both my parents, and when they're little, but as they get older, they're going to start to rebel against if you're constantly bad mouthing the
well,
other parent.
they're going to put them in a position where they feel like they have to pick sides, and your kids should never have to pick sides. They should always have both parents.
Exactly.
You know, that should be very important.
Rock, did you want to say something?
I do have a quick question, but I'm hesitant now because you guys have kind of moved past that beat.
Yeah,
Um,
tangent.
yeah. Backing it up just a second. When we're entering these relationships with a potential new partner that has a child or even doesn't have a child, I know when I was younger, I was terribly guilty of this, and my roommate still does it. Quite often, we judge the potential partner by who their former partners were.
Well,
And
yeah,
in the sense of that, if that person was good enough for you, you aren't good enough for me. So I think that has to, I think it still exists, unfortunately. But I mean, we
I would
do
don't
it.
say
We do
unfortunately. I
it.
think it's a
I'm
good
not going to
thing.
lie, and I'm curious as to what your thoughts are on that, Glenn, and the rest of the panel.
I don't think it's
I agree.
a bad thing at all. I think it's a good thing. What you're doing is you're getting as much information as you can to try to make an informed decision based off of
But you can't base it off of their ex,
well,
because
There you,
there's a
there
reason
you
why they're
can
not
because
together.
you,
Yeah, there's a
you
reason why
can
they're
because
not
it
No,
tells
but it
you
does help you understand how her picker works. And if her
exactly. It
picker
talks about
chose
her
him, I'm not sure if her picker's healthy enough for me to be the right healthy choice by her
right.
or
picker.
it
And I
just
think
kind of
And that
shows that they
affects how
may
my
take
picker chooses.
it just shows that they may take they have made like really bad they have a history of making really bad decisions, right? They got with this guy. This guy is a a woman beating criminal that everybody has known. Like there was no secret to that, and she married him. Yeah, this woman doesn't make the best choices in life. Maybe this might not be a good look for me.
but sometimes those people don't present those things, and when you're younger and as you experience life, you learn your picker. Your picker changes. Your picker starts picking a little differently, but sometimes you get in those positions, and they don't present that. They don't present their true self, in the
What are you
beginning
talking
because
about? I heard about this thing called woman's intuition and shit.
Oh
And
yeah, we have a strong woman's
right,
intuition.
but
yeah,
when they're
I
talking
don't think
about, and I
women's
know that you're not
intuition
no.
just saying
shit.
about domestic violence, but people
Infamous,
that
would
are,
you mind
I'll
like I
tell
said,
you,
I'm not
putting
talking
your volume
on that,
down? Infamous.
but I'm just
Would you
saying they
mind
don't present
putting?
themselves. They present themselves as a rock, as a security. You know what I mean? As that's the person where you've been all my life. They make you feel safer.
Oh, my bad. Not button.
All
I was just trying to put your volume down, Infamous, because you're loud.
I think women's intuition ain't shit.
Yeah,
No, we
fact.
ignore it a lot of the time. You know what it is, Glenn? I say it quite a lot, and I don't know why we ignore it, but there's been so many times where my gut's gone, this man's not right, and my brain has gone, you know what? What's my gut know? I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. It does exist.
Your brain
Where-
says you can fix them.
No,
That's
no,
just
no, 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 no.
That's
Huh?
confirmation bias, Mel. I guarantee you there's been plenty of times when you thought someone was bad and they weren't.
No, yeah, my gut's never been wrong. Never been wrong.
Isn't
Never.
that kind of equating, or it definitely reminds me of, like, as guys, when you got to that daredevil stage, you stop listening to that inner voice that says don't do this, whether it's through peer pressure or whether it's through a sense of adventure. At points, I think we all have that inner voice, and I remember specific points when I didn't listen to it and I suffered for it. So to me, it kind of
I
equates
still
to the
don't
same
listen
thing.
to it. I'm like, shit, there's risk. Let's do it. What are the odds?
Mm-hmm. Crab, what do you think, darling? Because I know you tried to chime in a couple of times.
About what specifically?
I don't know. You
Sorry.
tried to talk a couple of times.
Oh, I'm tired. I can't remember.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I was curious if with the custody thing, with women being attracted to men, if that was like a full custody or partial custody.
For Glenn.
I think that it's just. I don't think it really matters. I think what women see in it is that this person is one responsible. He's invested in family values. He's taking care of his right. Like these are all like they're security traits that women see, right? Like so it makes them feel that this guy's not going to just up and leave them, it's not just going to ghost them, like that kind of thing. It just kind of like it reinforces that this individual has a certain type of character that's admirable and attractive at the same time.
And I feel also that if you want to be a part of somebody's life, somebody wants to be a part of your life, they're going to make it a point to be in there. You know what I mean? Like regardless of whatever the case may be, if that's a personal, a personal choice. But they're gonna be, if they really want to be like, if they want to be a friend, you want to be a part of your life, they're going to make a point. If they really truly value for who you are as a person, if they see, if they make those choices, if they see who you are. I don't know if that makes sense. By the can out a little jumbled.
Oh God, my phone. Sorry, I was just trying to multitask. Yeah, I mean, I agree with both points. Everybody, all the points, but absolutely agree with Glenn that when a woman finds a man who is maybe a single father, they would find that an attractive quality, and I can understand why men wouldn't, because of what he said about there's always going to be another man in your life. I get that completely, 100%. Oh, where did Infamous go? I mean, would the rest of you men agree or disagree on panel about Glenn's point?
No, I don't. When I'm walking through the shopping center or something with one of my kids, I get so many smiles.
Because it's a lovely thing to see.
I've never had so many women hit on me until I put on a wedding ring.
Yo, I'm telling you, like my son when he was little, like shit. You know how some guys use like puppies and dogs to pick up chicks? Hell nah. Dress my little son up like a little mini me, go to the park, got all the moms.
Yeah, because we love to see that man nurturing his child. It's a quality. I mean, I'm old and I'm still a daddy's girl, and my dad would go to war for me. This is the kind of standard of man that I look for, and maybe that's why I'm not.
See, it's attractive, and I think, and here's where guys kind of get confused when women talk about the things that they find, attractive. Attractive does not mean arousing. Attractive and arousal are two completely different standards, right? When guys typically ask a woman like, "What do you look for in a man?" Women tend to tell you all the attractive qualities that they desire their man to have, right? And the guy could be checking off that list. He's like, "Yeah, I do that. Yeah, I'm that," right? And that means for long-term investment, like in a relationship. What women don't tell you is what's arousing, and what's arousing could be a guy that has none of those qualities that she just listed to you as what she found attractive in a man. And that's why guys are like, man, she says she likes a guy like this, but then she ends up fucking that guy. There's a difference between attractive and arousing for women.
Absolutely. Whereas I think men, when you say to a man,
we only have one standard.
I think you do the opposite. When you say what kind of woman are you looking for, you tend to go on the physicalities of a woman, what she looks like.
Well, yeah, because it's always like, is she hot or not?
Right.
Like that's the basic metric right there. Like, can we fuck? Do I want to? Okay, she meets the standard. That's normal for guys. Guys don't. That's the other problem. Guys don't have standards for women on average. It's literally She has a pulse. She touched my pee-pee. This woman is wifey. And then they get mad that, they get in this relationship with this chick and they realize, she doesn't do all these other things. Well, why did you expect to think that she did? You never vetted for that. All she had to do was touch your pee-pee. Now you're changing the game on her, and now you're expecting more from her than you told her you were expecting.
Let's go.
So it's guys need to take time and understand before they get in a relationship, what do they like want in a woman? What is the qualities that is wifey material beyond touching your dick? Because you can get any woman to touch your dick. That's easy. Sometimes you may have to pay for it, but a woman will touch it. So that can't be the only metric or threshold that a woman has to meet.
Let's go. We love sluts. Let's go.
Yeah. Like everybody loves sluts. I mean, I don't know a guy in this world that does not love sluts. Even the most devout religious person in the world, I would say, loves a slut. He just doesn't want to marry one.
Oh no, I ain't gonna marry you. I'm gonna fuck you though. I'm gonna fuck you.
Exactly.
I mean, do you think that the men and women, because we are so different, do you think we'll ever come to a compromise and say, where we're completely on an even keel?
Nah,
well, we're gonna come, but like, nah.
Like,
we can't. You just don't listen to us.
Vice versa.
Hey, nah, that's bullshit.
My dad has selective hearing. When my mum talks, he doesn't hear nothing. But when it's me,
he's listening to that same bullshit. Bro,
Yeah.
I don't listen to my wife. I've listened to that same bullshit for 10 years. You think I give a fuck?
Maybe
I don't
she ain't
care.
saying anything.
Here's the sad thing. Men have,
this is what I'm saying.
Men have deferred their authoritative role, for the sake of equality or whatever they want to call it. But also men have been made to be like the Homer Simpson, the buffoon dad. Like he's like just the oldest child that, like he's just the big kid that, mom has to be mom and wife for. And when women have that, like a view of what men are, it makes it hard for a woman to really feel trust, being able to trust or rest or really to feel secure in a man entirely.
But didn't this all start with television exposure to shows like Leave It to Beaver and stuff like that back in the 50s and 60s, when the dad would come home from work and the first thing he would do was there would be an immediate greeting, hello wife, hello children. Then he would immediately check out. Go to the newspaper, go to the baseball game, go to this. And I think that's where that all began, because they made those sitcoms and those shows look like dad had no idea what was really going on all around him, when he was literally just trying to, like, you know what, I've had a hard enough day. I'm going to let her deal with it until I have to speak up. So I think that's where a lot of this Homer Simpson culture comes from, isn't it?
There was an intentional effort to make dads look that way, to make them basically look like buffoons, like they're just dumb.
When do you think that started? You don't think it started with TV?
It definitely started with TV, but I would say the Leave It to Beaver, era of television, there was a sense of honor and respect that the father or the husband had, right, in the home. Like it was, don't disturb your dad, go ask your father, or like the wife would, ask the husband, like there was this respect there. Now in modern, times, it's, oh, he's just a dumb big kid and he's like trying to sneak away from his wife because he doesn't want his wife to know that he's going to go play poker, and he has to like sneak out the back door, and she catches him trying to climb the fence, and now he looks like he's a dumb teenager trying to sneak out of the house after curfew. He just looks bad, right? And she looks like she is the most mature, sensible adult in the room, right?
Yeah, like Malcolm
And
in the Middle, shit
yeah,
like that.
yeah, and it's like that is, and now that's what women think, um, men are,
What
right?
do you
And
think the last good representation was? For me, it's like Al Bundy, Married with Children. Dude was a
the
G.
last good representation of a
Yeah.
father or a husband, and this is going to be really bad because of who the individual is. I would say like Bill Cosby, like from the Cosby Show, like he was the funny dad. He would make jokes and stuff like that, but he still put his foot down when it needed to be put down. He wasn't this
Oh shit.
domineering, like dictating, authoritative, control freak. He obviously, you see that he respected his wife, and he would, praise her for her stellar career, and back his wife up when something was wrong with the kids, and they both would back each other up when it came to the kids, and I
Fuck
think
Bill
that was
Cosby.
probably the last. That's probably like the last time.
Fresh Prince. Go Fresh Prince. That's better than
Okay,
Bill Cosby.
Uncle Phil.
Yeah.
Uncle Phil's
Yeah,
another great example. But he had his moments too where he was like kind of hiding from Aunt Vivian.
Yeah.
But the pool hall game one when he won all that money back from the
Yeah.
that was a good episode. Or when Will's dad never came back, to pick him up like he said he was. That was a really good Uncle Phil episode. But yeah, I would say Uncle Phil is probably another good one to reference.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
But we
some
don't really
time.
see that kind of father figure character portrayed anymore, and that's sad because society mimics entertainment, not entertainment mimics society. Like entertainment's always kind of forward thinking, and our culture tends to mirror what they absorb or what they consume on television a lot. So if you don't have good male role models in TV, you're not going to have men wanting to be like good male role models that they watched.
Same with the girls. This
Yep.
is why I was trying to, argue for women in leadership roles, because instead of girls growing up looking at these fucking, Hollywood bullshitters that leak sex tapes and it's about injecting themselves for bigger bums, girls growing up should look up to lawyers, doctors, women in power, and admire them, not the bullshit that comes out of Hollywood.
Yeah, no, Hollywood is just like I think Hollywood is a psyops, and I work in the industry, so I can say that.
I mean, I've never made a secret that I can't stand Hollywood. They're a bunch of Satanists, and they're not a good example. One of the reasons why I absolutely loved the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, there was lots of different reasons, but one of the reasons was because Camilla, the lawyer, I think that was her name, was it Camilla? What was the lawyer? Johnny Depp's
Johnny
lawyer?
Depp's. I don't remember her name.
No, it wasn't Camilla. It was something else. But there was girls looking up to her, saying, "I want to be that type of professional," and that is a great example for girls, and not to for girls to grow up thinking that they're a Disney princess, because we all know those Disney books fucked us all up.
Yeah, yeah.
Mel, I'm sorry, I was reading. Did you ask about Johnny Depp's ex-wife?
No,
or did I
his
miss
lawyer,
here while I was
his
reading? I'm
attorney.
sorry.
Lawyer.
No, I was talking about the lawyer, Johnny Depp's wife.
Oh,
That was huge. She was a piece of shit, narcissistic bitch who rode
No,
on the
she
window.
left the piece of shit on the bed.
Oh yeah, she did.
Yeah, she did. And you
And
know
blame
what?
the dog.
She had already tried her shit with Elon Musk too.
Yeah.
Okay, Camille Vesquez. That's it, Camille. No, there was many reasons why that was a great trial. A, to show the really bad side of women, and that women can be, narcissists just as equally as men. That was a great example of calling out a liar, and showing, that man lost everything before they went.
Well, he spent millions to clear his name, and
Right.
that was like a perfect example if for anybody to see that like a man's reputation is so important to him,
Right.
because if like just being labeled something as horrible as a a woman abuser or a child diddler or whatever, like that those are that's not just career ending, that is like reputation destroying and never recovering from.
Right.
And Johnny Depp was luckily to be blessed to be in the position where he had the millions of dollars in excess to be like, no, I'm gonna fucking fight to clear my name. He yes, he got a judgment awarded to him, but he's never going to collect on it.
No, he never did, because eventually they settled for 1 million,
Yep.
which the insurance company paid, which I
Yep.
think he donated in the end.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
what so the American trial, like everybody's like, oh well, he
No,
won.
the British trial was bullshit. Listen, I can, being British, I can tell you that British trial was fucking dodgy as fuck. The judge just happened to have a son who was the son's, who worked for the son, who was the paper responsible for writing that article in the paper that Johnny Depp was
Suing.
right?
Yep.
Then he mysteriously retired after that case. Strange that. Then they didn't. The judge just believed Amber Heard without actually getting receipts, and he was like, "Well, instead, she said she donated it all, so it must be true." That
was also at the same time of the narrative of believe all women.
Right.
So that was a narrative that was being pushed around a lot. That just whenever a woman says that a man has done, some vile, thing to her, just default is to believe her, and that's it. A woman wouldn't lie about things like that, and I'm like, well,
Well, she damaged the Me Too movement by riding on the wings of it and lying. She damaged it. And because
well, I think what she did is actually she exposed it to have its flaws, and to make people skeptical, as they should be, of people accusing people of anything. Now I have no problem with people accusing people of crimes like that. I just don't think that we should automatically assume that you're telling the truth. I always tell people like, okay, let's wait for all the evidence to come out before we make any final determination on what we think on this matter. Like just because somebody says a guy is a piece of shit doesn't necessarily mean the guy is a piece of shit. Just like just because a guy says that a woman is cheating whore or whatever doesn't necessarily mean she's a cheating whore. There's just because people say shit doesn't mean it's true.
Right. But
at that time, everybody was just kind of like the default. We had that senator from Hawaii, the Asian lady, because this was right around the whole Kavanaugh hearing. Said that she went public and she was like, men just need to do the right thing. Just shut up and listen, and believe them. Believe all women, right? And that's kind of where this whole believe all women narrative was going, and that happened to coincide at the same time with the Me Too movement. And I think that's the point where things got damaged with the Me Too movement, because there was one point where like the Me Too movement was getting, these grimy, sick fuckers that were abusing their positions, and taking advantage of women. But then now you got believe all women, and now there's no fact checking or accountability to determine whether or not this woman is being truthful. And now we got bad actors are coming in, and innocent individuals are getting accused and their lives ruined. So I thought the Amber Heard thing, if anything, it just kind of exposed everybody that, hey, guess what? Women are normal people too, and they're flawed, and they can make up lies and do foul shit,
No, I agree, and it was also a brilliant example of the whole cancel culture, because Johnny Depp got cancelled before it even went to court. I mean, so and Disney just sort of threw away one of, in my opinion, their biggest asset. in my opinion, because look
Oh,
how
yeah.
massive that franchise was.
Yeah, he was bringing in so much money consistently.
Yeah.
And one of the ways was they filmed it all over the world in places that needed an influx of cash to burn through them for the next 6 months while they were there filming. So Disney knows how to do their shit, and I thought that they overreacted a little bit too soon.
Yep. And then they just didn't. They learned a little bit. You know, they learned their lesson because when what's his name? The guy that the black guy that was playing the character in the for
In
the
the
Marvel
Iron
movie.
Man,
No, no,
the guy that quit because he couldn't get as much money as they wanted, so they just
no, no, no. The one
What
that
about
they
Ant
canned.
Man?
No, I'm talking about the guy that they canned. He was also in Creed.
Oh,
he was in the last Creed, Creed 3. Damn it, what's his name? My little brother went to school with him. I can't remember.
I was thinking about the wrong guy. I'm sorry. I know Ant Man.
Not Ant Man. It was
No, but I know him. I went to school with him. He's a
Oh,
nice
really?
guy. Yeah, he's a really nice guy. Paul's a really nice guy.
Oh, that's dope. Yeah, my little brother grew up with the guy I can't think of right now. Shit, what's his name?
Jonathan Majors.
Jonathan Majors. Yeah, that
Yeah.
guy. Yeah.
Now, is
so-
that Lee Majors' child? Is that Lee Majors' kid? I'm curious.
I don't know. I don't know. I just know him and my youngest brother. They played sports together in Little League, and Jonathan would come over at the house like periodically when I was growing up. But I was like 10 or 5 years older than my younger siblings, so like age gap. I didn't really know much about him when he was around. But yeah, Jonathan Majors, like Disney didn't just can him as quick as they did Johnny Depp, which that's a good thing for them, but they waited for that verdict and then immediately, and they did him dirty too. So yeah, Disney's fucking up the game.
They are. I mean, Disney has ruined a lot of little girls' fantasies when they grow up, and at the same time, I think contributed to this white knighting that men aren't really taught how to do in life.
That's an interesting point, Mel. That's an interesting point right there.
Yeah.
Not just a pretty face.
It's what Disney has done. If anything, it has
fuck you, Mel.
It has rewarded bad behavior and punished good men at the expense of not wanting to make the woman look bad for anything, and that's not beneficial to women overall.
No, it's not. It's not beneficial. And I think that's one of the reasons why marriages are so breaking up. Like the divorce rate is so high. I mean, I couldn't believe Fatty when he said in Portugal it was 70%. I think it's because us girls, when we're growing up, we've read these books about the white knight who comes to save us. Where did Glenn go? That comes to save us, and men aren't taught how to do that. So when we enter a marriage thinking it's going to be this Disney fairy tale princess story, and it's not, I think that contributes highly to divorce rates. And I think, especially nowadays, women and men don't work as hard to make it work. What do you reckon, Krabs?
Yeah. Expectations. They need to manage expectations.
Where's Fatty? Manage expectations. But it's a shame. Is Glenn coming back? I heard a pop. There he is. Hang on, Glenn. I'm just going to put the banner up for a second, just in case it's someone pretending to be you.
Glenn. Oh no, there's only one me.
You never know. I mean, I use these P blockers for a reason. I've had my fair share.
There could be only one.
Had your fair share of P, Mel?
I've had it. I've seen more penises in the last year in the backstage than I have my entire life.
That is sad. That is
It
sad.
is sad. It is, but it's true.
No, this is what I've
Mel,
come
you
to
got to
the-
get out more, girl.
I've come to the conclusion that like young women, they actually have gotten it the worst out of everyone. Like older women have lied to them, men have lied to them, like they really haven't been given the truth or what they need to really know until it's too late and they're finding out like what they thought was what guys are looking for is not what guys are looking for, and they're like, well, wait a minute, what the fuck, I thought this, what, so it's kind of I feel bad for women in that sense, because you look at it like older women, like what's her name, the gal that worked for she worked for Facebook. She was like the co-CEO or the junior CEO. I forgot her name. She, in her book, in her memoir, she's telling young women to, like, you need to get with the bad boy, get with the nerd, go get with all these guys. So then you could experience all the different types of men that are out there before you settle down. Well, you just told a woman to go out and be extremely promiscuous and just get with everybody just to test drive everything, knowing that guys on the other hand that are gonna she's gonna look to eventually to be married to may be holding that against her.
Exactly.
And it's like, so these older women are setting up these younger women for failure. And here's the thing, guys are setting them up for failure too. I tell you right now, I have set up many young women for failure when I was coming up. Like, come on, girl, we could just fucking mess around. It's just the tip. And then, nobody's gonna think less of you, And then next thing you know, like I added to her body count, right? Like I've added to many women's body count. Like I feel bad for that in a sense, because that my involvement with them, even though I knew it was not going to be anything other than a short-term thing, is going to be held against them. And when they do find the guy that they want to, get married to, right?
Here's an example of something very much like that. In my day, there was like a tendencies for the girls that were better off financially in high school to take a European tour after graduation. Those girls usually tended not to date anyone from our high school. So we all viewed them as like stuck up or prissy or rich bitches. Excuse me, I have to cough for a sec. And then we just assumed when they went over to Europe for those tours, they were getting their freak on. So we were already judging them knowing they were going to Europe. So that that was a whole other thing that put on it that we put on it about the promiscuity. It's like they were too good for us, but they were going to go do it somewhere else and then come back with a secret and move on with their lives. So a lot of us viewed it like that and judged it, and that's what we just assumed the whole European reward after being such a good girl in high school was all about.
But it would have been that.
Yeah, they did a little bit of little parler français, oui. They probably got wee on when they did that summer abroad.
No, but
Yeah,
also,
I don't know if that's still a thing. I'm sorry, Mel. Go ahead.
and I was going to say also, there's also when we have good fathers as well, on top of what all of you are saying, when we've got good fathers, which I've got an incredible father. It's hard to find the
men that
same
meet that
qualities,
standard.
that measure up.
Mel, then why do you treat your father like a dog?
He's a drama queen. I need to. You see that crown that Glenn's wearing? I need to give it to my dad, because he is a drama queen. You treat me like a dog.
No, and see, and that's something again. We as society, we actually minimize the value of a good father. A good father really is the fundamental piece that determines, which direction a child is most likely going to go, right? A mom, a great mom, the best mom in the world could only do so much. But when it comes to, the overall directioning of that young individual, whether it's a lady or it's a young man, it's really the father. At a certain age, mom becomes a different role, and dad becomes such an influential and monumental piece of that young person's life. To have that absence, or not or a present father, but not a good father, really is in my opinion, a determining factor of which direction a young person will end up going down. And it just we kind of, as society, we kind of like overlook that, or we don't value that as much as we should. But that's because we say, men ain't shit.
Yeah, but the thing is, Glenn, I'm just curious, who says that? Is it the men or the women? Because I think the women, they want to believe in men. They want to, they want the men to be good dads. They want the men to be alpha men. They want the men to be successful. And sometimes I wonder whether the pressures that you men put on each other is all directed at us girls. Like, oh yeah, the girls are doing this, the girls are that. But like I said in the debate, when I had them,
it is a tricky situation.
This is it's a really multifaceted topic, but I want to hear the rest of it because I think it's important.
No, I was going to say, and it's been proven time and time again. Every time I've had a men's mental health night, the men attack the men. You don't see the women attacking the men. You see the men.
Those guys sharing that stuff on stream aren't.
Well,
I don't want to speak ill of them, but
I haven't observed it, but I could tell you, like, with my closest friends, like, even with Andrew, like me and Andrew, when he was out here, we were hanging out and we did a Jubilee show together, and we're just giving each other shit. The first time I met Andrew up in Santa Barbara, and I went down on my motorcycle. I see him waiting outside. And I don't think he recognized it was me right away at first. So I start doing donuts around him, revving up my engine, just almost hitting him with the bike, like intentionally, right? Just fucking with him. And, I get off the bike. He's like, "Hey, you shithead," or he's like, "Oh, you look like shit," or something like that. And then there's a big hug, right? So guys kind of do this thing that we give each other shit. We shit on each other. It's our love language, okay? It's a way that guys, show that, like, hey, you're important to me. Is if I talk shit about you, if I give you a hard time. But there's also a difference between that and trying to belittle a guy because they are having a problem and it's affecting their mental health, right? And saying like, "Oh, you're just being a bitch," or "You need to man up." And see, that's more for show. That's more for everyone else watching. Really, I consider that peacocking, especially if it's a woman around.
I do that. I'll hang shit on a guy because if he's got a problem that he needs a solution for, he's going to the guys. He's going to his mates. He's going to the boys. If he's going to women to talk about his issues, he's just chasing attention, and I want shit on him every time.
He wants sympathy. And
exactly.
Perfectly said, Crab. Perfectly said.
And women do not find giving out sympathy as a sexy trait.
I know, but at the same, hang on, quickly, hear me out. Is that you, darling?
Yep.
At the same time, though, see, this is where all the contradictions come in, right? At the same time, I'm saying to men, and the women in my chat are saying to men, it's okay for you to talk because
that's the problem.
Yeah, but why? This is what I mean.
Because men don't need therapy. Men
Yeah.
need solutions. Men don't process emotions the same as women. I don't need to cry on your shoulder and talk about it. If I need to talk about it, it's because I'm trying to figure it out and fix the issue. That's how I become happy. That's how I become proud, because my problem's fixed. It's behind me. If I'm talking to a woman, I'm not getting a solution.
That is perfectly said. Talk therapy has never, it was never really designed to help men. Men are solution based and solution driven. Like their natural skill set is to be a problem solver. Okay, like when you're a man, you are married, you have this problem now, you have to provide for two, solve the problem, and then they garner enough resources to provide for two. Okay, well, now your wife is pregnant, there's a new problem, now solve it. Now you have to provide for more mouths, and that's a man's natural role, is to be a problem solver. So when a guy runs into a problem that he can't solve, or he's having a hard time finding the solution for, he is better off going to another man, his boys, his buddies, and saying, hey guys, I'm struggling with this, can you guys give me a hand out here? Like, can you help me out with this? I don't know what I should do. That's this
so
talk
that's
therapy.
talking. Yeah, but that's talk therapy too.
But it's a different type of talk therapy. It's not about, well, how did that make you feel?
Can I reframe
We don't
that?
care about that.
Can I reframe that from what I'm hearing you? Like, okay, you've all heard the adage, right? Of the stupid example they give where the woman, they do skits on it, right? The woman has a screw drilled into her forehead, right? And she's like,
Oh, you're talking
my
about the story, the nail in the head.
Yes, right. And she's going, my head hurts, and he's like, well, I think you've got a nail in your head. You need to
Yeah,
get
it's
the nail
not
out.
about the nail.
Well, wait. And she keeps going. She's like, no, you're not listening to me. I'm talking about, I feel really pressured. And he's like, but you literally have a nail in your head, right? And then she doesn't want to hear about the nail in the head. She just wants you to, like you said, hear about her emotional processing of it. This is how we're conditioned as men to understand
just
that women
fix
are
it.
completely fucking irrational.
No, it's not that they're irrational.
No, it's
They're
not that they're
just processing
irrational.
differently.
It is a literal problem that they are ignoring for an emotional support solution.
Well,
Yeah,
because they want you to feel it with them, not fix it for them.
No. I will disagree with that, because that skit doesn't end with, yes, take the screw out of my head. It is just, listen to me complain about the problems I'm having with the
They want you
screw
to
in my
feel it
head.
with them. They want you to feel.
Right. They don't want you to actually solve the problem.
Exactly. That's why I said they want you to feel it. Guys
Right,
are prone to
because
want
they
to
are
fix it.
fucking irrational. That's
Not in the
entire
moment. They
point.
don't want you to solve the problem, dude.
That's
They
what
want
I'm
the
saying.
problem
Right now-
eventually to be solved,
they're
but they
irrational.
want to.
No, they're not irrational. Right now, their issue is how they're feeling.
Yeah.
That's the problem you need to solve. And how you fix that problem is just by shutting the fuck up and listening.
But
That's something
literally,
you've always struggled with.
No, listen, I've got a pain in my back. The only fucking problem I have is the pain in my back. If that pain can be relieved by unscrewing something, that's what I'm going to do. I don't need to do. I don't
Yes,
need to
because you're
top
a
therapy.
guy. Because you're a man.
The way I look at it, and this is
Being the
what
only
I tell
woman on panel
guys.
right now, would you not say that you lot keep moving the goal on us women? On one hand, you turn around and you say, you lot expect us to be hard all the time, and there's so many expectations on man to not show his emotions. But then when we girls are saying, well, here's a platform, talk about what you're struggling with, you're like, oh no, men can't do that. You keep moving the goal for us women.
No, it's not moving the goalposts. There's a time and place for it. There's a time and place for it. It's like this. Let me tell you this. If historically, if men crying that didn't get the repulsive reaction that women tend to have when they see a man crying like a little bitch, right? And if guys got laid by just crying, guys will be fucking crying all the time, right? It's not an attractive trait, right? It also causes a woman to question this man's ability to problem solve or to be a leader or someone that she could trust that is going to, you know, be a good mate and that she could trust and let him lead, right? Because she's going to have to trust his leadership. But if she sees this guy that's just doesn't have it together, right? Now she's going to have doubt in his leadership. And that's not good for the relationship or an attractive trait for her to find, you know, in a guy to begin with. So I always tell guys, like, go to your male friends, go to older, wiser men, and, you know, address your problem with them first, you know, talk to them, right? And then if it's an issue that involves your woman, you know, seek counsel about how to bring this up to her so that you don't, you know, blow something out of proportion that doesn't need to be blown up, right?
Okay, wait, hold on. Well, can I interject here for a second? My position is that society has programmed women to believing that because men don't understand their emotions, every emotion they have is valid, and that makes them fucking insane. Does it make sense?
What?
Yeah, it's that's why they think
Okay.
that they're more emotionally intelligent.
Hold on,
than men.
hold on. Let me give you an example, a real world example. I came very close to divorce with my wife, right? And do you know what one of the top things she said that she felt emotionally impacted by was the fact that I told her I was proud of her. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can understand how that's a hateful statement, right? I said, I'm so proud of you.
Nope.
No, but she perceived it as, you didn't think I could do it. So she internalized it as, you didn't think I could do it, so you fucking think I'm less. And society has told me that men don't understand women's emotions. Women's emotions are the pinnacle, and so therefore I'm right. Right? And I told her, I'm like, you are insane at this point. What are you talking about? But I said, I was like, that's not what I meant at all. That's not what I meant at all. What are you talking about? Right? That is the danger with the, women are more emotionally intelligent, and so therefore that's why I brought up the screw in the head, because literally it's just a fucking screw in your head. You have to unscrew
No,
it.
but hear me out. The statistics show that women perform much better than men in emotional intelligence scores. So it's
that's
right.
because
No, wait, Mel. That's what I'm saying,
methodology.
Mel. That's what I'm saying. That gives license to every woman that has a crazy fucking thought that I am right.
No,
That's what I'm
it
saying.
just
Does
means
it
you're
make
a
sense?
dumbass because it's divisive, it's competitive when we're just different.
It's you also have to look at the methodology of it, right? If this test was designed by a woman, right, then this test is going to probably fare better with women because men and women are
who
completely
designed it.
different in
Well,
because
Mel, do you understand what I'm saying though?
No, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think it's correct.
let me explain. Let me get
just real quick. That test would have been about reading emotions, not processing your own emotions. I'm assuming.
No, it's the tests include. They include. I said it in the debate. They include. Where is it? Let me just quickly find it. And it's about reading others as well. So these were the stats that I found. That here you are. It includes perception, which is the ability to detect and decipher emotions in faces, pictures, voices, and cultural artifact. Facilitation, the ability to use emotions for various cognitive activities such as thinking and problem solving. Understanding, the ability to process emotional language and understand why someone may feel a certain way. And management, the ability to manage one's emotions as well as manage emotional relationships.
Yeah, I think what, in my opinion, and I've read other studies that actually say the opposite, that men tend to be more emotionally intelligent because they are able to understand when and where they can express this emotion.
It was a man who designed the test, by the way, Glenn. I just looked it up.
Oh, it could have been a gay man. I don't know.
Probably was gay.
because like what when I'm getting at is that women think that because men do not um deal with their emotions the way that women deal with emotions, that men must be emotionally, or men must lack emotional intelligence, and that is just could be asinine, because
Yeah,
that's based
that's
off
wrong.
of the idea that men and women are completely blank slates and that we're equal across the board on all levels. And I say, well, that's science has proven that to be exactly opposite. Men and women are extremely different down to the or the atom, right, to the cellular level, right? Even the way that men and women
Uh,
process information
I would say it's
is
chromosome,
different
not
from in
atom.
the brain. Like in the way that men and women process information, it fires off different sectors of the brain, right? Than when that men do than women do, right? Men tend to process information. I believe it's through um, reason, um, uh, logic, and then emotion. Women process it emotion, reason, then logic, or something like that. Basically, it's flipped upside down. That's why when women tend to get more mad about how things were said, the tone, the delivery of the person that's saying it, and they're not so upset and or arguing with you about what is being said. Guys
Yeah,
tend
but
to be more mad about what is being said rather than how it was being said.
at the same time, women don't acknowledge their own emotional output, right? They will not acknowledge the way they said something, right? They're
Exactly.
just
Yeah. Because they tend
That's
to,
just humans.
perceive that the way that they did it was correct to begin with. Just like men do.
Everyone does that.
Yeah.
No, but I think as women are a lot more aware of our emotions, like I said, especially around the monthly cycle. No,
no,
no, we
Mel,
know that we can
no,
go,
no,
like, we
no,
can
no,
go
no,
off.
no, no.
No, we know. Look, we understand that when our hormone levels, or whether it be whether the monthly cycle or whether when we're pregnant, we understand that our emotions are all over the place. When Fatty was giving an example in the debate about that time that I exploded in in tears. Yeah, I am very well aware that was an inappropriate
But
response to what
but
was
at
happening.
but at that time, did you realize it was inappropriate?
Yes, but I just couldn't contain it.
And see that
So
right
wait,
there
wait, wait.
would
You
show a
exploded
lack
in
of
tears,
emotional
knew you were
intelligence.
wrong. Wait,
That's
you
what that's
exploded
what
in
that would
tears,
be a
knew
sign
you.
of.
Okay,
What was that, Glenn?
I would say that would actually be an example of lack of emotional intelligence.
yes.
I guess, or I guess it could
Crap.
be.
Well, because if you didn't have the ability to resist the outburst or that expression emotionally, right, and contain how you feel, right, because it may not have been the time or place to express it,
Mhm.
then that would show a lack of emotional regulation, which is that would fall under emotional intelligence,
Right.
right?
And,
To
and,
being
and,
able to regulate your emotions has to fall under the ability, to be
No, but
emotionally
to be fair
intelligent.
though, Glenn, I did drink the truth serum, and unfortunately, when I've had a couple of drink, it's like for me, it's the truth. Like if
Yeah,
I
no,
did have a couple of drinks, I can be diplomatic, but
yeah,
once I've had those couple of drinks, my diplomacy is thrown out the window.
and that's normal. I mean that alcohol or any type of narcotic can you know take down the guard, right? You may not respond or behave the same way that you would if you were sober minded.
Right.
That's obvious, um, but just because I'm just let's say you didn't have any alcohol, right?
I
And
wouldn't have
you
had
just
that outburst.
I'm
no,
just
but the difference
hypothetically,
is wait. Can I just
hypothetically
say
is
the
what I'm trying
difference
to get at.
is if you're I'm in an emotional situation, I would say I don't know why I'm crying. Right, the tears are coming out of my eyes, like I don't know why I'm this emotional. Right, that's an acknowledgement of your situation and saying I don't know why this is happening. I don't understand it. Right, I don't agree with what is happening, but my body is physically doing something. That is emotional intelligence.
The fuck?
I don't understand what that means.
If you don't understand why you're upset, how the fuck can that be emotional intelligence?
No. Wait, like you're facing something and you don't want your body is reacting in a different way than you feel, right? Saying I don't mean this. Does it make sense?
No, not to
Yeah, I'm
me.
confused. I'm kind of lost on that one.
I'm lost with that one. I'm sorry. Hear me out.
I think that
Whatever.
I had the definition up. I sent it to Flo. So this is what the APA, the Dictionary of Psychology, defines emotional intelligence, right? And this was back in 2018. A type of intelligence that involves the ability to process emotional information and use it in reasoning and other cognitive activities. It's a model that comprises of 4 abilities: to perceive, appraise emotions accurately, to access and evoke emotions when they facilitate cognition, and to comprehend emotional language and make use of emotional information, and to regulate one's own and others' emotion to promote growth and well-being. And I think that that's actually a good, definition, because it's multifaceted, right? It's like, okay, I am perceiving this emotion that this person is maybe appearing to express, like, oh, this individual seems sad. Hey, what's wrong, Mel? Are you okay? You
No,
upset?
but doesn't Glenn? Don't men do the same thing? Men tend to suppress their feelings. Eventually, it comes out in an outburst.
Yeah,
I
no,
don't.
that's very
I
passive
disagree.
aggressive. That's
I
very
disagree
passive
with that.
aggressive ways of
Yeah, I
handling things.
disagree. I disagree as
And
well.
men do that.
No,
And
hang on.
I'll tell you the type of man that does tend to do that. It's the guy that tends to not get heard when he does share his feelings.
Right.
When he let's say the guy has an issue with his wife, doing a certain thing, and every time she does that, he goes to her like, hey baby, just so you know, like, what, that thing that you were doing, that really bothers me, it upsets me. Can you not do that? And she just dismisses it like, oh, stop it, you're being a big baby, it was nothing, right? And
Right. The
and
typical
that's
emotional communication that women ask for, right?
yeah. And so when the guy experiences multiple times of being vulnerable, right, and expressing and communicating how he feels to a woman or to a guy, to whoever, and they are feeling constantly dismissed, then what they tend to do is they just bottle it up and they just
Yeah,
don't say anything, right?
I
Because
disagree with
don't
that.
feel like they're being heard. And
I
then
disagree wholeheartedly.
they tend to have this passive aggressive behavior towards it, and then you see this outburst over something so insignificant, but this guy has been bottling this up, over time, and turns
Forgive me
into
for
a
interrupting, but I'm really
Wait, can I just
curious about
quickly
what
ask?
Crab is trying to say.
Yeah, can I,
No,
Crown?
no,
Why
no.
would you disagree with that? Because I agree with Glenn. Tell me why you.
Because I don't think men suppress their emotions. I honestly
Yeah,
don't.
we do. What are you,
Maybe you do. You're a bit
what
of
are
a
you fucking
Karen.
talking about?
I think
I
men
don't.
in general do.
All my friends, most of
We're
my
emotionally
family,
regulated as men. It's in our chromosomes.
having regulation isn't suppression.
Okay,
yeah.
no,
There's a
I'll
difference
agree with that.
between that.
Okay,
But
yeah.
what I'm talking
Emotional
about
control.
is a very specific type of individual that I have seen, happen before.
Yeah,
And
it's
so mine
a
is
minority.
anecdotal at best.
Yeah, it's a minority though. It's not men. Like, I don't think men suppress emotions. I think we just process them differently.
We
And I
do
think
definitely process them differently.
in those situations where it's an anger comes out, I think you've gotten to the point where you've tried to figure out what the solution is, and then you've finally figured out that the person in front of you, they're the problem, or they're what you perceive
Yeah,
as the problem.
100%, 100%.
or they feel disrespected or unheard or not taken you know what they expressed was not acknowledged or taken with any level of concern. Yeah, I definitely see that.
No, but look, I have a son. He's almost an adult. He finds it difficult to express any emotions other than anger.
Well, see,
That's, I think, is
Oh
quite
fuck.
a masculine trait.
Well, how old is he?
anger
16,
is
17,
it's
18?
He's almost 17.
so I don't think
Uh,
anger is like, people always try to like label anger a masculine trait. Then there's a lot of masculine ass women out there because I've seen a
No,
lot of
no, no.
angry
I
women.
say
no,
that.
no.
No,
I know what Mel's talking about. What I'm saying is that's not good if he's bottling it up.
he is bottling it up. He does bottle it up, he's very already at his tender age is showing very alpha traits.
So
But
Mel, let me ask you, Mel. Do you ever ask him just like sit down, like tell me what you're angry about?
yeah, but he cannot express himself. He finds it extremely
He'll be
difficult.
Well, here's the thing. We're taught to stick it behind a vault door. By I'm not saying someone tells us to. I'm saying children learn from example, and we see things that look like they should be trauma to people around us, and we see them not react in a way that we would expect trauma to cause you to react. So we learn, okay, so what we're supposed to do is stick it behind this vault door. Well, the problem is eventually it starts to seep out slowly. And enough of that shit seeps out the vault door. And the guy's either going to have to open the door and let it all out at once, or he's going to have to know how to stop it from seeping out in the first place. I think a lot of us grow up unequipped to sweep it up as it comes out,
No,
for
I think
lack
is
of a
what it is.
better
It's
way of
just
No,
they
I
putting
agree
don't
with
it.
deal
that.
So
with
when
it
I
it
as
agree
it
does
with that.
come out,
happens.
so when it does come out, it comes out the wrong way on quite often the wrong people for the wrong reasons.
So let
Just
me throw
something I'm
this.
throwing out there for us to chew on.
But
I like
that's
that. I like that, and I do see that there's a lot of validity in that. My question I would throw out is for one, for like because this conversation or this topic was kind of framed around Mel's son. Like Mel, does your son have a positive male figure or role model that he could confide in and that he could talk to or reach out to when he's angry about something or to seek advice how to address a problem?
Well, his dad was absent and has been absent a lot of his life, but he has got my father as a role model and my brother as a role model, but um, they're very reserved. My dad,
yeah.
even when I told him his mum and dad had passed away and it was unfortunate that I had to do it, he showed zero emotions, zero.
Mhm.
So that's old school kind of
I
Yeah.
mean,
papa. Yeah.
It
even
doesn't seem like
before you
he
said
might
it, Mel,
have a.
I'm saying there's going to be positive male role models that are going to display the kind of restraint that you, that somebody that doesn't understand what is going on is going to replicate. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Right?
because he knows that like if he's probably part of it's probably frustration and not knowing how to address this, what he's feeling or what he's dealing with properly. And it's a sense of frustration. I'm like, fuck, what I don't want to be mad or I don't want to be, just can't I need help figuring out how to deal with this. And so if he's lacking having that person that he could, go to, that could be part of, where he has this anger, it just be, sense of frustration and not knowing how to address it properly.
His hormones are all fucked up at the moment too.
Well,
Like,
yeah, he's also,
Yeah.
going through that, but
elevated testosterone always elevates estrogen, natural
But then
balance. And
you've also got to throw in the possibility that he's being gaslit by females at his high school.
That's true
Dude,
too.
that's some victim shit, bro.
Well,
No, it's
I mean,
not victim
it's
shit.
not necessarily
What do
victim.
you mean?
It
What
is
do you
just
mean? What do you
very.
mean? Jimmy?
Wait. That is not victim shit. That is
Okay,
a very real thing.
You were talking about her son, which you've never met, and you're establishing that a situation that you don't know about.
Wait, you don't think females in high school gaslight?
Some of them would, I guess, a minority.
Yes, exactly. So what I'm
What
saying
the
is,
fuck?
I don't
You
understand where
project,
you're going. Hear me out. I don't understand where you're going with this.
What's he being gaslit about? Who are these people? Tell us more.
women in general, right? They gaslight him
Who hurt you, bro?
into. Go ahead. What'd you say?
I said, who hurt you?
No, wait. I literally said earlier how I almost got divorced. I'm not hiding anything, right?
No, I hear what you're saying. I do acknowledge that it is a possibility, and that there could have been a young girl at school that's been gaslighting him or stringing him along, and
Right. And he
sending
gets the
him mixed
bad.
messages or something, whatever,
Right.
and
That's all I'm saying.
No.
I get
Actually, to be fair, my son's extremely good looking, and he's never had a problem with women doing anything but admire him. Young girls, should I say?
Wait, is he a virgin?
Well, I hope so. Thank you, Robert Pattinson, for the $5. Give him some money. Yeah, that's what's going to help. That'll make him happy. No,
Do you
he's a
not
good.
talk to him about it?
What was that?
Do you not talk to him about it? Are you a virgin?
Yes, I do talk to him about it, but he likes to gaslight me. Like I say to him, to wait till he's 18, and he gaslights me.
Okay, so where do you think he learned the gaslighting from? I'm not saying
I don't
you.
know. I thought that's what teenage boys did with their mothers, like wind them up,
No.
gaslight them.
He didn't learn from you. Right? Like, that's not what I'm saying, right?
No, because I don't gaslight him, so he didn't learn it from me. Teenagers wind up their parents. It's just part of being a teenager. I wind up my parents when I was a teenager. I was a pain in the ass. And then luckily I grew out of it.
I'm still a pain in the ass. And I wear that badge with pride.
No, I like to say, luckily, I was a real teenage tearaway. And my father at 18 turned around and said, and he was a very possessive father, very possessive. And he eventually turned around and said, you know what, Mel, when I was 18, he said, do whatever the fuck you want. I don't give a shit anymore. And from that moment, me and him became inseparable.
Yeah, I think that, I just think that maybe your son doesn't have a good male influence that he could confide in.
Maybe.
And that could be part of, the problem. I can't speak more to it than that because I'm not able to observe, right? So just going off of the little information I have.
I just thought it was a normal teenage boy thing that they don't, but how many mothers in chat, if you have, great, have had their teenage boys telling them how they feel?
I never told my mom how I felt. I always like had an issue. I went to my dad. Like mom was mom for like,
Yeah, you gotta drop down. Takes for the chat. I gotta leave.
All right.
I
just thought that was something normal. I think that's something normal, is it not? That even with teenage girls, do they all? I mean, no, they're more than likely would express themselves, teenage girls, than teenage boys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I always, if I had a problem, I went to my dad. That was just like, because I was always told, wait till I tell your father what you did, right? So it just was like, well, I guess dad's gonna know about it, so I guess I'll just wait to dad, I have time to talk to dad about it. And that's just kind of how I grew up. I always would go to my dad for whatever problem I'm dealing with. Mom, where's dad? Okay, I'll wait till dad. That type of thing.
And maybe because his father's been absent, I mean, he is with his father now, but growing up, his father was absent. Maybe that's the problem, that he didn't have that point of contact like you did. Like when I have a problem, I'm not going to go to my ma, even though he's very open with me about a lot of stuff, but it's to do with growing up stuff, you know, like sexual stuff when he wants to
Yeah.
talk to me, or about making money or about future. It's not about his feelings. So maybe you're right. Maybe he needs that. He needed that male role model, which wasn't my father or my brothers.
Yeah, and I would
It
tell you
also
what
depends what
young
you
men
have
are
available to
lacking.
you. It also depends what you have available to you. I didn't have a father available to me. I had multiple alcoholic stepfathers available to me,
Mm,
none of which I trusted. And
yeah.
I felt like my mom was always happy to have a man to help put food on the table and keep, the roof over the head. And I'm going to sound like a bitch right now, but I feel like often what was happening with me was less than keeping that roof over that head, right? So I understand she let things happen because she didn't feel like she could be a single mom as effectively or as efficiently. And when I finally spoke to her about it later on in life, she said, you were such a strong kid. I thought you would be okay. I'm like, Mom, really? Really? She's like, I thought you would be okay. I didn't think you needed my help. I'm like, how could I not need your help when I'm being beaten, at the age of 6 by the third stepdad? I'm like, how do I not need your help? So some of us learn to grow up to not have anyone to feel like you could trust to go to. And it made us toxic as shit. And it took us, finding friends in high school that you could actually learn to trust. And that kids, your friends that were close enough to you that could tell what was going on. Or the time when your PE coach asked you why you refused to suit up that day, and it's because you didn't want the other kids in school to see the bruises on your legs from the strap the night before. Okay. I mean, some of us had to learn how to find someone to trust. And I think it makes us toxic. And I think we really, really have to find our way. And I think it makes the road a little bit harder for the kids that
Absolutely.
do have someone and just aren't sure who to go to. I
But
mean,
I
I'm
also
not trying to take anything away from anybody's kid or anyone's parenting. I'm just saying some kids, I didn't have it as rough as a lot, but I had it rough enough to where I knew I was poisonous by the time I was on my own and I had to start working on correcting me.
I
Right?
also think that you are also equipped with other skills that you don't realize are a benefit. Um, and like I think like I know a lot of guys, even myself included, um, because my dad wasn't always in the picture, so it was there was some stuff growing up as a kid, dad wasn't always there, but um the what I looked at but before as a hurdle, as an obstacle, as something that was you know difficult to deal with, um I actually embraced as a gift. I am grateful for every struggle and every hardship I have ever endured, um because it helped shape the person who I am today. um I don't take certain things for granted that I know other people do take for granted. Um, and it's because of knowing the value of that. And I think that only comes with struggle and hardship and difficult scenarios. So although I do understand what you're saying, that it could be very problematic and uh, cause an individual to go down a very dark path for a period of time, but it's that process, going through it and coming out of it on the other side, is so valuable that other people don't have. They don't have that skill set. And um when they find themselves in a situation and they're dealing with it, the smallest problem could throw them off. But a person that has been having to overcome you know adversity like that, they tend to be able to manage problems a lot better. because they're used to dealing with the problem. That's just my opinion.
That's an interesting take, Glenn, and I see both of your points of views. I think it depends on the man, right? Whereas
With how
Rupto
you choose to see it, yeah.
Right. It's like what are we going to do with it?
Yeah.
I'm curious about Crab's thoughts too after Mel.
Crab?
What do you want my thoughts on?
Okay, never mind. I'm not trying to poke a bear with a stick. I am not trying to poke a bear with a stick, Crab.
You guys were
you
just
might have an opinion, and I was
you
curious
guys
about it.
you guys were just telling stories about your past, and I don't really have an opinion on that.
Okay. Well, no, that is an opinion on it. Thank you. That was educational right there, what you just said.
Okay. I agree with Glenn that struggle creates success. Basically, I think he was trying to say.
Yeah.
If you haven't learned how to climb over obstacles, you won't know what the fuck to do by the time you hit one.
Yeah, like my overall thought about things is like, okay, you have two choices in life. You could either make excuses or make moves, right? That's it. Regardless of whatever hand you are
I
dealt
chose
with.
to make moves. I didn't want to stick around. I just got
Yeah.
the hell out as soon as I can. I used sports to do it. I just ran away.
And it's like, I always say, like, when somebody does something wrong to you and you become a victim of this, individual's behavior in this time, that person made you a victim once, but you living in that, you are choosing to victimize yourself over and over again.
Right.
By
right.
living in it.
You don't find your way out. It's kind of on you, in my opinion.
Yeah, because that person is not doing that anymore. But you're still living in the mindset that they are. And so
I'm not living in the mindset
I'm not
that they
you,
are.
not you. I'm just
okay.
saying, like, you as in general speaking, like whoever I'm talking to. Like, no, dude, like you're choosing to live in that, scenario over and over again as if this person is still doing it to you. This person's not even around.
I know people where that's their whole identity.
Yeah.
Is to be the professional victim, right?
Because you know what? When you're a victim, it's not your fault.
Demolish. Hi there.
Oh yeah, Richard.
Oh, you know,
how's everybody
you know
doing?
this person. Can I remove the banner?
Yeah, he's cool.
Richard's awesome.
Yeah.
Hey,
Get ready
Richard.
for some wisdom.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, don't accuse me of things. I don't accuse you. Yeah.
Hey, I just accuse you of being smart.
Yeah, it's still an accusation. How am I supposed to live up to that? Peace and respect to you all. Okay, so Dad was in the Navy, since we're telling personal stories of childhood and rearing. Mom was brilliant, though. Mom did a pretty good job of filling both roles of both the man and, the dad, and also the mom woman. She did pretty good. And I think what she was driving at was trying to teach us how to think, how to map reality, how to accept things that are true. And what I've seen most in young men is that there's there's an ignorance or innocence about them, and that the outbursts tend to be about things they were not expecting. I think men like things to be very, very predictable and controlled, and the outbursts are about not accepting something that is true, or something akin to that. Just first thought.
And do you think, Richard, that especially today's younger generation, where they want everything and they want it right now, right? Because that's how they've been brought up. Do you think that the problem is becoming bigger with what you just said?
Well, yes, and society is lying to children more that everything is attainable right now, and that's just not true. Because, I mean, if parents had endless money, but of course they don't,
right?
On average, yeah.
Your son's fine, Mel. Don't worry about
No, I worry about him. Everyone knows how much I worry, but it's a mum thing, because I'm a single mum. We overcompensate, and we make our own mistakes because what we tend to do is we spoil them up to a certain age when we realize, oh shit, I've spoiled him, and these are the consequences of spoiling a child. So you worry about them. All I ever do is worry about my child always, because us mums can't help it. We even to the day that we leave the earth.
Is that a lack of balance? Is that a lack of balance in upbringing? I don't know. I'm not accusatory. I don't have children. I don't have an opinion. I just want to know.
I don't know. Krabs, do you want to tell me? Do you want to answer that question?
It's really normal. Like you're growing up, you're a teenager, your testosterone's going up, your estrogen tries to balance out. Some guys get gynecomastia. It's a fucking mess. I grew up with 5 brothers. Like you haven't seen anger and hostility in a household like that. Like he's fine. He is fucking fine. Trust. Unless he's coming home with bloodied knuckles and and cuts on his face, you got nothing to worry about.
Or if he's picking on small animals.
Yeah.
I would worry about that.
Yeah, I'd worry about that too.
Good point right there. Yeah.
No, but I mean, like I said, we worry parents, as both men and women, because we are entering a new era, aren't we? It was so much different for when we were teenagers, because they have all this technology at their fingers, and all the things that they get exposed to growing up, we weren't exposed to. So just like my parents, who had a completely different lifestyle than me, should I say, they worried about me. And I think it's a generational thing. I don't think we'll ever stop worrying about our kids, because, we wouldn't be parents if we didn't give a shit.
I was going to say, look at it the opposite direction. What if you did not worry? The worst parent is the parent who never asks if they're a good parent.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I do ask him all the time, how do you feel? And he looks at me like, what the fuck are you on about, Ma?
Well, because so you have to understand, feeling.
Yeah, really?
how something make us feel has little, carries very little weight into what we're really trying to get at is, how do I solve this problem?
Right. If you have a male child, you should be asking not how do they feel, but what is going on and how are you dealing with it, and how can I help you deal with it?
Yes.
Right. What's the haps? What's been going on?
Or it's like, so what is the fix? Like, all right, so you're dealing with this. So what's the solution? Do you have a plan? How are you going to address this?
Well, I do have certain methods of addressing his behavior. A lot of my people know that I feel that, because in England, he has family here in England, obviously me and my family. He also has family over in Sicily, which is a very completely different lifestyle. So when I feel that his behavior could lead down a potential bad road, I send him to rural Sicily in the middle of a field picking melons in 120 Fahrenheit. And that's me teaching him lessons of life. Some people may find that alien. Some people might find that alien, but it grounds him. So I don't know what the solution for him. I don't know.
No, you're not asking to find. You want him to tell you what he is finding as a solution. So like, hey, how are you gonna solve this? Right. And then you're making him problem solve, right? Because he is going to be a problem solver. He's a man. That's just his by design.
Glenn is completely right about this. The thing you want to do to connect with your male son is literally Socratic questioning. That's what you want to do.
Okay, so not ask him about his feelings, but how he's going to resolve it.
Yep.
Yeah. Learning how to learn is the greatest asset you can ever have.
He'll think you're the coolest mom ever.
Yeah, because you're causing him to now think of the solution rather than obsess about the problem.
Right. Exactly. Figure out your solution.
Sorry, guys, I stepped away for a second to go and get me another bottle of water. I mean,
see, we all thought you were taking notes.
No, I'm definitely taking
No,
this on
we didn't
board.
say anything that interesting. It didn't happen.
No, I can
Really,
hear. I
that's
can hear. It's
really
not that
hurtful.
far. No, I'm definitely taking notes because I love the fact that these men on, it doesn't matter the platform that is on, you're still men, can teach me how to raise, well, give me tips actually on how to raise a man.
Sure, that makes sense.
So I'm grateful, instead of in future, because whenever I've gone to professionals and they're like, oh, you have to ask him how he feels. That's what the professionals shove down.
That's
Look,
how you deal with women. You
He's
ask
going to
women, how
say
do you
that.
feel?
Right. Glenn's right. He's going to say that, but he's going to say it as a byproduct, not as a main point.
Yep.
I had
It's going to be more of a
million
symptom
years
rather
ago.
than the root of the problem.
Right.
And it's difficult for me because, again, it came up in a debate. I don't believe that, even though we try, and I know you said that your mum did a great job of being the father role and the mother role, but I don't believe that us women and vice versa can necessarily fill those shoes.
No, women raise children. It takes a man to make a man. Personally.
Yeah,
but
the way I've said it,
I-
Mud Crab, is that women are raising their best friend, men are raising adults to run society.
But
I have a
just
question
because
for
being
you.
a single mother doesn't mean he's missing out on that. His friends have fathers and stuff like that. There's role models around.
But do you see, as a single mother and all single mothers out there, why we tend to worry? Because I don't. How can we both be a mum and a dad?
Well, at least you worry.
Yeah, I worry all the time. I make myself sick worrying, which is detrimental to me.
I mean, there's something to be said about the mentality and how long you could maintain something like that. There's something to be said for that without losing your mind. But just the same, at least you care enough that you do worry.
Well, I have to, because we
Not everyone
want our
does.
children. Not everybody does, but generally, we all want our children to be healthy, balanced individuals when they grow up, right? I'm sure no parent would say that's not what they want.
Yes, there's
Isn't
parents who
isn't
never had that
accountability
thought.
one of the first things you have to ingrain in them in order for that to happen? Accountability
Yes,
of
yes,
one's choices and
absolutely.
actions, right?
Yes, I'm trying to teach my son that very lesson right now, accountability, because I find that today's youth aren't as accountable as
Mel,
yeah.
I'm curious. Have you ever studied, or have you ever taught your son or encouraged him, and yes, you might have to trick him and use reverse psychology to get him interested in it because mom's not cool enough or whatever. It's hard to say. I'm not speaking
Yeah,
to your
no, he
situation.
thinks I'm
I don't
sad.
know.
He thinks I'm sad.
Okay. So, but have you ever gotten him interested or shown him anything about basic logic?
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, like Aristotelian logic.
That's not elaborating.
Yeah. Can you
Oh, I'm
elaborate a
sorry.
bit more?
Okay. All right. How to understand what is real and map it onto your personal map of reality so that things that you try work.
I think yes, I do believe so, because he started making money when he was 7, selling stuff on eBay.
Okay.
So he's quite the entrepreneur. He's always constantly trying to think of new business ideas, and right now he's in the crypto market. So yeah, I think to an extent I have.
Okay, so the idea there is that we live in a monetary society. Having money is better than not having money. Therefore, if I have money, my life is easier than if I don't. That would be the logical progression of I have a small business.
Right, because obviously one thinks that once I'm gone, how is he going to be financially dependent? So I have kind of always driven it into him that to try and be as successful as possible, because obviously I think when I'm gone, who's going to look after him?
Right,
So
but a person could be driven to be successful and not value others around them and help destroy their own society by manipulating others for their own personal wealth and gain. But you wouldn't want them to do that.
no,
Oh, okay. See, so there's lines to be drawn.
right.
And for a male child, a boy child, logic is the way to find where the lines are. Where women, I think, have a tendency to take many fine points about reality, and they map it in a very intuitive way instead of a rational way. I'm not saying it's less or more effective. I'm just saying how it's done. A boy is going to want that logical progression rather than all those super fine points that their mind somehow puts together later.
No, and I'm definitely taking notes because, like I said, men and women, we think differently, right? So this is why I was saying,
biologically, our brains just operate differently.
right. So this is why I was saying that it's important that we cannot be the father as well as the mother. That's why I like to take notes like this from men who, whether they're fathers or not fathers, they're still men. And one tries to, because in this ever increasing woke society, I don't really want my son to be woke.
You want him to be realistic instead.
Right. I want him to be realistic, and I want him to have old-fashioned values. And I say to him jokingly, never bring me any woman home unless you're going to marry her. Just silly little things like that. And he laughs at me. He laughs at me. But
and Mel wonders why she don't know who he fucking. Come on, Mel.
No, I'm hoping he's still a virgin. That's what I'm hoping.
He's handsome. He's brave enough to be socially daring, and you think he's a virgin.
I hope he's a virgin.
Oh, I have news for you, Mom.
Oh God, don't tell me. We don't want to hear that. Just like you don't want to hear about your daughters.
Of course. He doesn't want to think of you as a sexual being either. I get it. However, that's just not the case.
La 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 la.
He winds me up all the time to say that he isn't, but I know that when he's in England with me, we're together a lot of the time, and there's no opportunity for him to have done anything like that. But I don't know what he gets up to when he's in Sicily with his dad.
Well, I'll tell you what I got up to as a young man who wasn't too unattractive. I'd wait for Mom to fall asleep. I had endless energy.
Oh, God. He'd be free over in Italy. Chris, listen, the way his dad is, his dad probably encouraged him to go out there and be a man. Whereas I'm more like, wait. But you're probably right, but I don't want to think about that. Whether he has or he hasn't, I have had I have had words of him, talking about safe sex and all that. So I've had that conversation with him.
No, that's a good point. So long as he doesn't cause a pregnancy, right, and end up with those responsibilities.
Not just that, but also STIs, STDs. It's really important.
That was the other thing I was going to say.
Yeah. And I've never shied away from difficult conversations either. He spoke to me about his first, how can I put this, physical changes. Let's put it like that. He was very honest with me. So I bought a book and left it in his room. I had a conversation, but I still bought a book and left it in his room. Whether he touched that book and read it, who knows? But because, again, there's only so many things that us women are able to understand in respect to males and them growing up and how, yeah. What was that?
I think you do understand it, in some certain way, or at least my mom did. Like, Mom found our stash of adult magazines, right? And she asked all the boys to come out, which there was 3 of us in the house at the time. She asked the boys to come out away from the house and out to the car. And she leaned on the car and asked us if we had anything like that. And we said, no, Mom, of course. And she pulled them out of her back pocket and said, then what are these? and she said it in a very stern kind of, adult kind of way, and we were 11 through 17, right? And she said, here's what's going to happen. I'm just saying, this is how you talk to boys. She says, here's what's going to happen. You're going to write me a 500-page report, each of you, on the difference between pornography and art. You're going to give me that report back. It took us a couple weeks. We got it done. We handed in the reports. She gave us our magazines back. And she explained to us that real women don't look like that. She explained to us what it means to touch up a photo. She explained to us that the articles written in those were written by men, for men, and women aren't actually like that. I mean, she just told us the truth.
Absolutely. I had that very same conversation with my son when he enlightened me that he'd come across Pornhub, and I
how'd you
explained
handle
the same thing. Huh?
How did you handle that?
I did exactly what your mum did. I explained that it was a movie, just like any movie on television, and that's not reality. That's not real life.
Beautiful. Good job, Mom. Great job, in fact.
And, I tried to make him understand that, it's an exaggerated movie, just like the superhero movies. That doesn't happen in real life. And he understood.
Brilliant. And I'm not British, so when I say brilliant, I mean actually brilliant.
Thank you. I mean, look, we all make mistakes as parents. And one of the things that I've spoken about on many panels is mother's guilt. It's a thing. We go through life just feeling guilty all the time. Did I do that right? Did I do that wrong? And we do have a lot of mother's guilt. I even asked my mom about it. I said, Mom, as a mom, did you ever feel guilty? She's like, yeah, that never goes away.
Okay, now you're asking us to counsel you on not on your son, but on you.
No, I'm just saying, I'm one of these people that I would talk about the fact I'm not perfect. I've made mistakes too.
Were you perfect, you'd be God. So since you're not God, I can grant you're not perfect.
Right. So, I try and do the best that I can. But like I said, I'm very well aware that I can never teach him the teachings that a father would, because a father makes a boy a man, in my opinion, if they're a good father, because some of them are shit fathers, right?
Here's the issue for a boy as far as confidence, and for a girl as far as confidence, coming from mother instead of from father, where father should be doing it. Women are beautiful and loving and nurturing, which means they're biased. So a boy will look at his mom as being biased. And when mom says, you're handsome, you're smart, your proportions are good, you're going to do just fine with the girls, he thinks, yeah, mom is biased because she loves me. She loves me so much she can't see for who I am. Actually, I'm kind of stupid, and I'm kind of dorky looking, and my hair's kind of crazy. And we just don't believe the mom because we know the mom loves us. Where the dad has that more, at least the appearance of objectivity, and we're more willing to believe him. I know that's messed up, but it's true.
Well, I don't think my son lacks any confidence in that respect. He knows he's super intelligent. He knows he's super good looking.
Well then,
okay. Yeah, he's full of confidence.
Good for him.
Yeah, he says it. He knows. He doesn't say it like in a bragging kind of way, but he knows. Sometimes I get frustrated with him because he's got an incredible brain and he doesn't use it.
Teach him how.
What do you mean?
School doesn't teach children how to think.
Oh, he's never. Trust me. I'm an education. I've been through education through university degree level. He didn't even want to do the basics. He was like, I don't need school. Schools are full of shit. They teach you shit that you don't need in life. And I had to accept that, even though I wanted him to follow the same route as me. It was a hard pill to swallow that he wasn't going to do that.
Okay, so when you were getting your master's, what have you, you had to write papers, and the whole point of you writing that paper is to show that you now know how to think. That's the whole point. It's not regurgitation. It's coming up with some fine point that's going to matter, that's still on topic, that hasn't been overworked. You know what I'm talking about, those kinds of things. Teach him that. That's what he's objecting to, is the rote memorization and regurgitation of information is not education, and he's right. So teach him how to think.
Well, hopefully, when I send him to Sicily to go and pick melons and try to ground him a little bit, because I want him to understand the value of money, and he does. I'm really lucky. Because I was spoiled. All my life, I've been spoiled, and I've been shit with money my entire life. Still am now. So I wanted him to teach him not to be like me.
Well, your parents knew how to make money. They just didn't teach you the same thing. They didn't
Right.
teach you that spirit, but you're helping encourage that in your son because you see their mistake. Good for you. Good for him.
Yeah, and he's always been very, like I said, he's been earning pocket money all by himself from the age of 7.
Gosh, I am so rude, guys. I'm going to step down, but thank you for the time, Mel. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. I feel like I'm
Catch
hogging
you.
the floor and I'm being rude. I'm sorry.
Rich, you're good. I was hoping.
Richard, where the hell are you going? You better keep your happy ass up here.
Yeah, stay up here, man. We're gonna convince Glenn on free will.
Right, you lot take over for a minute, and I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
You're up.
Well, the problem that I'm going to have helping you convince Glenn of the existence of free will is I think there is only limited choice and no free will.
No. We're going to convince him that there is no free will. We've already had this discussion.
Oh, there is none. Okay.
Don't you remember? We agree on this.
I don't remember all the I used to be a liar and keep track of such things, but now that I don't lie anymore, I don't keep track of what I said to who.
Fair. No, I was on flow states like a week ago.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I could really, jump that ship, you guys.
Well, make your argument. What's your argument that you think there is free will?
Well, I think that I made many choices in my life based off of my own desire to do so.
Okay, yeah. Well, obviously, all of us have. Go ahead.
Oh, that is free will. I had the free will to choose to do, what I wanted to do.
Why did you desire those outcomes?
Because I was young, dumb, and full of cum.
So
Okay,
you thought they were?
no, that's a good
the
answer.
most desirable. Yeah.
That's a really good answer. I mean, if you look at what you just said, Glenn, and you're right, that you were actually under the influence of drugs. Now we call them things like hormones, but you were under the influence of drugs, naturally occurring drugs. So we know that when a teenage boy is all hormonal or a teenage girl is and into early adulthood, they're irrational as hell. They don't make any sense. We all know that, right? They'll do stupid things. They'll get themselves in trouble because of the hormones, and they're not thinking right. All right. But tell me when that goes away. Tell me when that actually 100% goes away.
Oh, it never goes away 100%.
Right.
I think what it is, it becomes selective. You either, you could either choose to withhold those desires or withhold the action of those desires, right? Or those inclinations or whatever, or you could choose not to, depending on the scenario or the risk.
I believe that's completely correct. So over time we become more metered because we learn that certain behaviors hurt us more than we feel like the outcome benefit us.
Yeah, the risk may not be worth the reward.
Fair, very fair, very fair. Okay, but the truth of the matter is that we never become 100% rational.
Correct.
Okay, so if we are not 100% rational, and that seems evident and obvious, right? Then we have to say something like, we never make fully rational decisions. We're always under. Okay. So we're always under some kind of influence from outside sources that, including our own biology, and we never actually get control of that.
You could even say emotion.
Sure. Well, emotions, you can chart emotions in chemistry in the brain.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, it's not necessarily an outside source. It still could be all internal.
Right, but those emotions are caused by what you think about reality, what your brain is causing in chemistry, and how your brain is reacting to that same chemistry that it's causing.
Yeah, they're not choice driven.
Which, if you notice, that was circular. The
Yeah.
brain is reacting to the brain.
Yeah, it's reacting to itself that the perceived illusion or vision or interpretation that it's created for itself to experience.
This is really good. Actually, you've got all your facts straight. I just don't know how you came to your conclusion. So let's get to that. Okay, so if I'm always not knowing everything I need to know, and if I'm always chemically driven, even if I have the internal experience of a sense of free will, how do I know that free will is actually there when I have no choice about my brain, my chemistry, my environment, things that happen to me? I don't have a choice about any of those things.
Well, because once you have done something, maybe you could say like, oh, okay, maybe the first time you biology or whatever, you didn't have the free will. But now that you have, and then if you choose to experience it again, or you could choose not to, that's free will.
But why would you choose? Like, say I see a human as a pattern recognition machine, and you're given pathways, and your brain analyzes these pathways, and it figures out what the optimal outcome is for you, and you basically it's just pre-selecting the most optimal outcome based on
That
your
seems
past
true.
experiences.
That seems true, but I think in order to have free will, you'd have to know every possible outcome, every possible course of action. And since we obviously can't see that, we can't choose things we don't see.
But
So
we
how
could
could that?
choose things that we desire. We could choose an outcome that we desired, and we could go off of make a choice that we hope that we obtain this outcome.
How'd you say it? You can either act or not act. What's
You
that?
can either
You have
make
a pat
moves or make
phrase.
excuses.
Right. Okay, so when you make moves, you're making moves based on what?
Based off of information that I have at that time, goal, desire to obtain, and the perceived methodology that I've concluded is this is the most optimal route to take to
Right. That's
experience.
very good. It's more likely to get the result you want.
Yeah.
No, that was perfect. All right. So if we are choosing from those kinds of things with that kind of information, is it true that our information is incomplete?
Oh, it can be. Absolutely.
Oh, okay. And our chance of success is also incomplete or imperfect, wouldn't you say? We do have failures.
Well, yeah, there's obviously going to be odds of, like the margin of failure. Like there's like, okay, for example, let's say I said, hey, Richard, I'm going to do this thing and I plan on doing it this way because my goal is to get it done by this time. And, you'd be like, oh yeah, you could do it that way, but why don't you do it this way? Because if you do it this way, you actually are able to, make sure that you don't, run into this problem that, you potentially could risk by doing it the way that you're doing it. And you could avoid this problem altogether if you do it this way. Now I have two choices, presented in front of me. I have the free will to make a decision to either accept yours and reject mine, or reject yours and can stick with mine.
Okay, so this is a subsidiary point, but I've heard you speak quite a bit about personal life, past experiences, helping others, especially those with addictions.
Yeah.
Do people with addictions have free will?
Yes, they do.
Why does it look like they're not using it for a lot of things?
Because they don't desire to.
They don't, and that desire is based in what?
Based in that, in the fact that, you know, they're whether it's the love of the drug or love of the whatever the addiction is still more enjoyable than than not having it in their life.
Do you have a choice in what your desires are?
I like to think I do. I definitely don't desire fat, ugly bitches, and I think definitely had a choice in that.
You think that was a choice? Can you choose what your favorite food is, or what your favorite song is, or what your favorite color? Or are these just things that you connect with experiences that give you good feelings?
I do choose what are my favorite songs because I tend to write a lot of them. So there. I think. I mean, I'll write a lot of music, so. I think I definitely choose what I like to eat. Like, I grew up eating fish, had no problem. As soon as I turned 18, moved out of the house, haven't fucking touched fish a day in my life. Why? Because I choose not to eat anything from under the sea.
Anything under the sea? Oh, that's a religious thing, I'm guessing?
No. It's a Little Mermaid thing. Under
Oh,
the sea.
okay.
Darling, it's better. Right where you're wetter. Take it. No, remember Sebastian?
Yeah.
Come
That's a
on.
fucking
You're a crab.
Yeah.
Y'all
No,
should be
you're
like cousins.
Yeah, but he's more like a Mr. Krabs kind of a crab than he is Sebastian. I don't know.
True.
Yeah, I'm not much of a singer.
So
are we saying we've got free will, or are we saying we don't have free will?
They're saying that they don't think free will's a thing.
My overarching point is you'd have to be able to control mentally your own biology and your own inputs, and through that all of your own chemistry, so that your brain worked objectively correctly, so that you could have free will. And I just don't think that in our present situation that's possible.
But even with that, you're still gonna your brain's still gonna analyze situations, see the pathways that are presented, and choose the pathway that's the optimal outcome. You're never gonna
the
choose
most desired outcome. It's not always the most optimal. It's the most desired. Could be
the one that is most connected to whatever you're driven to.
Right, the one you think is most desirable. Yeah,
it's not going to be a choice. It's never going to pick a less desirable outcome.
I mean, how could a person possibly say, I could eat food, or I could drive a 9-inch spike through my head, and go, yeah, I'm hungry, but I think I'll choose the spike.
Well, it's like this. Okay, perfect example. I could go bang this hottie that keeps throwing herself at me, or I could not, because I don't want the problems that come with it. That's a choice that you have the free will to choose that, to even go against your innate, primal desires or drives, right? And doing
that's because of the want to avoid issues that's going to cause outweighs the want.
Doesn't necessarily always mean that overrides your primal, innate mating strategy that you just have.
It seems there's a bridge that needs built here, guys. How about if both Mud Crab and Glenn define the difference, only the difference, between free will and free choice?
Ooh. So I don't think I
But
could
I
do
think
that.
you guys are
I
talking
think
past each
I
other.
would say they're almost one and the same. But no, a choice is an option. That means you are presented with an option, right? A different option. Free will is the desire to choose between two options, I guess, or multiple options. Choice is not freedom. But if it's free choice, because he said free choice and free will.
Well, here's a question: if we look at society and what society expects from us illegally and on a moral standard, does that really truly give us complete free will?
No, you have freedom of choice. You could choose to do the right thing and avoid, legal consequence, or you could choose to do the thing that you want to do and risk, legal consequence.
What about on the moral aspect?
Speaking of morality, I'm going to be immoral for a moment and be rude and say thank you all so much for your time.
And he's
I have
gonna
to start
leave.
my day. I have to start my day. I mean, I've just
I
made
know.
promises, and I
know.
tend to want to keep them when I make promises.
good.
But thank you all for the experience. I've really enjoyed it. Thanks for letting me on your show, Mel. Thanks
Oh
for
no,
taking the
thank
chance.
you. Thank you for your input. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You guys
Thanks,
have a
dude. You're
lovely
always-
day.
You have
Please
a good
try
day,
to be
Richard.
please try to be
Yeah, you're
brave
always
enough to love each other.
Right.
You have a good one, Richard.
That guy says, Mel Pandora, you have the freedom to make choices. Absolutely. But is that the freedom to make choices on everything? If I wanted to take my clothes off and run in the middle of the street, but then I get arrested for indecent exposure,
Or
and
you might get awarded for decent exposure. It just depends on how the officer feels that day. Depends on who's writing the ticket, right?
what I'm saying is that I want to run out in the street naked, but I can't because the law says I can't. So is that truly freedom, or is that truly freedom of choice?
It's freedom
Darren.
of choice because
Yeah,
you
still have a
get
choice.
to choose to determine if you're going to obey or disobey. Your will would be you get to choose whether or not you're going to, are you going to do you have the will to withhold that desire?
I'm just
Or do
making
you
that
have
up
the
because it
will
came up earlier.
to act on that desire? Which one is greater?
Well, no, it's not a desire that I'd want to do. I just kind of threw that out there
Okay, I
because
get
it
it. You
came
want to go
out.
streaking.
Yeah, I don't want to streak. Yeah, that guy says you have the freedom to get arrested. You do have the freedom to get arrested. I was just putting that out there because it's the first thing that came out to mind. What I'm saying is, because I've had this conversation with people before. Yes, we have the freedom of choice. We have that, but do we truly have the freedom to do anything we want? No, we don't have that freedom.
You have the freedom to pursue the possibility of doing whatever you want, right?
Yeah, but not everybody's intentions are good, Glenn. Are they?
Well, of course not.
Yeah, right. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it depends. I want to make an example, but I don't want to go into it. I just want to make it just because obviously for reasons that in England right now we're being suppressed a lot. In what what would be freedom of speech. I'm not going to elaborate. That's what I'm going to say. So, are we truly able to be free in expressing ourselves or in what we want to do?
So are you going to go into it's like more like a right? You have the right to be freedom of expression or freedom of speech, right?
We have the freedom of expression, yeah, but we don't right now. Like I said, I can't go into it.
I know why.
So,
but do you? Is the question? Do you really have that freedom?
No, not right now. No.
Did you ever?
Did we ever in England? In England, or are we talking just England?
And just period. He could be in America too. Like, do you really ever have that freedom, or is it like believe that you do? Because if it's a right, well, what makes it a right?
Well, the difference between your country and my country is that you have a constitution that protects your freedom of speech.
Until it doesn't, right?
Yeah, rights don't exist.
Exactly. Rights
The
are
only right
only, like,
you have one right, and that is to enforce your will on someone else or defend them enforcing theirs on you.
enforcing your
Yeah.
Well, that guy says, yes, Mel, you're mistaking free will with legal rights. Maybe I am mistaking it, but I guess where I'm trying to go is that does a human being truly have the freedom to do what you want? No, because there's societal, boundaries in place.
Well, you can. You just don't. You don't have the freedom to avoid the consequences.
Right.
Of
You're right.
said societal boundaries. But you still have the freedom to do whatever you want. You just got to choose whether, doing whatever you want you're all comfortable with the consequence that may come with it.
No, true. You have to accept consequences of all your actions. But I don't know. I don't know, guys, because this question's come up before, and I was sat on the fence before, and I'm still sat on the fence now. Do we truly have the freedom of speech and the freedom to do as we will? No.
Well, no, you do. You just don't. You don't have the freedom to avoid consequence.
Right. Free will means you make a choice. There was a chance you might have picked a different option. Yeah, you're right. I mean, what do you think, Krabs?
I think it's nearly midnight and I need to eat, go to bed. But
Oh, that's not your free will talking, is it?
There's free will talking right there.
I got work tomorrow. There's no free will there.
Freedom to do anything within your capability. That's what I kind of meant. Yeah. Do we have the freedom?
I agree with Glenn. You basically can do whatever you desire, but if the consequence outweighs the desire, you're probably not going to do it.
Right. And I think most of us are very well aware of that. Most of us, that we can't do. I mean, not that I have any dark desires that would break the law, but if I had
streaking, except streaking, we got it.
No. I just made that example because it came up earlier in the debate. It was the first thing that came to mind, and it was a good example because if I want to go streaking, I can't go streaking, or I could, but I'd have to be willing to be arrested.
Yeah,
or at least run the risk of getting arrested.
Probably if I ran down my street, I would definitely get arrested in probably 5.5 seconds.
Not if you run fast, you might make it 10 seconds.
I just make that example, because it was the first thing I thought about. But I don't know. It's one of those questions. I like this question because I don't know. I'm not sure about the right or the wrong answer. I'm really not, personally.
Might makes right. Might makes right.
Right. I don't know, guys. It's interesting convos, isn't it? I think we need to kind of, and then it does come down to morality at the end of the day. Like, what are your moral grounds, right?
Yeah, your moral framework. What is it built on?
Right. So that's what it's all about. Glenn, very quickly. Sorry that I misinformed you about next Sunday. I didn't realize that.
Oh, no, no worries.
Is that okay to 2 weeks? Because that will give you more healing time, right?
Yeah, no, that'll be fine.
Are you still in hospital?
No, I'm home.
Oh, you're okay. That's good.
I came home on Friday. I was only there for 3 days.
Okay.
So it was long enough for me.
Yeah, nobody likes hospitals, do they? No.
Definitely not me.
No, I don't know. I try and stay away from the doctors and hospital as much as I can. But that's not to say, guys, that you shouldn't go and get a checkup. And women at the doctors, I call it a full MOT. What that means in England is that, you know, when you put your car to be serviced and they check everything on a yearly basis, that we should also try and do the same.
Oh yeah, and you
Mhm.
never know when you're gonna have a pulmonary embolism, so go to the hospital.
Fuck.
That's
How did you do that one? Is that from the car crash or?
Yeah, so the blood clot originally came from the car crash, and
Yeah,
then
fuck.
you know the it just moved up, right? The blood clot moved up from my lower extremity, and then next thing you know, in my lungs.
Yeah,
And
sucks,
that was
dude.
not fun.
Yeah, glad you're okay, man.
Yeah, I'm
Thank
glad
you.
you're
When I like looked into like how many people like die from that a year, I'm like, holy fuck, that's bad. Like the odds like is really not
I
good.
hope you looked into that after you got home from the hospital, not
No,
before.
I'm in the hospital when they told me this. I'm on my phone like, oh shit, man. I was like, I'm not gonna make it out of here. But
I'm glad you're okay, because it sounds like quite a serious condition that you had. I mean, I don't know too much about it, but it sounds very serious.
yeah, so basically it's when a blood clot goes up from your lower extremity into your heart, and then from your heart into one of your lungs. And when the clot goes in there, the pressure from the heart pumping and everything could like act like a bullet. And it's like a bullet like shooting into your lungs, so you could literally drown yourself in your own blood from the pulmonary embolism impacting your lungs. Lucky enough for me, mine was like really big, and I guess like not like really solid, but really big, and it just like a bunch of little blood clots were all attached to it. So it just like I didn't have like just one clot. I had like a pool of clots on my right lung. Just
But you seem very healthy.
yeah. I just have like really thick blood. Like I normally have to donate blood every 2 months to keep my hemoglobin or whatever.
What's that from?
Steroids. Lots of them.
EQ?
No, Tren. Mainly Tren.
Ah, true. I used to get that from
love
Equipoise.
Tren. Love Tren.
Equipoise was bad for my blood pressure.
I was coined the name Tren Lawrence. And I, still wear that crown, but yeah, so many years of bodybuilding and competing in bodybuilding professionally,
nice.
and tons of steroids later, can tend to thicken your blood. And so, I've had always thick blood. So I would always go every 2 months to like the blood bank, donate a pint of blood or whatever, just to help keep the blood thin.
It was a favorite thing I ever put in my body. That shit.
I got like several bottles of EQ right now.
Nice. What are you cutting?
I'm not right now. I can't even run anything. I can't run anything until the doctor clears me. That's a bummer too.
Yeah.
But I probably won't be able to start like lifting weights again until December or January, depending on my recovery process, just because there's damage to the lung, as well as other like areas due to having the clot. So have to get the clot completely drained out first and make sure there's no more blood clots in the lungs, and then maintain the blood thinner, and then get cleared to start working out, because I have to slowly elevate my cardiovascular system to see if my lungs will be able to handle the stress, right? Because of the damage from the blood clot. So it's gonna be a little bit of a process for me here, but
Yeah, well, it will be. Yeah, I mean,
but to me, it's just like it's kind of challenging. I'm like, oh, I got to create new workouts because the other ones might hurt me. This is going to be interesting. I'm more excited about trying to figure out how I'm going to modify certain exercises than I am about like, oh man, I got to, figure like, nah. I'm more excited about trying to figure out certain mechanics and movements I could do. So,
well,
Yeah,
sorry, Clark, go ahead.
I wouldn't be going straight into free weights again, just in
oh
case
no,
you,
no,
you
no.
need
I'm
to need
starting
to
off
drop
on
something in a hurry, cables
no,
and shit.
yeah, I don't plan on competing until the end of next year. So I do have over a year to cut, and I'm probably gonna do a 6 or a 9 month cut anyways. So I still have plenty of time to get dialed in. And I'm starting off with just resistant bands once I get going.
But as a cautionary tale, Glenn, I showed you my two, like Mr. Universe cousins, right?
Yeah. Oh
Well,
yeah.
you saw their physiques, and I can say on a cautionary tale that one of them, the younger one, who won Mr. Universe after the older one, did have or has right now some severe mental health issues because of the abuse of that particular substance.
Of which one? EQ or Tren?
The roids.
Oh, there's
Which
many different
roid?
ones.
Yeah,
I
which
don't
roid?
know. I don't know what
Like,
they used back in the 90s.
So
I have no
like
idea.
the cool thing
Pro
about me, like I
hormones and
actually
shit.
have a lab. I have a doctor that administers it for me. I don't administer. It's not like a self like abusing habit. Um, like I have a whole team that I work with that does everything from my hormones, nutrition. They even track my sleep. When I get ready to start competing, like we have this whole plan that we do. So it's always monitored and blood work. Everything's really checked out. Um, yeah, so I'm very grateful for that. I know a lot of guys that I'm not sure about your cousin, but a lot of guys do it solo. They do it on their own.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was never present, but I
Yeah.
imagine back in the 90s was very different to what it is now, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. And I know of a lot of guys that have come down with mental health disorders because of abusing of hormones like that. Because they're hormones. Hormones do they either balance you or they cause an imbalance when you have an excess of them.
Yeah,
So
there's hormone fluctuations of fucking world.
yep. And that's
And
why
can
I
you
tell guys
explain?
like
I want.
testosterone is like the most amazing hormone in the world. And no guy should ever feel ashamed of having to be on TRT. Like that, don't ever feel ashamed for being on that.
But Glenn, can I ask you, because you probably know more about this than I do? I dated a guy once who was coming off that roids. This is quite recently, and I don't know how his estrogen levels but he was like a big girl. He couldn't he cried all the time,
Yeah.
couldn't sleep. What happens when you come off? Does your
So
estrogen?
what happens is like, so depending on how many milligrams you're taking, right?
Mhm.
Your natural production of testosterone that your body produces will shut down, right? It will just shut down because your body's like, oh shit, I have a excess amount of testosterone in me. I don't need to produce it. So therefore, I'm just going to stop producing it because we have all this amount coming in from somewhere. So when you get off of it, it takes your body some time to realize, okay, we're not getting this outside source of testosterone. Maybe we should start producing it again. And it could take your body quite some time to start its natural production of testosterone on its own, or sometimes your body has become so dependent upon synthetic testosterone that your body's natural production of it no longer will work. Your natural production is not producing it anymore.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, there's things you can do. Like when you're elevating your testosterone, your body tries to balance its hormone levels. So like your estrogen levels will start to come up if you're not taking Nolvadex or Letrozole or
Yep.
something to keep your estrogen levels under wraps. When you come off, if you don't do a post-cycle therapy,
Oh
your
yeah.
testosterone just drops off a cliff, and your estrogen's fucking higher than most women you know, and you turn into a bitch. Yeah, can fuck you up.
Yeah, like
it was Bizarre Club because he was a tall man, man. Yeah.
That's my
and he
opinion.
did. He turned into a bitch.
That's what roid rage is. It's not testosterone. It's estrogen.
It's the like a higher amount of or imbalance of estrogen in the man's body, that's beyond a normal level, right? And that's really what roid rage is. It's not the roids. And I hate when people say, "Oh, sorry, it's roid rage." I'm like, no, stop blaming it on. It's never the hormone really that does it. It's the individual. Like people like, if you're an asshole, you're also, I guarantee you're also going to be an asshole even if you're on steroids. You're just going to try to blame your assholeness on the steroid.
Yeah, it's the confidence. It's the confidence stuff that changes. Like when you're, say, like 12 weeks in, you feel like someone could try and stick a knife on you and the knife would break. Like you just feel bulletproof.
Like a god.
Yeah.
Like everything is like everything is like living life in like high def.
Yeah.
When you're on a testosterone like cycle, it's like, yeah.
But also, anyone listening, never touch it. Stay off it.
Yeah, if you don't need it, like I tell guys all the time, if you do not need it, don't ever get on it. If for me, it's funny is that I got on it because I was competing, and then when I stopped competing and I just was lifting weights just to lift weights, I got off of it. Well, my body decided it stopped wanting to produce it on its own. And I went like 3 months, like just not on testosterone. I thought like, my body will just start kicking in. And I finally realized like I had no drive, like literally no drive. I cried to a damn Sarah McLachlan dog commercial. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong? And I go, get my hormone levels checked because I'm like, my body should be producing its own testosterone by now. And my testosterone was so low, they said that if they wanted to, they could diagnose me as clinically depressed because I was at a 99, right? That was my testosterone level, 99. The lowest, what they consider low for a guy, is 300. So I was low. And so they're like, no, you need to be on testosterone. I'm like, no problem.
I'm guessing you were blasting and cruising sort of shit.
Oh, dude, I was running like, I was like running like grams a week.
Yeah.
Like,
I've been there, but I was only ever doing like
500 tests, 500 trend, 500, Winstrol, 500 EQ. Like it was.
Yeah, I never went trend. I was like testy, EQ, Winstrol, D-ball, that sort of shit. Kept it pretty standard, but I only did 12 and 13 week cycles and then 12, 13 weeks off.
I would do 6 months on, 6 months off.
Right. That's still pretty hectic.
And I actually never would get off testosterone though. I would the times that I'm not like running any other gear, I would just be cruising my testosterone at like 200.
TRT dose. Yeah,
just a regular TRT dose.
Yeah, blast and cruise. That's hectic. That's why your testosterone's fucked up.
Oh yeah, and I was doing that for 5-6 years. So then like now I'm like, oh well, I guess I'm dependent upon it. Oh well.
It's not that bad though. It's not
really
a terrible thing to put in your body.
No, it's I love it. But
I
now
I love it.
Right now it kind of sucks because I'm not on it because of the blood clots. right? And so I'm
yeah.
like, oh, I'm gonna start crying to Sarah McLachlan commercials again. I need to stay away from puppies.
Kittens.
Like,
But I think you're right, Ben. I think it depends on the man's personality. I think if
It
you're
really
an
does.
asshole, those things just hyper focus on you being an asshole, right?
Yep. Because
yeah,
like everybody would tell me like, you're on trend, you don't get the side effects. No. Like you're not like a fucking psycho asshole. And no. Oh wow, bro, you must be like immune to it. I'm like, or I could just not be an asshole. you know. But I did get the sweats, like the trend sweats. I would wake up in a puddle, right?
yeah.
But that was the most of it. But never had the mood swings or
What
anything
about
like
your
that.
skin? Was it affected with boils? Because I've dated men who are on that who had bad skin, predominantly around their shoulders.
Oh yeah, from all the acne, from the gear.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they also probably didn't, shower regularly.
Got to use a fucking good. I used to
You
use
use
like.
tactical soap from Grondike Soap Company.
You fucking chill. I used to use lemon scented dishwashing liquid in the shower to wash my
Oh,
shoulders.
like
and they used to-
Dial, yeah, like Dial.
yeah, they
or-
used to really fucking sort it out.
Yep.
Washing up liquid crap?
Yeah, dishwashing liquid because
Yeah.
you just
Oh,
wanted to
wow.
eliminate any bacteria from sweating because
Yep.
you're running hot. Like my body temperature is normally like 37.5 Celsius, and I was running pretty hot when I was on test.
Yeah, like
So,
when
like,
I run gear, like I'm always at mild fever temperature. Like it's like 99.8 and 100, just I'm like a fucking thermos.
Yeah,
Just
same.
warm.
Adam, to an extent, if women take bodybuilding like to the extremes, they almost become like men.
Yeah. Do you know? Okay, so do you know how much gear a woman has to be running for that to take place? I mean, it does happen. I know many women that look more masculine than half the guys, I see on a daily basis. But it's a lot of gear and a lot of years doing it. I tell women, just don't be afraid of lifting weights. Just don't use gear, because you could lift all the weight that you want, and you're never gonna end up looking like a dude.
I don't know, Glenn. I've seen some bodybuilding women who are quite fucking scary.
And I guarantee you they're on some sort of gear.
Oh no, absolutely, absolutely.
I'm saying if you don't do gear, you don't have to worry about it, because your body doesn't produce enough testosterone naturally for it to have that effect.
And may I ask, is it true that they say that when you do abuse gear, as on a woman bodybuilder, your clit becomes like a tiny penis? Is that true?
This is true.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
But what does that even mean? It becomes like a tiny penis.
Well, so it just it gets very swollen and prominent when it on arousal. Like everything, it's very sensitive. So like your leggings while you're doing squats, just the way that your leggings may be rubbing against you will arouse you.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Plus the low body fat and stuff like that, like
Yep.
the lips and stuff thin out, so it makes it more prominent.
Yeah.
Wow. So their vaginas completely change?
No, not completely. Just moderately.
Wow.
Enough to notice.
Yeah.
I'm like
standing up.
I mean, it would be odd if a woman stands up in a gym and something sticks out in front.
It's not like that noticeable. Probably to her it feels that noticeable, but to the normal person who's not looking for it, it's not that noticeable.
Elle wanted to know, can you ask the men on panel if they know what a low body temp in a woman could mean? Nothing with bodybuilding or sports.
A low temp, like you're running cold.
Hypothermia?
Like so the average body temp is like what 97.6 or 96.7, something like that. That's the average temperature. So I would say anything below that is cold.
She says that her body temp is always very low.
I think that's a normal woman thing, isn't it? Every woman I've
Every
ever been
woman's
with,
cold. Like,
they've always got cold feet, cold hands, and they hug me because I'm a
yeah.
fucking water.
Oh, you're
hot
so
water bottle.
warm.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm
you're
always
not.
hot, but I blame middle age for that.
That's called hot flashes.
Yes, it is. I know. I'm having them. I know.
It also could, yeah, it could also be a lack of vitamin D deficiency. Yeah.
Well, I've just been.
And here's the other thing that most women do not realize that they should look into, because you hear a lot of guys talking about men have a low testosterone epidemic right now, but it's not just men. Actually, a lot of you ladies are struggling from low T as well, but your low T does not manifest the same way as a man having low T. Men get more like depressive, feminine, like they'll cry and they get frazzled with their emotions, and they cry to Sarah McLachlan. Women actually tend to get more assertive, more masculine, more short tempered. You would think that they would become more like they become more manly, like, right, when they have low T. They're not as like patient or agreeable.
Well, how much testosterone does a woman have? I mean, I thought that we mainly had estrogen.
No. So men and women both produce testosterone and estrogen. Men just produce 17 times more testosterone than a woman does. So no, you ladies produce testosterone too. They just
No, I
always
know, but I
seem
thought
to,
compared to our estrogen levels, that it's very, very low.
yeah, like you guys produce very low testosterone, but even though you produce it very low levels compared to men, if you're not producing enough of it, or if you guys are suffering just like men are suffering with low T, and not knowing it, you could also be experiencing some problems. Some doctors will try to mask with SSRIs, and other things, when really, if you just balanced your hormones and got a good blood panel and see where your hormone levels are, that could avoid having to get on SSRIs or other things. That's why I tell guys before they even take the prescription that their doctor's trying to give them for depression, go get their testosterone levels checked. And if they're not balanced, or if they have low T, before you take any mental health drug, try balancing your hormone levels first and see if there's not a change, because most likely there's a change. For guys, as soon as they balance that testosterone level, that depression issue, that's gone.
Yeah,
it's gone.
And Jerry makes a good point, but this is a whole another live. Studies show that the younger generation having lower levels of hormones is to do with packaging of plastics.
That's true. It's also with the high amount of soy that they consume or absorb is a lot higher now than we have ever had it before. Soy is used as a preservative in many different products. Like, there's soy in your shampoo. There's soy in your Axe body wash. Yeah. There's soy in your, prepared meal preservatives. Like, there's soy in your lotion. You're literally rubbing soy into your skin, and your skin is your biggest organ. So not realizing that the high amount of consumption of soy that you might be taking could be playing a huge role. That's why I wash my body with Tactical soap. It's soy boy free soap, and it's infused with pheromones. You know what that means? Bitches want to smell your dick.
I'm gonna have to get out of here. I need to get to sleep. Thoroughly enjoyed the conversation the past 45 minutes or so, Glenn.
Yeah, man.
Good
to
job
talk
on the
with you,
debate,
Crab.
Mel. Yeah, you too, man. Take it easy, get well, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
Thank you. I will, and I will talk to you later. So then there were two.
Oh, is it just me and you, Glenn? So I just grabbing some food.
Yeah.
Glenn, are you going live? Because I'm about to wrap up.
Oh no, I'm not gonna go live. I'm gonna go nap.
Go nap. No, because I need to find somebody to redirect to.
I get it. Resto says you can't be left alone with me virtually.
Yeah, he said he's never going to leave me and you alone. That's what he said. No, because I'm actually, normally I will have longer lives, but I think all that activity with Fatty just took it out of me a little bit.
Oh, it was a very stimulating and really demanding, back and forth that you guys had.
It was. And like I said, I'm definitely going to take some notes on board just so I get prepared for you.
I'm easy. I don't even debate.
You're easy.
I'm easy like Sunday morning.
That's not what I've heard. Like one of your mods made a point of coming into my live, and I'm pretty sure you know who it is, to tell me that you were going to smash me.
I didn't even hear it. I didn't.
No, this was in my last live. Yeah, he came in.
I never even heard about it.
No. He came in and he enlightened me about how you were going to thrash me, you were going to destroy me, and all the rest of that. And I was like, oh, if
he's probably just trying to start a good grift.
Yeah, well, you know who that mod is, right?
If I have an idea,
Mhm.
but I don't. I was just made aware of it right now from you. So
Yeah, not that I minded. I thought it was hilarious. I asked him how old he was. I think he took offense for that because then in your live when I came in afterwards, he called me a cunt. And I thought, do you think I'm going to get offended by a word that we use so often in England? No.
Now, so hold on. If somebody calls a woman, it's what is it, like a bosh pig, right? Isn't that super offensive? Like a push pig.
I've never heard push pig before.
Or something donkey. I don't know.
I don't know. No, it wasn't you, Adam. It was someone else. It's
probably are we not men?
Yes.
Bush pig. That's right.
Oh, is that an Australian thing, bush pig?
Yeah, it's an Australian thing.
Yeah, no, like I said, when he came in and in your chat and called me a cunt, I just thought, do you honestly think that that's going to offend me? Like,
like we use that word all the time. Now, I understand if he would have called you a mad cunt, that's a compliment in Australia. Like, oh, that's a bad bitch right there.
Yeah, that's a term of endearment in Australia.
Yeah. So if he never know, he might have meant to say that.
I don't know. Swamp donkey. What is a swamp donkey exactly?
That's the other bad, Australian term, like for a woman. Like it's like, yeah, swamp donkey, bush pig. What was the other one? It was like something cunt. Like there's
but
I have a lot of Aussies in my chat. You know, so I am learning their weird terms and stuff.
Yeah, but they use cunt every other word. That's not
Oh yeah.
offensive for them either.
Like if you ever run across Angry Casper, he may spurg. His spurging is harmless. You know, he's very passionate man, and I tell him he's allowed to spurg in my chat all the time. Like if he's not spurging in my chat, I'll be like, "What's wrong with you? Why haven't you spurged today? Are you spurging elsewhere? Are you cheating on me with the spurgs?" You know, these are
I
my
think he was
spurgs.
in chat earlier doing it.
Yeah,
I
he
just
was.
let
He
him do
was.
it. Yeah.
When he comes on, he's like, "Listen, cunt! Like everything's cunt. Like this dumb cunt. Like, and I just it cracks me up because he sounds like. You remember the movie Despicable Me?
Yes.
Okay, he sounds like Gru.
He sounds like Gru.
He sounds just like Gru. So imagine Gru saying cunt every other word. It's amazing. It's just it's just amazing.
But do you think that I don't know, some men like to spurge out a lot because they're extremely frustrated in real life?
Yeah, I think that happens a lot for guys. I think a lot of men that are coming up these days. Okay, men have been raised to be defected women. That's what society has taught them is acceptable, is to be like women. Well, it's like the hardware and the software are not able to compute at that rate. And when you have the software, the 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 nurturing side, the cultural influence is telling you to be this way, and your hardware is designed for you to be this way. And when you get to a point where the hardware cannot read the software and it's now malfunctioning, that's a defected man, right? And culturally, that's what we have been raising our boys to be. So when ladies are like, "Where are all the real men at?" I'm like, well, you have the men that you created. You know, this is what you said that you want men to be like, and now you have raised them and created them this way. You don't like them? Well, I'm kind of sorry. You gotta deal with what you got. And that's a huge problem in society right now. Is we have a lot of men that do not know how to regulate their emotions, or they do not know how to even like find healthy means of expression of them. Like we say violence is bad. Ooh, violence is dangerous. Violence never solves anything. Actually, violence solves a lot of things. And it solves most things historically. Um so like, act like high, impact sports like football, soccer, right? Mixed martial arts, any type of martial arts, any combat sport, those are great for young boys to be in because it teaches them discipline. It teaches them how to regulate violence, which most young men have no idea how to regulate violence. So that's why they go from zero to shooting up a whole damn, place, right? Is because they don't know how to regulate violence. And not knowing how to administer the necessary amount of violence needed in any given situation is also why you see these boys just outburst, right? So spurging is the verbal version of that violent outburst. The way I look at it, sometimes it could be a very healthy practice, so that helps them avoid getting to the physical violent side of it, or it could be the buildup that leads them to the violent side of it.
Interesting. Do you think that men can go forward without the need for violence, or do you think that's just an innate thing?
I think we're hardwired that way. Men need to be able to master violence. It's a necessity. It's dependent. Society, culture, your wife, Your children are going to depend on you having the ability to master violence and know when and where to utilize it if needed. You know, it's a discipline, and a lot of guys, most men today, have not been in a fight since probably elementary school. So most men today do not know really how they would respond if they got punched in the face. Most men will freeze if they got punched in the face, right? And because most guys haven't gotten in a fight, like, you know, that's just the reality of it. Um, like I live literally right next to a gym, like, you know, a mixed martial arts gym, and every once in a while, me and my buddies will meet up over there, and we will, you know, spar, keep our skills sharp, and that's just enough violence for us to keep us, you know, sharp with our skills, um, you know, confident in our abilities. But most guys, no, they don't know how to do that.
So, Glenn, going through full circle, right, on the topic about that me and Fatty had about women in leadership, would you say that men have more of a tendency to go to war because they're more violent than women? So women are more peacekeepers than men are?
No, women are more agreeable than men are. Men are not agreeable. You know, we're can even considered unreasonably disagreeable. Like Grid One here in the chat, he is Mr. Disagreeable. Like, very good guy. You should have him on your channel one of these days. You know, men are not, if we don't like something, we are not going to just go with the flow because we want the group to accept us. We will rather buck against the group and stand on what we believe than be agreeable. So just because women are more agreeable doesn't mean that women are less violent.
But does that make us better negotiators?
Maybe not. It can be better manipulators for sure. Because I mean, think about this: the FBI report states that when it comes to domestic violence, out of all relationships, that's straight and gay, lesbian, whatever, women have a higher rate of perpetuating, instigating, and engaging in domestic violence. And the couples that tend to have the highest rate of domestic violence are lesbian couples. So women are technically more violent than men are
We
in
are.
relationships. Yeah.
No, but we're not talking about one individual woman. Let's look at it from.
I'm talking about like societal wise.
I didn't think we were more aggressive.
No, men just do more damage when we do get involved in domestic violence, right? So there's a difference. Women will slap. Okay, so a slapping, your boyfriend says something you don't like, you smack him across the face. That's domestic violence. That's an assault, right? Or that's battery. There was no need for the slap. You just reacted and slapped him, right? You could, if a guy did that, he could get arrested. You could still get arrested technically, but the likelihood of that slim to none. So because the way that we perceive domestic violence is always going to be man beating woman, and we don't, and when there is a woman beating a man and we see the man not injured, right? Because how this little lady slapped you or she hit you, where you hurt? You even got a red mark, right? Like there's no physical wounds that we could see. We don't see it as much of a societal issue as we do when we see a man physically assaulting a woman.
That guy wants to know where you're getting this. Women usually stop violence.
Oh, I mean, shit! Like, just get there's a book out by Dr. Eric Nelson called "Judicial War Against Men." He has all the cited studies and all the different case laws and all that stuff. It's on Amazon. You can get it for like
But
20 bucks.
is this based on American studies or
Yeah, it's based on
worldwide?
America. It's based on America and Western countries, but primarily America. He does reference some UK studies as well.
Okay.
I talked to a men's rights. You guys, I think it's called men's rights activists out there, but it's a party, or it used to be a party. You guys have like a political party for every group. It seems like.
Us, we
Like,
don't have two.
I'm pretty soon gonna hear that you guys have like the strippers party of the world.
Well, we don't just have the two. Let's just
And
say
you have like tons, like 50 of them.
we have a few. Yeah.
I was talking to the men's rights party, and he was telling me like during the time when Me Too was going on. Excuse me, I gotta drink some water.
You're good.
I think it was around from 2013 to 2018. The government was like paying women like a stipend or whatever if they were victims of SA or grape, as like, oh, here's some money to help you as you go through this process, whether or not the woman was actually a victim of it or not was not necessarily need to be proven in order to receive the money benefits. They just had to have a accusation and a case being investigated. And I heard he was telling me that they stopped doing it. And domestic violence, I think, was on there on the list too. So it was domestic violence, SA, or grape. And from what I understand, the UK, grape is only when only a man can commit that, because the definition, I believe, it's a male appendage being used, to do things. America is defined differently, but so he was telling me was that with all the false claims for that crime were going on, women were getting paid for it, and he said guys caught wind of it, so guys started accusing other guys of grape just so that they could get the stipend money. He said the government had to cut that off because they couldn't afford the amount of claims that were coming in now for both male and female. And that's actually also in the book too, so it's really interesting.
No, it is really interesting because I've done many a panel where we've spoken about DV, but I've done one or two about the other way around. It does happen where women cause the men. It's the other way around rather than men, but it's rare, right? Because
no, it's actually most domestic violence, 70% of all, well, this is in the United States, 70% of all domestic violence is mutual domestic violence, where both parties are mutually attacking each other. There's not one in defending itself from the other.
I was going to say, how do you know it's a mutual? How do you know that one's not defending?
So there's 7 types of domestic violence. It's a wheel. I think I have, I think I have the insert right here. Give me 1 second. I can show you. It's really interesting.
No, it is interesting. It's because I've never been violent towards a man, and I've never seen a woman be violent towards a man, but that doesn't mean he doesn't exist, right?
You just never loved the man enough. No, I'm kidding.
To beat him up.
Hey, I say she don't really love you until she wants to stab you. If she hasn't threatened to stab you at least once, did she even love you?
Yeah, but this could be a cultural difference, though. Glenn. You know, women in different countries behave differently.
That's true. That's why I prefer Latin women, because Latin women will kill you.
Oh,
Like
okay.
they will stab you. They will threaten to stab you. They will poison you. Like that's that real love. They're like, I love you so much. You ain't never gonna leave me.
I
They
don't know.
mean that
Is that real love? I find it scary as shit.
shit. I find that arousing. No, I'm kidding.
You do?
That's commitment right there. That is commitment. Um, I'm just joking. I think it's crazy, but it's funny.
I
I know
don't know.
guys. I do know guys that find that like to be a trait that they look for.
Really?
Yeah, they're like, oh man, if she ain't she doesn't get jealous, and she don't like threaten me about something, did she even really care about me? Like, not sure. I don't know.
See all the contradictory like signals that you give us women.
Yes, I'm telling you to assault your men. That will show them that you really love them.
Please don't follow Glenn's advice, girls, because you'll end up in jail too.
No, the odds of you end up in jail, not likely. Unless he's a bitch. No, I'm kidding.
You just gone against everything I've done on my channel so far.
I know. I just fucking nuked everything.
Mhm.
It's funny.
But
No, I tell there's guys that say like, oh well, I was gonna debate somebody about domestic violence laws that they're not needed, and I'm like,
wow.
no, they are needed. I think they're very much needed.
They are, yeah.
And I think the language needs to change, because the language primarily is the way it's written. It's written assuming that the victim of domestic violence is always the female. So when the laws are worded in a manner that tends to give you a impression that only a woman could be a victim of domestic violence, that's a very bad thing, if you ask me. Okay,
Oh,
here we go.
is that what the wording says?
Yeah, we have one act. It's called the VAW, Violence Against Women's Act, right? VAWA. And that's literally the bill or the act. It's Violence Against Women's Act. And it's a domestic violence act. It's a domestic violence law. And just by the term of it, it kind of leaves the impression that, well, if a guy is a victim of a woman committing a domestic violence against him, then because that it's a man as the victim and the woman as the perpetrator, then he must not fall under a VAWA case because, well, he's not a woman. So how could she be charged for it as a VAWA case?
I don't think so. That guy. I think statistics prove that.
So I'm going to share my screen.
Yeah, yeah.
And here's the screenshot insert from the book. All right, so you see it up there? Okay, cool. So this is the 7 types of domestic violence, okay? You got man versus man. To see how like the arrows here, let me zoom in a little bit better. The arrows are going both ways, right? That means it's mutual, right? Both men are mutually engaging in domestic violence. And then the other model or type is when you have 2 women mutually engaging in domestic violence. The next group is then you have 1 man, assaulting one male, and the violence is only going in one direction. Same thing with women. You have 1 female committing domestic violence against 1 female who's not in returning the violence. Then you have one male assaulting one female. Then you have one female assaulting a male. And then you have male, female mutually assaulting each other. So there's the 7 types of domestic violence.
But here's the thing, because we know that domestic violence. Look at that model. I think it was only last year that unalived her boyfriend. Right? We know that domestic violence can go either way. Do you think that the laws protect the women more than the men because it's more of a taboo, like a man being beaten up by a woman?
Yeah, well, we don't. So if we go based off of the principle of the law, what the law says, what the words are, what a battery is, right? Battery is any unwanted touching, right? Assault is any like threats to harm. It doesn't have to be an actual threat carried out. It just has to be believable that this threat could be carried out. If we just look at it as that, and we don't take the individual's stature or sex or size as a factor, then you would have to look at it from a neutral position. But because we genderized domestic violence, we always assume that when there's a domestic violence call being made, it's man beating woman. And culturally, we have accepted that to be the norm, or the norm. When in actuality, here, I could pull up the data for that too.
Hang on, before we do that, I don't recognize the gentleman in the back. Hello.
That's
Hello.
probably Grid.
What do we call
It's
you?
me.
What do we
Grid.
call you? It's Grid. Okay.
It's Grid 1 Motorsports, yeah.
Oh, okay, no worries.
I didn't even have to look. I didn't have to switch screens at all.
What do you think about this, Grid?
Oh, Glenn and I have had this discussion many times. He's even using some of my talking points.
No, my talking point that you stole and repackaged. Get it right, old man.
No, let's selective memory.
I'm old now, so I have that privilege.
You're not old, you're handicapped.
Same difference, whatever.
So what's your pivot on this?
Which part? Because I've been following along, but I was in the gym. I couldn't speak, or they'll throw me out. So,
well, we're talking about the DV situations now.
Yeah. So I helped Glenn prep for that debate, and I could argue both sides pretty well. My personal viewpoint is that I can think of very few instances where it's really truly okay for a full-grown man to hit a woman.
Right.
Now there are some because if a woman's coming at you with a knife, you got to do what you got to do, brother. But
yeah, unless your life is being threatened.
Yeah, like if you are actually in danger, like all bets are off. Because women play on that. There are women that actually will attack men knowing that they won't hit back. And they go right up to that limit where, because I don't know, some women are just mean. I don't know what else to tell you. And I think we all know women like that. We just don't like to admit that we know women like that, because then that tarnishes the viewpoint that all men want to have of women, of being awesome. And men generically, well, most men, not just males, most men really want to picture women in a very specific way. And so when women are behaving poorly, we don't like that. We just, it ruins our image of them. And we oftentimes men choose to ignore it rather than deal with it.
Yeah, but percentage of female DV compared to the male DV? I think there's quite
Well,
a
here you
I think
go.
women hit men more than men hit women, but when men hit women, it almost always results in the police being called. And I actually have a good story. If you'll bear with me a minute, I'll tell you.
Bear with me one second. Let me read this.
Yeah, you go. You can go ahead.
It
Yeah,
says,
go ahead.
Judge X claims is empirically incorrect. Slightly more than 50% of all DV is committed by females, and about 70% of male-female DV is non-self-defense mutual combat. That means that's when both arrows were pointing in both directions. So statistically, women commit more domestic violence than men do. It just is that men do more damage and cause more harm when men do domestic violence.
And men are very much less likely to even care about it.
Yeah.
So if you'll bear with me, I have a personal anecdote that may illustrate this. When I was younger, I had mostly female roommates.
Because he was a whore.
I was not. Well, I mean, I kind of was, but I wasn't sleeping with any of my roommates because that would have been gross. But because then it would have been awkward when I brought other women home. But I had a female roommate that was like really going through some stuff, and I knew that she was, just really angry, and tried to avoid her as much as possible. But one night, I was talking to my then girlfriend, now wife, on the telephone, and for some reason, my roommate decides that to move all of my stuff out of the house and throw it out onto the lawn. And I would very calmly walk down and grab my stuff and walk it back into the house and put it back in my room. And this went on for like 10 or 15 minutes until she started slamming the door on me and actually slammed the door on my hand several times. I didn't really care, whatever. It didn't matter. Someone, one of the neighbors, I believe, called the police. The police show up. So the police separate us out, and they say, "Hey, what's going on?" I said, "Well, my roommate's gone psychotic. I've asked, basically, I'm not paying the utility bills until I see the actual bills so that I pay my half, because I think that she's been basically lying to me, and I've been paying all of the bills. And I just want to see the bill. That's, if she shows me the bill, I'll cut the check right this minute, no problem. But otherwise, I'm not doing that." And she's really angry about it. And I mean, she's really angry about a lot of things, but this was the thing that she was angry at me about. And he said, "Okay, well, have you had any kind of personal relationship?" And I'm like, "Nope, purely roommates. I've got a lease. Here's my lease. Whatever." If they talk to her, she pretty much says the same thing, except, that obviously I owe her for the utilities. She's sick of me. I got to go, whatever. They tell her, well, he's got a lease. And then it comes out that the cops notice my bloody hands, I guess. And they say, "Well, what happened here?" And I said, "Well, she slammed the door on my hand several times." And they said, "Well, that just changed everything because that's assault and battery, right?" And I'm like, "Well, okay, what does that mean?" And so we got to go talk to her, get her side of the story again. So they do, and she admitted to slamming the door on my hand several times. And they came to me and they said, "Hey, listen, one of you guys has to leave the house tonight and can't be here. And if you want, we'll take her to jail right now because she's committed battery against you. And we can plainly see that you didn't do anything. You have a lease. You have a right to be here. She's totally in the wrong here. And even though you haven't been if it had been in a relationship, if there had been a relationship involved, there would be no choice. She would have gone to jail because there was no dating or anything ever. That gave the officers the choice of not taking one of us to jail. And I said, no, she can let her go stay with her mom or go to a hotel or whatever, but she doesn't need to go to jail. The cops went to her and they told her point blank that if they had to respond to another call, if she came back, if she yelled at me, screamed at me, anything, she was going to jail. They would have no choice but to take her to jail. And so that, after that, I moved out, like pretty much the next weekend. So
But I
it's
guess
an interesting.
it's very interesting, but there's different types of abuse,
Right. You understand how the way the law works is, if we had ever dated even one time a year ago, one of us would have had to go to jail, because that's the way the laws read in the United States for domestic violence.
Well, I'm looking at the stats for the UK. I think this is the UK ones, and actually, they're closer than I thought. It says in the year ending March 2023, 5.7% of women and 3.2% of men aged 16 and over experienced domestic abuse. But I'm wondering what that entails, whether that entails psychological abuse as well.
Oh, I don't know that they have any stats for psychological abuse.
No, I'm wondering whether these stats include psychological abuse.
Yeah. Oh, you mean, okay, yeah.
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 Because it says here, the majority of partner abuse victims experience non-physical abuse.
It could be psychological, it could be financial, it could be emotional. There's the grid when we were going through when we were prepping for the debate, like there was quite a bit of different levels of it.
And financial abuse is growing. That's like a big one right now.
Yeah, that's telling her, no, you can't spend that money.
Yeah. If women are legitimately filing claims against men for financial abuse because they feel locked out of the relationship and the finances are controlled. They feel like they cannot leave the relationship because they don't have their money in order. They have no job. They have no ability to get a job, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And they're claiming that is abuse by the man.
That is abuse by the man.
Yeah, like if let's say like okay, here's like my mom bounced checks all the time, and my stepdad got pissed off to the point where he removed her from the bank account because like she kept on bouncing checks and to get her hair done and to do her nails or whatever, and he would warn her like, hey, you need to stop this, you need to check with me first, make sure that we have the money before you go spending it because we have bills to pay. And over like a year or so, like she just never took heed of his warning, and he like cut him off of or he cut her off of the account, and she was crying that was abusive back then. And so yeah, it could be situations like that that's considered financial abuse.
But and I'm asking this just as a devil's advocate, especially in regards to men, can psychological abuse be considered the same as physical abuse?
Well, how do you measure? How is one to measure? I mean, you could recover from a bruise. You could recover from a punch, right? And that could happen over a couple days, right?
I'm thinking
you can't really measure the level of impact psychological abuse can have after. Like that, I don't think you can really measure that.
Right, that's why I asked the question, because
I think it's probably more severe.
Yeah, to an extent, sticks and stones and all that. Yeah, psychological abuse can be in some ways worse than physical. Agreed. Billy the Goat said the same. Yeah, but like Glenn said, how do you measure that in the eyes of the law?
Yeah, I think it's really interpretive, right?
It really is.
And you're even if you could have two doctors examine the same exact patient with the same exact files and come up with two completely opposite difference.
Oh yeah, and Grit has a degree in psychology, so he kind of like knows his stuff about the brain.
I don't generally reveal that, man.
Oh, well, I just did.
I mean, it'd be interesting. I mean, myths and misconceptions. There's also gaps in the data of domestic abuse, including experiences of black and minority women, basically. I was having a moment. And that applies to men too. How many men domestic abuse?
Yeah, I think it's really cultural, because I know that like Hispanic men, and I know a couple of guys that work for me, their women were completely abusive to them. I mean, they come to work with like bruises and things like that done by their wives, and they would never complain, not even a little bit about it.
Well,
I mean, part of that's the culture, right? Right. Yeah. They probably did something really bad, but but I'm kind of singling out that one group. I'm not saying they're the only group. I'm just using this as an example. I wouldn't want to say that this doesn't happen among other cultures either. But I think a lot of it is cultural, right? Like in some countries, it would be completely reversed just because of the culture and what the standard of society is.
Right.
For them. So.
Right, and I don't think that male DV is reported a lot.
Oh, not yet. Yeah, we all know that. I mean,
guys don't care. Guys don't. For one, they don't want to look like a bitch.
True.
And they also don't want they don't think nobody will believe them because of
then. I mean, even then, it's such small amount of damage, right? In most cases.
That's
right?
why, like, are you really bitching about this? Like, you have a mark on you, dude. Chill out.
I wouldn't complain about it if a dude hit me. I'm not going to complain. I'm going to complain even less about it if a woman hits me, right? Like, that's just not how that works. For me, anyway. I don't know. Other people, different strokes.
Well, again, we go back to the Amber Heard Johnny Depp situation. She very clearly said, and we heard it in the recording, who's going to believe you, Johnny, a man? Right?
Well, and think about how long that went. The only reason any of that was exposed is because she went after him. He would have kept his mouth shut for decades, or he did, I guess, keep his mouth shut for decades. Never said a word. And then, she has to go off and bring it all to light.
I don't think they were married that long. I think they weren't married decades.
I thought they were together for at least like 7 years, right?
I thought they were dating for like 10 or 15 years, or maybe, and knew each other longer than that. I could be wrong, because she was young though, right? No, okay, so maybe not decades, but years, right? He kept silent for years, and he would have continued to stay silent. He never would have brought it up. He never would have mentioned any of it, right? Because that's and for most men, that's our personal business. We have boundaries.
Emasculating. He doesn't want to be.
Yeah, it's emasculating.
Yeah.
We have boundaries about what we tell. We segregate information and what we tell people. We tell this group, this much about ourselves, and we'll talk about these things with other people. But very few people get the whole picture, because it's just the way men operate, right? And if she had not put their business in the streets, he probably would have never said anything about it. I can't think of any situation where I, as a man, would admit that my wife took a crap on my bed.
Oh my God!
Ever. I honestly, I can't think of a single situation except being in court fighting for every dollar I have, where I'd be like, okay, yeah, all right.
No, he was fighting to clear his name.
That's true.
It had nothing to do with money. He wasn't fighting for money. He was fighting to clear his name.
That's true. That's true as well. Yeah, because she was dragging him through the mud. It wasn't just about the money. But
that's why she did all that, because it all started because her and her friends were occupying all the top floor of a certain building. And so when she heard that, when he'd had enough and said, right, I'm divorcing you, you need to move out, even though he said take your time, that's when she went for him. For her it was
that's when she went nuclear. Full nuclear meltdown.
I don't think she would have done it without the encouragement of her friends.
Right.
Like, I think she listened to the wrong group of girlfriends and
boyfriend. There was one guy.
Yeah. Well, there's always that guy that wants to fuck her, and he's like, "Yeah, you should totally just teach him a lesson."
Well, and and understand, like, if he offered her what, like 8 million or something, he offered her a pretty good chunk of change.
Yeah,
but everybody around her is like, he's worth almost $1 billion. Get your 100 mil, girl. you know, like, well, yeah.
And
I mean, he probably
you
didn't
gotta
even really.
realize, like,
He would have
she
just signed
cut
off on the
his
8 mil.
finger. She cut his finger, and he had to lie about it on production because of his insurance is so high to insure him on a film. Like, he had to lie about how his fucking finger almost got like severed off.
It kind of did get severed off. I mean, we're talking about a bottle of vodka, which is quite thick. Yeah. So it probably, I think in the trial they said that his bone was showing.
Yeah. No, she cut down to the bone. It was not a. But that was real love. That's that real love right there. Like,
that's that toxic shit, man. Like, that's why we don't date redheads.
That's why if I would never have saw her, I would have thought she was at least Latina somewhere. I'm like, that's that Latin love.
No, I think she was just a terrible example of a disgusting human being, you know, to go as
I think she was batshit crazy. What are you talking about?
Well, yes, she was batshit crazy.
But I tell you right now, I bet you
in your bed and then blames
them out
it
of their
$20.
wildest dreams. Like, she was the porn star fuck that they dream about. I guarantee you.
I mean, how psycho do you have to be to take a crap on someone's bed and then send them a picture of it on your cell phone and blame the? I mean, come on.
Imagine the question is, imagine how good that sex is to accept that.
It's not good enough. I'm gonna tell you, it's not good enough.
Shit.
But is this?
I've had some really good sex, but there's never been any crap on the bed next to my pillow. Good sex. That's never happened.
You don't know until you know.
Is this a valuable lesson to you men about really, really good-looking women that you have to be a little bit wiser to it?
Oh, yeah, the crazy hot matrix.
Yeah,
you have to live your life.
Yeah, we're
you have to live your life. Yeah.
Not that I'm saying that all beautiful women are nutters, absolutely not. But Johnny Depp, obviously, because he was aging, she was a lot younger, she was stunning. Even though I think that when we saw how ugly she was inside, she became ugly on the outside. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Like she was, after hearing everything and just seeing her like court stills, like the court pictures didn't help her. But that was because she was told to dress a certain way. But she looked hideous to me. I'm like, ugh, this bitch is ugly. Just ugly. But I thought she was hot as hell in Aquaman. I was like, shit.
But it's true though, because actually, someone I know who was dating one of my cousins who's stunning, absolutely stunning. And I remember I had a conversation with him after they split, and he said, "Mel, no word of a lie." He goes, "Even though she's aesthetically stunning, she's ugly inside, which made her ugly on the outside to the point where my dick almost reversed back in."
Yeah. Oh, so women do not realize this. You know how guys could fuck themselves out of sex or talk themselves out of sex? Ladies, your attitude could make my dick not even rise to the occasion, and you could be the most drop dead gorgeous woman in the world. But if you have the shittiest attitude, I couldn't even perform.
Right. Which is what he was saying, right?
Yep.
Because
like instant ED.
Mm. Right, and if you saw her, like I said, she's absolutely fucking stunning, this girl. But as soon as she opens her mouth, and I don't care that she's my cousin, as soon as she opens her mouth, I can see why men's dicks would flop instantly. Like
you know the remedy of that, right? There's a remedy.
I don't know.
all the guy would have to do is just put something in her mouth.
Well, you can't keep it in there forever.
Or can you?
Oh, can you? Yeah, but does that work?
A Guinness Book of World Records test that we might need to challenge here? Just
No,
saying.
you can't keep it in your. You can't get it to stop talking. Like it can't be in there 24/7.
There's pacifiers.
I mean, obviously, I understand that when
All
you
gas,
men, yeah,
you
when you
know.
men want us to shut the fuck up, you're gonna do that. I get it. I get it. But it can't work 24/7. That's the it can't.
That's true.
Yeah, it flops around. That's right, Army Vet.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
it flops around like like a turtle. You know, like a turtle when it pulls his head back in his shell, like that.
Oh man. Like you got to like that has to be so deflating for a woman to realize that like you have such a ugly presence that you make a dick turn in from an outie to an innie.
Wait, girls in chat.
Like who thought that could even be possible?
It is possible because
It
you know,
is.
it's absolutely possible. And yes, Alice, there is someone else just like that when it comes to Marilyn Manson. And I don't even like Marilyn Manson.
Oh yeah.
But that was exactly the same scenario. Is exactly the same scenario. You know?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
There was also Jonathan Majors. Like the dude was running away from the chick and she was chasing after him just to whoop his ass. Oh
Boy, there's some brave women in the US. I'm telling you what, your women are mad.
well, that's that female empowerment.
And I don't want to criticize any of the American women in chat.
Oh, I'll criticize them all. No,
No, I'm just saying, wow, your women are braver than us to run after you.
Here's the thing, like, this is something you were saying in your debate earlier. You're defining like feminism or feminists as man hating, and no, that's not the correct term. It's misandrists are man hating. Misandrist is the hatred of men, right? And a lot of people are mistaking feminists as misandrists, and they're not feminists, they're misandrists. So what we see now a lot, like in this fourth wave or whatever, are not feminists, they're actually misandrists.
I never heard of that terminology. That's the first time I've heard it.
So we have misogyny, right? Misogyny, like that's the hatred or disdain of women. Well, the flip side of that would be misandry. So
yeah, but James, I don't know if a feminist is, maybe a true feminist is a misandry, right?
Well, it's like, just look at it, it's feminism, but the extreme version. Like if like, you know, you have like Muslim extremists, like, or those are the jihads, right? But they're not like regular Muslims are not jihads, but you know, you have to be Muslim to be a jihad. So you have to be a feminist to be a misandrist, you know.
I mean, yeah, that's why I was trying to get the definition of feminism out of Faye, because I think that the word is too loosely used to address.
Yeah. Well, that's why like misogyny is too loosely used.
Yeah.
Every
Also,
man is a misogynist. Every man's a misogynist. Like, well, no, just because we dislike or we point out negative behaviors that female do, that doesn't make us misogynist. It just makes us not like that behavior, you know. Because as men, like, we love bitches. We love all you bitches. You know?
I don't know. I've met some men on these streets that really don't. And that was that community that I was telling you earlier that I always forget. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, there's a lot of hurt men in that community, and a lot of men that also think that like they can never get a woman, you know, to love them, or the woman says they love them, it's only to manipulate. Like I hate the rhetoric so much that comes out from both sides. You know, there's a difference between understanding male and female behavior and what, you know, tends to be a common outcome that you can expect from men and women in said behavior. But that doesn't mean like, oh, you hate women. Like I look at it as like men need to realize that women love men just like men love women, but men and women love differently. They understand love differently, right? Just like how men and women view respect differently. For men, respect is always merit based. A man has to have accomplished something, achieved some level of status, right? Um, in order for other men to respect that individual, right? It's they have to do something to earn it. Women tend to view respect as everybody should get respect. You get respect. You get respect. You get respect. Kind of like Oprah giving away houses.
Yeah, I was going to say, where's my cards? Yeah, like you have one, you have one.
Yes, exactly. That's how women view respect. So that's why, like, when the conversation between men and women when it comes to respect is at hand, they don't realize that they're talking about respect from two different definitions of it, and neither of them understand or see eye to eye to their version of respect.
But that ties in very well with my struggle earlier in the debate, Glenn, because I'm all up for respecting my man and treating my man like a king, because like I said, I come from an Italian traditional family. Even though I was born in England, I still have those values. But at the same time, my father taught me to be independent. I didn't have to rely on any man. So I was trying to say that there's a balance, and I couldn't quite express it well enough to say, no, you know, women can be independent, they can earn their own money, they can put their money in their bank, but we can also be, you know, are not equals as in physical, but equals as in a partnership with our men.
I say this, you know, men and women are always equal in value,
Right,
just not equal in station or position.
right.
You know, we are society is always going to require and expect more from men than from women, and that's
True.
okay. I prefer that, right? Um, because I don't want women to have to go to war and fight our battles. Okay.
No, I don't think women should go frontline. I apologize to any woman who has gone frontline. It's not a disrespect to my fellow women. I think not only are they physically weaker, but also there's that also extra component that if there's a woman on the front line and she gets hurt, that weakens that front line, because what's a man's first instinctual thing to do?
Oh, it's to protect her.
To protect her.
And here's the also thing. Women in the front line, you know what the enemy would do? Their goal would, if psychologically to destroy the morale, is that they would, if we put our women on the front line, what they would do is they would try to kidnap and rape those women
100%,
and then send them back, and just to destroy the morale that you can't even protect your women.
Right.
How can you win this war? You can't even protect your women. Like that right there is demoralizing, and it'll psychologically win the war before they even had to, you know, do anything else.
That's why I asked, what does the front line look like? It's very different. I've never been in the military, so I can't say. Maybe somebody from the military can say.
I've been there.
So what does the front line look like nowadays?
Well, okay, you got to remember, I was there 20 years ago, over 20 years ago now. So a little different. I was in a helicopter, pararescue. But
That's so impressive. I'm sorry, I'm really impressed.
oh,
I
thank
am.
you. I was young and dumb, and I like to do risky things, like jump out of things while they're in motion. Um, you know, it was different. Like it wasn't like a big war zone. It was sporadic engagements out there. Like you got a unit that's doing a patrol, and they come across some enemy combatants at a distance, and they're taking fire. It's not like a whole army going to war. It's just small units are engaging in conflict randomly at times. That's what I saw. Or like car bombs or stuff like that. That's what I experienced. Now other people saw different things. It War is just, it's not a place for women.
But I would say in supportive roles, like
It's like
behind the
being
scenes.
official dick suckers. Absolutely,
Not official dick suckers. I meant more kind of like on a
that's support.
administration on official dick suckers. I think you've just offended all the women in the army, Glenn.
Or I literally just created a new MOS for them. You're
Or
welcome.
maybe that. But no, I mean supportive roles. Whether it be administration or whether it be
Yeah.
looking after the boys,
But
because
that's not in combat. That they could do all that from a distance. They could do that stateside.
yeah. No, but you can assist them in like they used to in the olden days when it was the women that was in the hospital looking after the injured men.
Yeah, well, I mean, like the Bible calls the woman a helpmate, right? To assist, like that helper to assist the man at his task, right? So that's exactly what they could do. They could be a helpmate, in the military. They shouldn't want, nor should they desire to be in the front lines. Um, I understand that some of them are. And and here's the thing: there's always going to be that anomalies, a
Right.
group of anomalies that are just, they do it just as good as any man, and there are some out there that are capable of doing it.
No, but
But
isn't
that's
the
a
physical
handful.
testing
That's a
different for women?
handful.
Isn't the physical testing
Oh
different?
yeah, like the physical requirements are much different
Right.
for men than they are for women, generally speaking, in the military. Now, I do believe that in actual combat um, positions, they have not changed the standard, and that they have to meet the same standard as men. But I think that depends on the branch of service. And yes, Billy,
Yeah, I've heard that too. That they make great snipers.
women do make good snipers. Yeah, them bitches know how to kill. That's for sure.
Well, Glenn, let me tell you something really, really funny. One of my exes, ex-military, took me to Prague on one of those. It was an old military base, and it was target shooting with different types of weapons. So you'd start with a handgun, and then you move on. And I got to a bazooka, right? so the people and my people know this story. So the instructors there, so there'd be the targets would say, obviously aim for that big red circle in the chest, right? I don't know how the hell I did it. I aimed for the chest, but every single time I got either the brain or the nuts. So I think that comment on screen is perfect. Well, no words from Glenn. Glenn's going, oh shit.
I'm sitting here like, what the?
Every single weapon I shot, apart from the bazooka at the very end, because I had to kind of put it on a table and I had to go on my front because it was too big for me.
That's what she said.
It was too big for me. I couldn't hold it. Plus, the impact would have probably knocked me off my feet, right?
That's what he said too.
Come on, I'm talking about a weapon here.
It is a weapon of mass destruction.
But no, I didn't. I couldn't get the target, which was the chest. It was always the brain or the nuts, and I'm like, huh? That's an assassin right there, Glenn.
I think that you were just obsessed with what you wanted your target to be.
The brain or the nuts?
Like head, period.
Head, period.
Don't care which head you hit, you're aiming for the head.
Just hit any head.
Any head will do.
Yeah, I couldn't get the target of the chest, and that's even when I I love in England. Obviously, we've got loads of different non-pew-pews like air guns and all that kind of stuff with pellets, and I happen to be really, really, really good at all those games. I don't know where it comes from because I'm a very non-violent. I'm not confrontational, but maybe it's true. Maybe us women do have a knack for making great snipers.
Yeah, the problem that I think with women is it's like when they're under immediate fire, right? Like the fight, flight, or freeze thing kind of happens, and they kind of lock up when it's like, dealing with the unexpected, engagement. Men tend to react. Men are more reactive, and women are more like, oh my gosh, what's going on?
Oh my gosh, what's going on?
Bitch, we're getting shot at. Oh my god, this is real. What do I do?
Oh look, Alice lives in Prague. Yes, he took me there. I mean, we had so much fun. Believe it or not, we forgot to take any pictures. That's how much fun we were having, right? And I absolutely loved it. I didn't think I would love it because I come from a culture where we don't have pew-pews. Not even our police has pew-pews. But I really, really thoroughly enjoyed it. I definitely recommend, Alice, you go, especially when they give you the huge weapons at the end because it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And, if you're a smaller framed woman like I am, it's kind of fun trying to work out what to do with it. I don't know.
That was implied for other things.
No, it was not. Sorry, Glenn. Sorry, it was never any implication for other things. But let's put it this way: the bigger it was hot. That doesn't sound right either.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for it. Go on. The bigger it is,
No. I was going to say the bigger the weapon, the harder it is to manage.
You're damn right it is.
Now you've made me blush, right? Army vet's like, what's more talking about? I'm talking about pew-pews.
Oh, yeah. It's banger, all right. It definitely goes bang, bang.
But I was just talking about my experience in Prague, which I loved, by the way. Lauren's like, big eyes. But you're making me blush, Glenn. Stop it. I'm going to have to have my camera off for a minute. I meant pew-pews. Freezing ain't good either. No, it's not. But I'm more of, now that I've become a mom, mind you, I was a mum then, but now that I'm a mum, I find that in a flight or fight situation, I actually freeze a lot more. It'd be interesting to unpick the psychology behind that one day.
Yeah, it's a reaction thing. You're probably, your first thought is, where's my kid? And then what do I do?
Right. Because before having a child, I was a lot more gutsy, and I still wouldn't go and look for confrontation. But if I had confrontation, I wouldn't react as a freeze. I'd be a fight. Now I'm a flight. Now I ran like a bitch.
Well, as you should.
Right. And obviously, I think when you become a mom, your mortality becomes so much more important.
Yeah. Yeah. I think one of the most amazing things was to observe my sister go from single, woman to motherhood and watching just to be an observer of that process. And it's funny because my sister was like the biggest tomboy, and she still is like the biggest tomboy. Like, God bless her husband, because her husband is the most patient man there is in the world. Like, he is a saint, you know. Because my sister is just like me. She's like a dude. Like, I did not like treat my little sister like a girl. Like, if she wanted to hang out, she had to do dude stuff. And you know, like her jokes and her humor, like, is just like a guy. And I can imagine like how annoying that must be for him to have to deal with. You know, but it's funny. But
No, but
just
I'm going to
watching
say it's
her.
like really controversial, Glenn. Don't men generally have to have a lot of patience with women?
Oh, you don't, you have no idea. Like,
yeah. Sorry, girls. I love you.
like, guys have to have like the level of patience a guy tends to have for a woman, and it's because it's nothing like you guys do anything bad. It's like all these little things that are annoying, right? That we don't tell you because we don't want to come off as an asshole. But it's just kind of like, how does she not realize this is fucking annoying? It's just like, yes, dear.
No, I mean, but it can work both ways. You know, my mum and dad have been married 50 years. And sometimes I don't know where my mother gets her patience from. I really don't know. Because, like I said, my dad's a bit of a drama queen. And I don't know sometimes where that calmness, like, I have no idea. So it works both ways, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Absolutely. Like,
Mhm.
there's certain guys, some of their wives must be angels.
Right, you're right. My mum is one of those angels, yes.
Like, I know a few guys that I couldn't be in the same room with for more than 10 minutes without wanting to kill him. I'm like, and you married him? Damn. Good on
No,
you.
my dad does annoying things like my mum went away for a couple of weeks once, and I got a really panicky phone call from my dad, right? Going, Mel, I have no clothes no more, because he's still got his accent, right? What do you mean you haven't got your clothes no more? He goes, they're all dirty. And I was going, well, put it in the washing. He goes, I don't know. I didn't have to use the washing machine. I said, Mel, you don't have to deal with my friend's husband. Listen, I understand that some men can be just as irritating as women. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but this is where marriages are failing, because people don't want to have the patience and want to work at it anymore.
Yeah, they just want. So there's a saying that modern women today, they want the wedding but without the husband.
I can agree to an extent. A lot of women make a big fuss out of their marriage. It's all about that princess. She's the princess for the day. Yeah, I can agree with. I don't think all women are, especially nowadays.
No, I don't think all women, but I do think there is a good percentage of them that want the experience, but without what comes with it, without the responsibilities that comes with getting married. Because once you get married, well, now you're a wife, and now you are going to have these expectations of you that your husband is going to have, and it will be problematic if you don't meet them now, right? Because he is going to be meeting the things that you expect of him, right? It has to be reciprocal there.
But Lauren says same with her husband, because I guess we can also say, and Glenn, would you agree with me that once upon a time infidelity was more accepted and forgiven by the women, whereas nowadays women are like, nah, fuck off?
Yes, I don't think that it's changed as much statistically in the grand scheme.
Oh, I think it has. But having looked at
this is how I break it down. You could do almost anything to a woman. We know that a guy could beat a woman and she'll stay. We know a guy could cheat on a woman and she will stay. But what you cannot do to her is bore her or embarrass her. Okay, if you do those two things, she's done.
Yeah,
So
but
a guy that
infidelity is
cheats
an
on a woman,
embarrassment. Infidelity is an embarrassment.
only if it gets out is when it's an embarrassment. So let's say like the wife walks in on the husband, you know, banging a hooker or whatever. Nobody finds out. The odds are greater that she will stay if everything else is being met, right?
Well, let me make a poll, Glenn, just to I'll ask the women in chat, and
Well,
men, please don't answer this question. Would you forgive, like trying to
So
establish?
you have to understand what we're doing though by setting the case is by saying the correct and right reason that they know that they should do is leave him, right? But the odds of that happening may not meet exactly what the poll will produce. You might see if that it really happened, the odds would be one way more than the other.
So you don't think I should do a poll? Let
No,
me
I
ask.
mean you can. I just don't. I'm not sure how definitive or how because it's speculative, right? It's subjective. We're saying if this hypothetical situation took place, were you staying with him or are you leaving him? Like, well, he cheated on me. I would leave him. Well, you're saying that in a hypothetical that you don't have an emotional attachment to.
Sorry, somebody's banging on my ceiling. I don't know why. That was loud. I don't know. I think women are a lot less tolerable nowadays of infidelity.
They
Today,
are.
yeah.
They are more less tolerable because they
Mm.
don't rely or depend
Right.
as much as on a man as they used to. But they are still like there's still women that like a lot of the major athletes and Hollywood celebrities, those guys still cheat on their wives. Their wives ain't going nowhere, even though they know they could divorce them and get half. But why get half when you could get all of it, and all you don't have to deal with is fucking him? Like, it's one less duty you got to worry about. Like.
No, I understand what you're saying because I had an experience. My community knows about it when I was on a dating app. Luckily, I've never gone back, and I dated a guy for 3 months who failed to tell me he had a wife, and his wife found out about it, and we talked, and she still didn't leave him. She was like, "Oh, he chose me." Now, where I was amazed, I didn't give a shit that he chose her because essentially, what you're saying is it's okay for your man to do anything he wants to. You treat you like a doormat, but he chooses you. Like, have a bit of fucking self-discipline and control and respect. Have a bit of respect for yourself.
Yeah. And so here's the other thing, though. Like, I look at infidelity, and let me preface this with, it's never acceptable, and it's never a good thing or something that should be looked as less. It's a horrible and egregious violation of a marriage, and is grounds for divorce for any party. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I 100% stand by that. But I always wonder what led to the divorce, right? Like if there was, good intimacy, being met on both sides, why go out and risk losing everything that you have for one fling, right?
A friend of mine, a male friend of mine, said to me once, right, that, and this was his opinion, that men were never meant to be tied down to one woman, and it was a natural thing for men to go out and, irrespective of being married or not. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think if you're going to take
that to me is just bad poor discipline.
He kind of compared to himself to a lion, to the animal kingdom. But there are some, some animals that do mate for life, like the penguins. I think
Yeah, no, I get that. That's like they're like, yeah, well, we're not naturally monogamous. Says who? Like, well, our great ancestors, the Neanderthals,
Yeah, right.
they were non-monogamous, like how do you know? Were you there? Like, what data do you have that supports that everybody was fucking everybody back then? Like, there's you don't got any rock paintings or anything that show major orgies, do you?
Not that I'm aware. I haven't seen any.
I haven't seen any hieroglyphics that tell that story.
I haven't seen any, but you know what it is? Again, this goes down to marriage, right? If you're not prepared to really stand by those vows, all of them, right? Don't get married.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
So all the too often I hear guys always talking about vetting the girl to make sure that she is gonna be a good woman for him to marry. And I always ask them, when they ask me my opinion, I was like, so I know you vetted her, you spent a lot of time vetting her for marriage. Have you vetted yourself for marriage? They're like, well, what do you mean? Are you able to meet the same level of commitment and standard that you expect her to? And if you can't say you do, then maybe you're not ready for marriage.
Right. And this was what kind of like a point that I was trying to make earlier, but didn't make it very well. I think women have put up with this kind of bullshit from men for centuries, right? Where we know it, like you were saying, there was the rich men in Hollywood who will have multiple women and the women just stay for whatever. But I think women have evolved and they've thought, right, no, I don't have to put up with this shit anymore.
Well, because again, like the dependency on men is not as much as it used to be, but also, here's a story. So when I was a assistant youth pastor at a church, like I was listening to the head pastor counsel this guy whose wife caught him watching some porn. He was beating his meat right in the bathroom.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with that. Men do that. It's
his wife considered it an emotional affair with a porn star.
No.
And so I'm just telling you that's what it was.
Right.
So the pastor is reading him the riot act, right? And I'm just sitting there like, damn, bro, you should have locked the door, dumbass.
But I think it's healthier to catch your man beating his meat over a porn video than it is for him to go out and look for it.
Not in the Christian worldview. It's bad. It's wrong. Sinful.
I'm non-religious. I don't know.
I know. I'm just giving you the worldview. So, after 30 minutes of laying into this guy, the guy goes, "Do you even want to know why I did it to begin with?" And I'm sitting here thinking, why? Well, yeah, why haven't we asked this in the beginning? We wasted all this time and we haven't got the why yet.
Right.
Well, his wife hasn't been sleeping with him for the last 6 months. So for him, he has needs, right? He's got some stuff he has to take care of. And he was like, it's either that or go to a rub and tug or go get a hooker. What am I to do? This was the least of the other options.
No, that's why I said I don't see an issue with catching your man beating his meat, especially if you've not had physical, entanglements for a while.
Mm-hmm. And so this is where I say, look, when I hear oh, he cheated, I go, okay, how frequent and how well was your guys' sex life? What was the level of consistency? How often? Are you doing it once a month? Once a week? multiple times a week, like multiple times a day. Like, what is the level, right? Because if it's like, if every time I go into the kitchen and I open the fridge and there's no food, eventually I'm going to go out of my house to go get something to eat.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Glenn.
So it's like, I think there's that factor. And I say this, not excusing the man from having an affair. But I say this in the sense of, in many relationships, the woman's sex drive tends to decline a lot sooner.
No, but that's after having kids,
Yeah.
generally. Yeah.
Well, it's also after the first 2 to 3 years, whether there's kids or no kids. It's been reported that women lose interest after the honeymoon phase, a lot sooner than men.
I always encourage any of my female friends that have approached me about their sex lives with their husbands or boyfriends has gone that way. I always say to them, suck his dick. You got to do it. Otherwise, he'll just go elsewhere.
And it's not that he even desires to go elsewhere. And for, I think, a lot of these guys, it's opportunity, right? They just walk into an opportunity and it presents itself and they're like, oh shit, wow. I still don't think it's acceptable. I still don't make it right.
No, it doesn't make it right. But
I still think that he should be man enough to withstand that temptation. But he is a man, and a man that definitely hasn't gotten laid in a while. He's gonna act on his instinct, and his instinct is naturally bust a nut. And that's what it is. And I was like, I tell ladies, like, the best way to avoid your husband from cheating on you, make sure that he is drained to where he can't even get a stiffy.
Agreed, 100%. And I understand women that when we have kids, we are so exhausted with this little human who is completely dependent on us. And I would allow a period of time for men to be understanding of women and their sex life after they've had a child. But then
their vagina's just stretched out and there's stitches and they just went from a human to a human turkey. There was a different bag that came out. Like there was a lot that happened for that lady. You got to give her some time to recover.
Right. So I would say to the men, do have patience with your wives or your girlfriends after a baby. I would say anything up to a year.
Wait a minute, up to a year? Whoa, okay.
No, yeah, because it's not just about it's not just about the physicalities of giving birth. It's not just about that, but it's about the exhaustion that women have to go through with the lack of sleep. They've got a little human that they're feeding, and it's 24/7. So
most guys would be like, just don't wear underwear, and don't worry, I won't be long. I'll be quick. Just stay there.
No, that's what I would say. But then after that, I always encourage, and I've had panels where we've discussed this, for the women to make an effort with their men, even in long-term relationships. So if the spark is gone, you can get it back. Play games, wear things,
Well, and this is where it's important for men to understand that how your wife or your woman experiences sex with you is going to be critical long term. Now, what I mean by that is, like, if you are not her best, if she's not getting the O's, if she is not screaming, oh God, and people think that she's praying, or that you might be God, right? Like, if that's not happening, then you are probably leaving her unsatisfied. And it's great, you're getting off, but she's not getting off. And if she's constantly let down sexually, unsatisfied, then she's gonna mentally associate unsatisfactory sex or pleasure, lack of pleasure with sex, with you.
Right.
And so, although you're trying to get her in the mood, with the association with sex and you doesn't equate to a fun, good time. It reminds her of a lot of failure, or one-sided. So I always tell guys, like, look, especially guys that say they don't eat box. Like,
why do men do that? They expect a blowjob if I don't eat box.
A lot of guys will say it puts them in a very submissive position where that they are beneath her. And I'd be like, that's like the best place to be, is beneath her. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could
Is that why we don't do it? Because I never understood a man that didn't eat box but expected a woman to put his bits in her mouth. I'd never understood that.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I say this, like, okay, since 70% of women do not experience orgasms through penetration, because you don't know what you're working with there, fellas, then, and the majority of women only experience clitoral stimuli orgasms, you better get her busting a nut any way you can, right? So use all things to your disposal, because you want her to want to constantly have sex with you, right? And if you are not using your talented tongue for its good use other than eating ice cream, well, then you could be just setting up yourself for a sexless marriage in the long run.
And also, a consequence of that is that your woman could lose respect for you. Once that woman's lost respect for you, you're done. You're done.
Or you're just gonna have a starfish sex where, like,
what's that?
It's just where the woman lays there, and like it's the most unenthusiastic. Oh God, yeah. Are you done yet? Like. Yeah, no, if you want to avoid that by all means. And because what it does is it just, like, again, if a woman is not able to experience enjoyment and pleasure and fulfillment in it, then it becomes a chore to her.
Mm-hmm.
And then you become a chore to her.
Mm-hmm.
And then you guys start doing this thing called chore play, where you're going to have to start doing some extra household chores around the house.
That's not going to work, Glenn. That's not going to work.
There's plenty of women that talk about it.
Oh, really? That they are quite happy for their men to do housework
instead
of keeping them happy in the bedroom?
I got a video.
You do?
Yes.
Oh God, I'd better think. Okay. I mean, guys, I understand that after many years of marriage, sometimes sex can become boring, or
you have a responsibility to keep it going.
Says that her husband, Dax Shepard, has been working on his chore play. By the way, we didn't know chore play. We don't even know what this is. We didn't know it was.
Well, I've seen this.
Chore play.
Yeah, chore play.
Let me just explain to you
Right,
guys
let me just pause it. Go on, I paused it.
Oh, no. It's the video of me talking.
Oh, was that? My bad.
Chore play. If you find yourself in a situation where your wife is not giving you the ass, if forever you think that picking up a mop or vacuuming the fucking living room is going to get her pussy wet, the answer is no, dummy. I don't care what these broads tell you. And they try to act dumb like they've never heard of chore play before. These old birds have probably invented the bitch, okay? Let me just tell you that. Chore play is not going to get you anything. You know what chore play makes sex turned into? See, sex is supposed to be something that you desire to do. Sex is supposed to be something that you just, God, you want to just bang the fuck out of your wife, and your wife just wants to bang the fuck out of you. It's a desire. When you do chore play, you are taking something that's supposed to be a desire and you turn it into a transaction. Okay. Now, let me ask you this: like, if you had to have pay for sex, would you pay your wife for it, or would you go get the supermodel? I'm just saying, if you're gonna go get a prostitute, you might as well make sure she's fine as hell.
That's right. Chore play turns something that's supposed to be a desire into a transaction, and well, then you just made your wife a prostitute. You know,
I
that's what
don't think. Yeah, I
chore
don't
play
think
is.
foreplay works. I don't know. Women, would you prefer your men in chat to clean your house instead of having sex with you?
No, imagine this, ladies. Imagine this. Here's the perfect example. All right, you had a long day with the kids. All right, the house is a mess. You just finished, making dinner, and your husband comes home from work, and you're like, "Hey, I'm gonna go run the bath for Timmy," right? And so you take little Timmy upstairs to go run the bath, and then you come downstairs and the laundry's folded, and your husband's in the kitchen doing the dishes. He's whistling like he's in a good mood. Your husband never just does the dishes. Then you realize you're like, oh fuck. Oh, he's gonna want me to suck his dick tonight, isn't he? That is what chore play does. Just imagine every time you see your man doing a chore, you're thinking this fucker is gonna want some ass tonight. Like,
Yeah, but at the same time, and I know it's difficult when you have children, but at the same time, why can't you suck his dinner before dinner as a treat?
because I don't know. I'm just saying it just now she feels obligated.
Right.
This I mean, like now I have to suck his dick. He did the dishes and he put them away right. He never puts them away right.
Right.
10 years. All of a sudden he puts the cups in the right place.
That's like, we had this discussion actually about, this is where the joke came in earlier about flowers and blowjobs, which I was doing in the debate, because it came up on the panel, and I said, if my boyfriend buys me flowers, I would want to give him a blowjob to say thank you, but not because I felt obliged to give it to him, but it was my way of saying thank you.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's like it doesn't have to be a quid pro quo like that, or it could always be an act of like endearment, like, but the way I look at it, it's like the best way to protect and defend your marriage is to invest in it and make sure that neither one of you, right, are not having their needs met. It is the husband's responsibility to make sure that his wife is being met, or her needs are being met,
and vice versa, Glenn.
Exactly. And just like, so it's not so much of like the guy thinking like, oh, I'm not getting my needs met. That's not your job to think about your needs. That's her job to get on her needs and to think about your needs getting met. It's your job to make sure that you are fulfilling her needs, right?
Right.
And making sure those needs are getting met. But what we have here in modern times is we have, instead of each partner or each spouse thinking about the other person's needs and desires, they're thinking about their own. So they're being selfish. And you cannot have a successful marriage if you're being selfish.
Right. 100%. 100%. And this works both ways, guys. It works for you men with us women and women of men. To make your marriage work, your relationship work, you do need to meet each other's needs. It's kind of like the point.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And the frequency and the doing it a certain way. I think a lot of problem is with guys is that women don't want to tell them that they're not doing something that they like or desire, because guys tend to be very easily what's the word? Offended when they are told that, you know, they could do something else that would be better, you know? And because it kind of makes the guy feel like, oh, you think I'm inadequate? You don't think I can know how to please you, woman? You know, like, guys
No, but that
get a
guy
certain
says
way.
something I see as also respecting their need for not being sex on demand. Yeah, no, we're not talking about like if either one partner goes, fuck me now because you have to, because I said that yeah, obviously it's not.
The way so this is just my worldview, okay? I think that once you guys said I do, that is unlimited access consent. That is like whenever, however, why ever, either one of you are in the mood, you have access to get it. He could, that means, ladies, when he's dead asleep and you roll over and you feel a poke, right? You could climb on that thing. That's your thing. You could ride that thing all the way until you're done. That's
What,
yours.
when you're asleep? Isn't that
Oh yeah.
like isn't
It's yours. And just the same thing, like he rolls over and he pokes you. He's like, all right, here we go. Middle of the night, midnight snack. That's his. You know, like access and consent was given at I do. Now obviously there's,
I was going to
you know,
say, I'm thinking Tina Turner Ike right now. Oh. Have I? Is it me or is it Glenn, guys? Am I the one that's like, guys? Is it me or is it Glenn? Am I the one that my internet's going, or is Glenn's going? Oh, Glenn's come back. Hang on, that's weird. Oh, it wasn't me.
did we
Oh, there
get
you are,
like
Glenn.
shut down?
You kind of left for a minute. Your
Yeah,
internet.
I got kicked out.
Oh.
Like I was like, did we get the stream taken down?
No, because I make all my streams over 18.
Okay.
So, you know, and these are important conversations to be had, to have men and women expressing their sexual desires and
Yeah.
expressing, you know, real talk. Not enough couples talk about it.
Nope. And they have, and this is what leads them to failure, is that you have two individuals coming into a relationship with expectations that were never discussed, and these are called covert contracts, right? A lot of men think that, oh yeah, once we get married, I can have sex all the time because, you know, she's my wife and I could, you know, she can't tell me no, and she's supposed to give me sex, right? And yeah, that could be, you can find that not be the thing, but that was never discussed before. And vice versa, women could have, you know, unrealistic expectations as well and have these covert contracts. And that I just always say, don't go into any relationship with any expectation other than what has already been explicitly agreed upon, period.
As Uncle Fatty would say, manage your expectations.
Or I would say always expect the individual to ultimately do what's in their best interest, because that's the reality of human nature. We will always do what's in our own best interest. And if it's in that individual's best interest to get you off, then that's what they'll do.
Right. No, indeed. And, you know, but I just want to clarify that it's consensual sex, even if you're married.
So that's just my view, right? Because like, so, and it's based off of the scripture in the Bible, right? So it says like, you know, once, you know, a husband's body is not his, it's his wife's, and a wife's body is not her own, it's her husband's. So do not deny one another of it unless there's for an agreed amount of time that you are committing to fasting and pray, right? But make sure you join back together again so that you are not tempted by the devil, right? So like even like the biblical fathers knew that like sex was so important for a couple and for a marriage. I say sex, or I say intimacy, is like the glue that holds the marriage together.
Yeah, but I think the Bible has lots of flaws, so I'm not sure if I want to.
Well, I mean, I understand that's your worldview, but wouldn't you say that? What separates any relationship, any like regular friendship? But what's the difference between a regular friendship and a marriage, or like a dating relationship?
I think the three kind of go hand in hand, Glenn, because to have
Because like I don't fuck my friends. I have never fucked a friend. That's the one difference between a friendship and an intimate, like committed relationship, is that I'm fucking the person I'm in a relationship with. I ain't fucking my friends.
But no,
So,
but to have a longevity, you have to be friends.
you have to get along. Friends, no, but get along, yes. You have to respect each other and get along, but it's different. It's literally sex is the one thing that separates a relationship from a serious intimate relationship to a platonic friendship is sex. That's the one thing that separates the two, right? So it's very important. I mean, I think it is.
I've had friends of benefits. That's a friend that you fuck.
Yeah, but that's not a relationship. I'm talking about like
No,
a
no, 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 no.
marriage
It's not a
or a
relationship. It's an
long-term,
agreement.
like something that you are committed to. It's the sex.
I don't know. I've heard men say they don't want to
Well,
marry their
sex
best
is a form of intimacy. So there's intimacy as the overarching theme, right? And sex is the expression of that intimacy, or a expression of intimacy. So you can't have a committed relationship without intimacy, and one way to express that intimacy is sex, and that typically is the most often expression individuals utilize.
No, agreed. Hey, not laws. Who won the battle? Well, I don't know because the poll was only done in my chat, and so it wasn't a fair. If it was possible to do it in both chats, I'm sure it would have been different. But based on my chat, I won. But like I said, that wasn't representative of all the audience.
I thought, and here's my non-biased opinion of it. And I would have rated that as a draw.
I'm happy with a draw. It was my first time.
And the reason being is because the overarching question never truly got answered.
Right.
Neither one of you were able to make a case why or why not women in leadership. And I thought that was pinnacle, and that never happened. So
no, I would have been happy with a draw. Like I said, it was my first time, and a draw would have been a win for me. And if both chats had been asked, I'm sure the results would have been different because obviously you have to ask everybody to get a true result. But thank you, chat, for supporting me. Going, Mel won. But next time, I don't know. Maybe we should do polls for both communities, right? And see.
Oh yeah, you definitely have to. Well, of course, but like, what you should do is, if you're going to do it that way, is that you do it on the moderator's channel, right?
Oh, right.
And the moderator, because he will have a more non-biased or neutral demographic, right, of supporters. Because if one person does it on their channel, well, the other person does it on their channel, well, their subs are going to obviously vote for them. So now you won on your channel, but he won on his channel. And so who's the real winner? Well, the moderator would have the tie-breaking vote.
Right.
So I would just have the vote go on the moderator's channel.
Yeah, that would be a more fairer way of doing it.
Yeah.
Mm.
You know,
So,
women
but
in
yeah,
elections don't do well.
women. And do you know what? Do you know what? Actually, statistically, in the US, more women turn up to the elections to vote than men do.
Oh, of course, because but it's also the same thing with women. More women are, uh, fighting to be in the corporate world than men are. Men are checking out of the corporate world as well as politics.
Where are they going to? I'm curious.
A lot of men are more entrepreneurs or trying to be more entrepreneurs, or they'll go into more blue collared jobs. Like it's not like working for uh, a financial company or a stockbroker or any of those type of careers. Men are not really going in that direction anymore. Um, when they realize that a blue collar trade job could garner more money than their suit and tie job, yeah, guy's gonna go where the money is.
Yeah, and also the power, Glenn, as well. I think a lot of men get off on having that power.
Well, there's actually more freedom in a blue collar job than it is in a office job or an executive job. Although there's more power in an executive job, right? There's less freedom.
I guess it depends, which sector you're in, right?
Well, there's always politics that play into things, right? In those
Right.
executive jobs, there's always politics, and you have to always carry out a certain appearance, or constantly jockeying for position. If you're an electrician and you're really good at your job, you're making $200,000 a year and not worrying about all the BS and all the other stuff that you have to do. So.
Well, I realised that Fatty told me a lie, because he said that 70% of marriages end in divorce in Portugal, but it was under 50%. One of my mods found out. So he lied to me. So I'm going to definitely take your advice. Yeah, 1 minute. Here's a link. Because it was under 50%, the statistics.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what my mods found out.
Now, I think he may have mixed a few statistics up, because if he was trying to say 70% of all divorces are initiated by women, that's
Maybe that's different. Yeah, maybe that's a
true
true
statistic for America. When it comes to divorces, when all couples are getting divorced, 70 to 80% of the time the divorce is initiated by the wife. Now people will take that statistic and say, oh, so 70 or 80% of the time women are the reason why the couples are getting divorced. No, it just means that they're the ones that actually are doing something about it, because for whatever reason. And I love the way that James Sexton, a divorce lawyer and friend of mine that I know, very well known divorce lawyer, said that it was about 35% of the time out of that 75% of women, initiating divorce, it's because the husband left, he put all the bills in her name, and she doesn't work. She's been a stay-at-home wife, and now she has all this debt and bills piling up, and she needs to have some means of getting him to contribute financially, and the only way that she could get him to do that is by filing for divorce.
True. And also, like I said before, Glenn, when a woman loses respect for her man, that's it. That's divorce grounds.
Women process divorce about 6 months to a year
right
before actually pulling the trigger. She has already gone through the grievance process of it. That's why by the time she actually makes it public, lets the guy know, hey, we're done, I'm divorcing you, and she seems like she's already ice cold, like she's emotionless, it's because she already grieved the loss a while back when she made the decision Now it's just a formality. It's just part of the process. It's just a box, a check box on the list that she has to do, right?
Absolutely.
And that's why the guys like, oh, she's a cold, heartless bitch. No. She already emotionally dealt with it way before you even knew that it was coming. You just
Absolutely,
finding
yeah.
out now.
No, I there was a long period of time between the moment that I decided to leave my baby daddy and when I actually left my baby daddy. So 100%.
Yeah, I think it's any relationship with women. They
Yeah.
they will stay until they are ready to go.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And a lot of it, it's like they're giving you in that process, they're giving you opportunity to persuade them without you knowing it. You know?
Mm-hmm. That's true. I go with that.
Whereas I feel that men are not quite built like that. You know, if they decide it's time for a divorce, it's normally a lot quicker. They will leave the home a lot quicker.
Who, men?
That's
Men.
everything with
Well,
men.
yeah, because women need to position themselves financially. Also, get if there's kids involved, they also have to strategically do it to where that it's not going to impact the children as bad as it could. So women are processing a lot more mentally at that time.
Yeah, I feel like that. Just again, a lot of this is anecdotal for me, and some of the research I've seen, but for the most part, I think that men, once they make a decision, it's a pass fail thing. Where women have degrees where
Mhm.
they feel like, well, he could still come back. Well, and a lot of times they're lying to themselves. I'm
Yeah.
not saying that they're being honest with themselves about this.
I think they're hoping that
Hoping,
he's
that's
able.
a great word. That is,
Yeah, I think
that's
they're
that's great
hoping
word
that he's
usage.
able to do something to change their mind, and they're always kind of like holding out for hope to the point where it's like, okay, it's not happening. I got to do it now.
Yep, agree. Yeah.
What did that guy say? Hang on. He said it's tough since we're talking generalities. Yeah, we are talking generalities, and every case is going to be different. Absolutely, 100%. Every case is tailored
We,
to that.
we could only talk on generalities, because
Right.
we don't have all divorces and all information for
We're
all.
not talking about anybody specific divorce,
Yeah.
right? Like if I were to say, Joe Blow's getting a divorce and this is what his circumstances are, then we could hash that out. But we don't. We have to speak in generalities.
And
So,
most of the time, men.
I'm just curious. I seem to see a lot of pushback from men on no fault divorce. Can you
Yeah.
either of you two explain why?
Yes, actually, I'm a big proponent for reforming no fault divorce. So no fault divorce was intentionally designed to help expedite the divorce proceedings from the backlog that the divorce courts were having at the time, right? It was supposed just to make things move along quicker. So people weren't like waiting 5 years to get divorced.
If it was
right?
unchallenged, right?
Yeah,
If
it was
both
just
people wanted to go their
uncontested
separate
divorces.
ways, it was supposed to be very simple. Remember,
Yeah, cut
you
and
guys,
dry.
I don't know if they did this in the UK, but I remember as a teenager, like tons of signs popping up. No fault divorce, $99. No
Yep.
challenge divorce, $100. So it was this.
It was a way to just
thing that
to
went
have a
through.
cheaper divorce and less, drawing
they call
out
it
the
uncontested.
problems, right? It was just supposed to expedite the proceedings. Well, you also have to remember, typically, the only way that a wife could get spousal support or any type of financials from their husband previously was if there was a fault. The husband would have to have done some fault, have an affair, or have abused her, or had gone, abandoned her, whatever, something that is worthy of a fault.
There had to be a reason.
Yeah, there had to be a reason, a fault to to receive any type of financial support, alimony, all that jazz. Now, with no fault means there's no reason, legitimate reason for this divorce. Nobody did anything wrong. You just want out. And the partner, your spouse, is not contesting the divorce. So if there's no
That's what it's
contesting,
supposed to be.
yeah, there's no contesting and there's no fault, there's no reason other than you just want out, then why should you get any finances or receive any alimony when there's no reason for you to get it? You just want out of the divorce. So what's been happening is that they've been granting something that should be have only been received through a fault divorce to people who are filing for no fault, and
yeah,
that becomes problematic.
And there's a lot of misunderstanding too, because as one of your chatters, Ahimsa, yeah, as he says, at fault does no fault divorce does not get you out of is not an easy way out of an abusive relationship. It's actually easier to get out and far more profitable to get out of an abusive relationship just by calling for DV. Because again, as I said earlier, at least in the United States, I can't speak to the rest of the world, but if you even claim DV, one of you is going to jail, and you're not going to be in a like literally the next day you'll have a protection order if you want one, and all of that. So,
but doesn't there have to be proof of DV in a divorce, like medical records and stuff like that? No.
No, a woman can claim that you hit her 3 days ago, and she's been living in fear since, and you have to leave the house by law. Now, you won't go to jail over that, but they'll make you leave. And if you return, you'll probably go to jail.
And this is just a question. Could we not argue that a non-fault divorce is an easier way instead of going through years and years and years of psychological torment for both parties?
Yes,
well, it's meant to be.
Say that.
It's meant to be as long as you are agreeable. If both sides want the divorce, right? But what's actually being done is the lawyers have twisted it to the point where if and I don't have anyone to pick on here, but if a man just says, you know what, I don't like my wife anymore, I want a new wife, I want to upgrade,
I want the new model,
I want
younger
the new
model. The
and you know what,
2.0
I don't
version.
cheat, I don't want to have affairs, you know what, it's just time to trade in.
This one got too many miles on it.
This one's got too many miles. It's too many miles of dick. We get too many miles of dick on this one. It's time for an upgrade.
She can't, you
can't trade her in on the open market.
Okay? Yeah, you're not getting less value.
You can't trade her in on the open market. So what you do, what no fault is there for is for a man to be able to walk in and say, is go to his wife and say, hey, I don't want to be with you anymore. And she says, yeah, I don't really want to be with you anymore either. That's why I haven't sucked your dick in 3 months. And then he goes down and says, well, it's an uncontested divorce, right? What it's actually being twisted and used for is for people who want to ambush their other partner into a divorce and shortcut a lot of things, right?
Yep.
Like go in and say, I just want out. And the man says, well, I don't want out. Well, you don't have a choice on no fault. There's no choice. It was intended to be uncontested, which meant that both parties had to agree. But what the lawyers have been able to do is to twist it and manipulate it so that only one party has to want out, and the divorce is granted.
Yep.
But may I ask, in American states, to declare a no-fault divorce would be financially more beneficial to a man if, for example, it was in an infidelity case.
If he cheated on her?
Yeah.
Maybe not. It depends on how much assets he has to protect.
I'm just asking question, by the way, chat. I have my own opinions. I'm not married, never been divorced.
And I'm just representing the facts as I understand them. I could be wrong. And they change. The
The
thing
only
is,
person that has been through a no-fault divorce on this panel is me.
right. So I'm going to be honest here. The laws also change based on jurisdiction and how the judge feels that day. The judge has a lot of latitude to just not feel like it. In order, and he can order you to go to counseling. He can order you to pay for testing of different sorts. Our divorce system is fundamentally flawed and broken.
It's a $1 billion business.
Yeah, it's a big business right now. Yeah, that's Glenn. That's a great way to put that. Yeah. So
there's a lot at stake.
There's a lot, and one of the lies that's told to women is if they go get a divorce, they're going to get 50%.
Yes, that is
the biggest lie that's told to women, and often women walk out with nothing.
Or they walk out with a lot less than they expected, and then now they're stuck, and they're like, I can't survive long term with what I am getting.
Why not? Go to work. That's what fucking most people do, right?
Well,
we've asked ourselves that question many times, Mel. We do ask ourselves, why not just get a job? Well, and now I have someone and you should come over on my show one night and we'll do a panel.
No, of course. Say hello in chat again so I can sub up to you. No, look, guys, I agree with the 50-50 in what respect? If a couple have been together 20 years, they've built a home together.
That's when it must happen.
Okay, hold on. Let's hear her spot point. I want to hear this, and then I'm going to ask her questions about it because I'm opposed to it.
We're not ambushing you.
No, I don't feel ambushed. Okay, so let's say the couple's married 20 years. Kids have left the nest. They're independent. That woman's been a stay-at-home mom, so she hasn't been able to go out to work because her sole purpose was to look after the children and the home, whether that she works part-time or not. You've built whatever you have together as a unit, but you both have different roles, right? So in a divorce situation, I don't feel that it's right for the man to say, well, I made all the money. Well, that woman was with you building your home too, looking after your kids. It was a 50-50 exchange, right? It was a business relationship. So whatever assets are left at the end of that 20 years, they should be divided equally, in my opinion. But that's after a long-term relationship. People that get married and then they get divorced after 6 months and they want a 50-50, that's bullshit.
All right, so now I'm not sure how they do it in the UK, but in America, you get this thing called a divorce license, right? A divorce certificate, and it's a contract, right? It's a contract that two people are making with the state, like, hey, we are getting married, and here are our terms, whatever. Here's our vows or whatever, our terms, and it's a contract. So let's say they got married, they've been together 20 plus years, and the wife is just, she's just tired of it snoring, and she wants to go experience life somewhere else. She feels like she lost out on things because she's being a mom and a good wife.
And we've seen that.
Her time to get her groove back, right? Okay. And she decides she wants a divorce. All right. Why and how could you think that she deserves anything for breaking a contract? Because a contract law states basically that if anybody breaches the contract, the party that breaches the contract is going to have to pay a fine, a penalty to the party that did not breach the contract, to remedy to cover the individual, the other party's losses. Right. So, for example,
you're right, Glenn. But don't forget that woman's been at home looking after your kids and hasn't been able to save any money because she's been doing her role.
I understand. But my thing is that if you want out, then you shouldn't, and you're breaching the contract, and technically he should be able to get, money or a penalty out of you for breaching this contract for no reason, other than you just want out, then you should have to pay for that fine, you know, or at the least not expect anything from him other than the 50% of the assets that should be divided between you two that were acquired during the time
marriage.
of the
No,
marriage.
I agree. But here's that guy says, is marriage really a contract legally?
Yes, it is through the state. That's how the judge is able to award the division of assets. So my thing is, if it's a contract and any other contract law situation where one party breaches the contract, the party that breaches is not the injured party, but it's the party that is going to be responsible to pay the other party, the injured party, a percentage for their loss.
So most states, and California is not one of them, most states rarely award alimony until you've been together like 20, like you were talking about, Mel. You've built a life together. You're invested in that. You've been in there 15, 20, 25 years. And then the wife gets alimony. Florida, just for example, just recently, I think, and within the past year, has modified their alimony laws yet again, so that you cannot legally,
you don't get lifetime alimony anymore.
Yeah, you cannot legally receive lifetime alimony, regardless of your situation.
In California, you can.
In California, you still can.
Yeah.
So
if you're married more than 10 years, you get lifetime alimony.
Yeah.
As long as you don't remarry.
As long as you don't remarry. And so there's a lot of incentive to manipulate the system. And that's a tragedy, because I think that there are really people out there who need assistance, but the courts are getting tired of this. They're tired of seeing, men railroaded and their
they're not tired of it. They don't care about
well,
that.
not in California, obviously, but in other places, they're pretty tired of it. They're being a lot more equal, I think, than they have been in years past.
Yes.
In most areas, again, now if you go to court in California and just watch divorce court for a day, you will be so sickened with humanity that you may never go out in public again.
No, I've got a friend who's getting divorced in California, and from what I understand, that they are completely 100% backing the woman.
Oh yeah, no, by default. Yeah. Like I got divorced out here in California, but see, I was smart. I got me a real good lawyer. I paid that pretty penny for it, and I lost a lot of money. I did have to pay out, but compared to what I could have lost and would have lost without a good lawyer, man, I will pay that lawyer double his rate every time if that was the case.
Yeah, I know that your divorce laws change state to state, and I think, to be fair, I think here in England it's easier to get a divorce, much easier than it is in the US, because now they just do it online.
What?
Yeah, they just do it online. It doesn't even have to go to court.
Divorce.com?
No, I swear to you, in England they've made it very, very easy to get a divorce. It's done online, and you can get it within weeks, months. No, months, my bad, not weeks, months. And I know this because my friend who comes up, Rach, just recently got divorced, and she filed it all online, and after I can't remember how many months, they were divorced.
Wow.
That's
we've dreamed of drive-through divorces, I guess, for a long time.
We just were talking about that the other day.
Now we've got them. Just drive right on through.
Jose, we just were talking about that the other day. Like, man, pretty soon divorce is going to be like McDonald's. You just go through a drive-through and be like, what can I get you? Can I get a divorce number 7, please?
God. No, but it is.
Can you make that
fair on the side?
Supersize that, please. And I'll take a little bit of head to go on the side. Yeah.
That's insane. But yeah, no, it's a lot easier to get divorced in England from what my understanding of how the US works. Here it's, like I said, it's a quick online and you're divorced.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, so here's my modification. If I had the power to reform the divorce laws, I would say this: no fault means no money
on either side.
It, other than the division of assets of what was acquired during the duration of the marriage, you cannot get him for alimony. You can't get him for any of that. It's just you split up whatever assets you guys had that was acquired during the time you guys were married, and that's it. So
no, I have to agree with that. I think that's fair.
Now, if you want alimony, then you need to go through the regular divorce process, and there should be a fault. He has to have done something that's warranting this divorce. And if he has, and you could prove it, then yes, that bastard should pay you.
Right. And that was the way that this is the way it's supposed to work. It's just our system's pretty jacked up over here. So in some places it's really good, and some places it's really bad.
But do you think that's because America's quite religious? Do you think that adds to the complications in the US?
No, I think it would ease things if that. So I am.
Well, I have another opinion.
Yeah. So that's a. I mean, we can talk about that. I personally, I don't understand why any secularist would ever want.
Yeah,
to
I don't see if you do not believe in God, why get married?
Yeah, because to me, a marriage is a contract with God.
No. What? I'm sorry.
Okay, here, let me ask you this: what can you get out of a marriage that you can't get out of a live-in girlfriend?
No, because there's tradition, which may not have anything to do with religion.
Yeah, traditions, transmission. We could start our own tradition.
I mean, that's a reasonable response. If I were to kind of push back on that a little bit, I would just say that if you go before, which you still can in Tennessee, I'm not sure you can do this in California. I know you can in Nevada. I think that's why a lot of Californians get married in Nevada. You can go before a justice of the peace here with a blood test showing that you're, I guess, disease-free or whatever. I think you need a blood test. You need
disease-free
ID. Yeah, here in Tennessee, there's hoops to jump through if you have a communicable disease. I mean, you can still get married. You just can't. You can't do it without your partner knowing it.
What kind of disease are we talking about? We're talking about HIV.
A blood test.
I'm confused. I mean, I can understand it. No, I am. I can understand it if
they may have changed that law. I mean, that there are probably rights of privacy laws. They may have changed that. But when I got married, I got married in Colorado. I believe I had to do a blood test.
Yeah. I understand if, for example, maybe a couple has some sort of family connection.
Michelle says she doesn't think they're given anymore. So I've been married a long time. So I could be way out of date on this. So let's just say that you don't need it. You can go with a valid ID and sign a piece of paper and have a witness and get married. Mr. Obvious says the blood test
for the fetus.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Mr. Obvious, like I said, I understand that
it's
married
a long time.
Connection,
maybe they used to do blood tests. Yeah, negative blood. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and I can also understand. Look, I can only understand it if there's a family connection, and obviously you have to make sure that nothing.
Well, I don't know that they do that. I don't think they DNA test you.
No, I think that's down to the individuals rather than a law or a requirement.
I don't know about that. I just anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's just say you don't need that, but you can go get it today in Tennessee. You can get married today. You can appear before the justice of the peace and get married, no problem. Cheaper than a church wedding, all of that. But and I think that most secularists probably should do that, because why go through all of the pomp and circumstance and expense and everything of a church wedding if you're not religious and you don't believe in it.
Because it's tradition. It's like, for example, right?
Well, religion isn't. Religion is tradition.
I'm not religious, and I don't knock anybody who is. I respect anyone in their religion, irrespective of the religion. But like, I'm not religious. My parents are not particularly religious. However, if I didn't get married in a church, which I'm not saying I will, yeah, my dad would be really disappointed because he wants the big and my mum the big church wedding because it's a traditional Italian thing to have.
There's probably a lot of truth to that.
Yeah,
it probably is.
I mean, not that I'm saying I would get married in a church. I'd be happy to get married in Vegas in front of Elvis Presley. You know,
and I heard Glenn when I was driving in the I wasn't driving. I was talking to my wife actually, but I heard Glenn earlier say, talk about how women want these big weddings just for the wedding, right?
Right.
And it's crazy the way they're going now. Like I got married, I think my entire wedding was probably $3,000, including.
Oh my God! Now you're looking at 20-30K for your average marriage.
Yeah. The average wedding now is like at minimum 15. But I mean,
that's going cheap. 15. That's going cheap in England.
Cheap, right? Yeah, I got married. I mean, we had a photographer that was a pretty good guy. He was actually a friend of a friend who did it for the cheap. We had the cake was expensive, but it wasn't a $20,000 wedding cake. The venue was really nice, but it was inexpensive. We only rented it for one day. We didn't rent it for 2 weeks for no good reason. And I mean, it was a nice wedding. It was a great wedding to have, but I didn't, and it was really my wife that kind of drove that. She's like, we're not spending every dime we've saved to get married. That's ridiculous, because in my mind, I was like, well, she's going to want this big wedding to remember for her the rest of her life. And she was like, nope, that's okay. We'll just do it,
Yeah, and in some traditions, in some countries, like for example, in Italy, the bigger the wedding, so most of the time it includes the more food there is. Mm-hmm. If you don't have a big wedding, you get criticized. It's their, what the societal expectations of a marriage means. Yeah. I personally don't care whether, like I said, you get married in a registry or get married in a church, or you spend 20,000 or you spend 1,000. It doesn't really make any difference as long as you both mean you both adhere to your vows and you mean them, because that's a really important. This is why I say people get married way too quickly because they don't. Are they travelers? No, my parents are Italian.
I don't know that people get married to. I'm very much. I cannot understand the 3-year long engagements. Like
no, some people just want to wait because sometimes you don't know somebody well enough. I say that to get to know somebody truly well takes a couple of years.
Really?
So I understand the longer.
Married 20 years now, and my
not
wife
20
and
years. I said a couple.
Sorry,
not 20 years. I said a couple.
No, I've been married for 20 years.
Oh, okay.
I dated my wife for 6 months before we got married.
Oh wow! Congratulations.
I knew 6 weeks in, 4 weeks in, that I was going to marry her.
Oh, that's lovely. Yeah. I believe in love at first sight. I really do. I'm a big believer in that. But the long engagement, I guess I kind of understand why people do that, because they don't want to get married and then after a year look at divorce because they didn't get to know their partner properly.
I think it's what you're marrying for. I was marrying for. I never thought I would get married to begin with, so for me to get married was like a big deal. The interesting thing is that my wife was the first person I've ever missed. Like I don't miss people. I don't. It's not like I'm sit around and pine away for friends I haven't seen in a while or anything like that. I just don't. I just not really capable of that. But my about 6 weeks in to the relationship, my wife, the semester had ended, and she went home to China for a few weeks to visit her family, as one would. And at the end of the first week, I was like, wow, I really miss this person. Like, what's going on here? I don't usually do that. And I actually tracked her down in China and called her on the phone, and we had talked a lot. And then I know,
No,
right?
I love that because
I know, right? But you know what? It was not a simp because it was requited.
No, it's lovely. Listen, my parents have been married 50 years, and my dad would be lost. Even though they get on each other's nerves on a daily, they would be lost without each other. They just wouldn't be able to, and I see it when one of them goes on trips and the other one's left home alone. Actually, my mum was more relieved, but my father, father is like a lost puppy when my mum's not around.
Okay. Yeah.
Which is lovely. It's a shame that
my wife is awesome. My wife is awesome. Yeah, I couldn't have done better if I had ordered from a Sears catalog.
Oh, that's lovely. See, these are relationship goals, right? To have that.
Yeah, it was always mine. I mean, I think that people get married too quickly, and I think people get married at the wrong time in their lives.
Agreed.
And I have a very specific viewpoint on that. So,
no, too quick, yeah. And look, I'm impulsive too. I'm the kind of person that could get to know somebody and hi, Killshot, hello, oh, thank you. And I could move in with them after a month. I'm impulsive like that. But one thing that I didn't do was to jump into marriage. And I think that's really important is to move in with someone on an impulse.
Yeah, that's great. Don't do that. Yeah. Ghost 1978. I did not miss Glenn. I was worried about Glenn because I thought he was going to die. And that concerned me. It wasn't that I missed him. I was just like, this guy's going to die. That's terrible.
Well, I think everybody, from what I could hear, everybody was concerned about him.
Stop it. Don't try to act.
But it was weird. It was like Glenn just stopped responding to everybody. And I'm like, have you heard from Glenn now? Huh, that's weird. So Glenn doesn't drop out for more than about 6-8 hours.
No, I know. He's a hardcore streamer. Sorry, I just have to do this for CJ, who likes me saying, I don't know why, he likes me saying the word squirrels.
I can see why.
Why? I get it.
There's an I in there. Squirrel.
Squirrels. Sorry, I had to do that for CJ. Sorry, carry on.
That's
so
okay.
I think that in order to get married, because it's a license, these two individuals need to pass marriage school.
Oh, really, Glenn? No way.
I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming.
I am all for making these two individuals go through like a year or 2 years of marriage counseling or something. And in marriage school, you're going to have husband school and wife school. And in husband school, men are going to learn how to do husband shit, like handy repairs, household repairs. Can you put in a new sink? Can you switch out the old toilet? Can you do some man shit? Can you change her car oil? Can you do that shit?
Well, I
if
can
you
change it.
can't, then you, sir, are not a man and don't deserve a wife quite yet until you finish man school. Wife school, women are going to learn how to cook. I know. It used to be a default thing that all women knew out of high school because of home ec.
It was an advertising point. I can cook.
Yeah. Now it's like, wait, you could cook? Like for real? Not DoorDash? Oh, shit. So you're going to have wife school. And they're going to learn how to do wife shit.
Okay, so in marriage school, can we teach the men how to eat box too?
Yes, because we're going to have a deep throat class for women. Okay. How to do that while tickling the balls,
less teeth.
With no teeth, that's right.
With no teeth. Yeah, but some women have weak gag reflexes. It's not their fault.
You're gonna build up the phone. Ladies, we are going to.
It's not their fault.
Only for
They
your
can't help
husband.
it.
So then after like the two individuals go through their husband and wife school, well, then they have couples school, right? And in couples school, I'm going to put them through some of the most fucked up relationship scenarios. And if they're able to peacefully and agreeably sort these matters out in
You
these
mean like
hypothetical
you're going to give one of
scenarios,
them a credit card and see which one of them screams about it the loudest?
Oh my God.
no,
Adam
it's going to be
says
like,
not
oh,
their
your wife got a new trainer. And she's always texting him.
Adam said it's not their fault they were sick on your balls.
You know, like I think the barrier to entry into marriage is
Too low.
absolutely nothing other than a signature right now. But in order to drive a car, you have to pass not only a written test, but a practical exam as well, before you could get it behind the wheel. We do that. We have licenses and we have burden of proof to these individuals must perform in order to be licensed.
What's the penalty for an unlicensed marriage?
Yeah, I don't know. Good question.
Glenn,
I'll figure
Ghost
it
said,
out.
show the video, please. I don't know what that means.
What video?
I don't know. That's what Ghost said.
Ghost is talking about the video. I don't know what video.
What video?
I don't
What
know.
video?
That's funny.
No, but now that you say about marriage school, at first I thought
Oh,
that'd be
you're talking
ridiculous, but I
about
quite
wife?
like the
Oh, you're
idea.
talking
I quite
about
like it.
my wife course, my good wife guide. Oh, okay.
Oh,
That
there's
one?
a good wife guide.
That's terrible.
Is it,
Okay.
you guys want to see the good wife guide? Is that what you guys are saying? Let me know, because
You've made a good wife guide?
oh yeah,
Oh, God.
ladies, I can help you save your marriages.
It's the best kind of trash.
Oh, it is literally hands down flawless.
but wouldn't it be good to get a combination of opinion from both the man and the woman on what makes a good wife? No?
No, you just need mine.
Okay. I was never.
Hey, for
I
a
never
minute there, I thought you said that women should have opinions. That was weird.
I thought so too.
Strange. I could have sworn.
And I was like, what is this? What do you think this is? A democracy, an egalitarian thing? What?
The tried wife with video, says Ghost.
Okay, yes. Okay, Trad White. Oh, got you. Don't worry. I got you. Let me find it.
I'm just going to remind you that you let him on.
Thanks.
Before you get angry, you let him on.
Full disclosure, this may
I need a
offend.
Oh,
And
okay.
in full disclosure,
It's just how much.
good.
Can someone please write me a full disclosure in chat and I'll highlight it? This may offend, or maybe a
Well, it's
trigger
going to
warning.
offend. It's just a question of how much.
Exactly.
Right, okay.
And it really shouldn't, but if it does, you're
I'm
just
going to wait
sensitive.
till somebody drops that and then we can play. Can somebody just write it down for me, one of my mods? So
I'm still trying to. I still got to find it in all my files because I have it preset on my StreamYard. I gotta pull it up here.
I want to thank you, Shade. Everybody likes these pearls. I don't know why, but they seem to go down well. Everyone's always talking about.
Well,
the pearls.
they seem to go in the middle section area where they're probably their eyes get. Never mind.
No, but just because they look pretty around my neck.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. You said it.
It's not the pearls. They look pretty around my neck, right? That's why the pearls.
Yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. We'll run with that story.
Yeah, well, let's run with that story. That's better. But I know, Glenn, I never thought about marriage school, but more I think about it, I like it.
I just think it's something we should consider. If we say marriage is a really important thing and shouldn't be taken seriously, then we can't expect people to take it seriously if there's such a low barrier for entry to attain one.
I think arranged marriages should make a comeback.
Oh, no. We've heard many horror stories. I mean, apparently they do work.
They tend to be the most successful.
Yeah, I've heard that they do work, but I don't know. I find it really alien that somebody picks who you marry when you don't. You
Well,
don't.
it's because you think marriage is only supposed to be about love, and that's a rather modern concept of marriage.
Yeah, look, I don't. I understand that some people look at marriage as a contract, like a business contract. I'm still of the opinion that marriage should be about love, and I know that sounds cheesy as fuck, but I do. You know, I think it's about love. It's rather than a business contract between two people. But I understand why people look at it as a business contract.
You know, the funny thing is the moment as soon as we made the change from marriage being for the overall good of the family and about individuals' love being the main priority, is when we saw an increase in divorces.
Yeah, but
What about
we
that?
can speculate till the cows come home about all the reasons why there's a. I actually did some research on the divorce rates and also the birth rates going down. You know, I did a little bit of research and I came up with some interesting points of view that there's many, but one of them that I really liked is that because women are choosing education and career
Yeah.
over. Yes,
Yeah.
so obviously they're having children later or not at all. Because by the
Yeah, they're
time you come
having
to
instead of
university,
having like 3, 4 kids, they're having one, maybe two.
right. And you know, and also I looked at the pros and cons of a decrease in population. There are pros and cons. You know, there's not just one way or the other. You know, there's cons as in, you know, the taxation, is less people to tax, but at the same time it's also about natural resources, right? And so I don't believe there's a right or a wrong when a woman or a man or a couple choose how many kids they have. We're having less children because A, we can't afford to have more children. B, because women are choosing to work for various different reasons. And C, because I don't think people generally want to have 20 children anymore. My nana had 10 kids, you know?
Yeah,
My
I
parents
agree.
had 3. My nana had 10, my parents had 3, I had 1. It's a it's a generational thing. It's what's happening now in today's generation. We don't hear of a lot of couples saying, "Yeah, I had 10 kids." Nowadays.
Yeah, no, I'm with you because I wouldn't want 10 kids. I had
No,
my
why?
two.
Fuck that.
I
I
had
nearly
my
went mad
two.
at one.
I had a boy and a girl. I met my quota. I got fixed and I was done.
No, I completely get that. When you get a boy and a girl, I get that. You've got one of each, and it's happy. And I kind of wish, in a way, sometimes that maybe I'd had an opportunity to have another child. I probably would have done had the relationship not broken down because it's a happy medium too.
Yep.
When
No, it's
yeah,
perfect.
it's a happy medium. Plus, one of the concerns that I have, and I know that a lot of parents who have just a one child have, is that when you die, that child hasn't got any siblings and they're all alone. I do tear myself up a lot about that, even though I chose to have just a one.
Yeah, so your poor kid is gonna be all by his lonesome because you're
Don't
selfish
make me feel
ass.
like shit, Glenn.
Because of your selfish ass. I got it.
No,
Bobby knows.
luckily, my baby daddy was 10 years younger than me, so it's going to take him a lot longer to age than me.
Oh, that's
My wife
fine,
is
but
11 years younger than me.
Yeah, when you've got like a younger parent, you kind of hope that statistically they stick around for a bit longer, but you never know. You don't know, right?
yeah, you really don't.
So his dad basically had him at age 23. So he was a young dad. So hopefully he'll be around a lot longer than I will. For my son's sake, should I say that?
Yeah. Well, that's a good thing. Maybe
Well,
dad,
that's why I always go
maybe dad
younger
will knock
because
up a couple new chicks and give them some siblings later on.
I picked a nice young stallion.
Hey, just got out of the barn.
Yeah,
just left the stall.
Fresh off the press.
just right out of the cradle.
No, not quite. He was
it was
23.
he didn't rob the cradle. He got out on his own.
No, yeah, he got out on his own, and it was his own fault. Like I pursued him.
He
Actually,
still had the training wheels on.
It was his fault that he decided to fall into this pussy. Shit.
No, I was the boss, and he was my employee. He didn't have to pursue it any further.
He wanted to get that raise. He wanted to be a good employee of the month.
He did. He wanted to keep the boss happy.
Exactly. He's like, I really need this job, boss lady. What do I gotta do?
I'm assuming that the HR department was okay with this.
I was the head of the business and the HR department. So
she was all of it. Like
I was all of it.
Yeah, there you go.
If there was going to be a report, it would have gone to her. It would have been her reporting her for the infraction, and her.
Yeah, maybe nowadays a dynamic like that might not necessarily work because of all the new employment laws, but 18 years ago it was a bit different.
Oh man, where did I put this damn video?
I was starting to wonder if you had forgotten about it.
No,
please don't judge me, chat. It was consensual. It was all consensual.
As far as we know,
yeah, it was. I mean, the man's
the way that
barely had his eyes open.
The way that the economy is right now,
training wheels.
We're gonna have
didn't
to
know which way was up.
And
no, actually, the funny story behind it, and again, please don't judge me, guys. There was he was my employee, very, very handsome at the time. Not so much now. He really let himself go, but at the time, he was very, very handsome. And me and my gay friend were making bets one night over a glass of wine who would bed him first, because my gay friend thought he was gay.
A glass?
Several glasses.
Now it's more believable.
and I won the bet. Right? I won the bet.
And you got the
tell
prize.
him like, hey, you know what? It
And a few months later, you got the prize for it. You won
it
the
was
bet.
either me or him was going to get you.
I won the bet, and the bet turned into a relationship. It is what it is. I was with him the longest I've been with any man. So sometimes bets can turn into something completely different, right?
Well, I mean, he was like the age of a teenager for you.
No, hang on. We met actually. He was 21 when I met him, and I was 31.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, man, you know what? I knew what he was on that drizzle lifestyle.
What does that mean?
Where's Cheeks at? Where is beating Cheeks? We need Cheeks right now.
What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
You don't know who Beaten Cheeks is?
Oh, he is the most DGS DJ in the world.
He is.
I love him. He's my spirit animal.
Well, he's an animal. At least you got part of that right. Let me see if I can whisper up the.
He's
Cheeks.
probably running with.
He handcuffed himself to the copying machine.
He got a prize for Employee of the Month. It just wasn't.
Oh, he definitely got
it. Was a prize with an 18-year expiration date.
Well, no, listen, look, men do it in the workforce all the time. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying men do it in it's acceptable.
They tend to get extorted
afterwards.
Yeah.
That's why I'm never alone in the room with women. Because they'll lie. Lie.
I was, a lot of the time people forget we tend to meet people through work,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't now.
Yeah.
No, now employment laws have got a lot tougher, especially in England. They've got really, really tough. And you have to do like a declaration in writing in a relationship in some companies.
I'll be like, hey, I need you to sign right here that says that you authorize this dick in your mouth.
And no take backsies.
Like and and initial here, that means like during work hours too.
This is very strange because the Cheeks man is not on the webs at the moment.
Really?
That's like never happens.
Okay, hold on. I think I might have found it. Let me skim through it. And
Darnell's trying to. She's placing a pitch in chat. Go Darnell. Go Darnell. She's pitching her. I like it. I like it very much. Although saying that, you said fertile, Darnell. At 48, would you really want to have a child?
Would you want to risk that?
And also, there's a massive health implications to both the mother and the child. Yeah.
I wouldn't even want to risk that. But
Goes like hid his paycheck in special place. Yeah, your paycheck is somewhere on my body. Find it.
Oh, a full cavity search? Okay.
No. No, I was just reading what the chat's saying. The chat's funny. But yeah, no, it like I said, nowadays it would be different because irrespective of whether you're a male or a female employer, there's hardcore laws, guys. So just please know. There certainly is in England. I don't know what it's like in the US.
Oh, I would shit. If I was a guy, I'd be like, only do it if you are willing to lose everything. Like, you might as well just hand her over your business now. Like, you know what? I want to give you my business because that's going to be basically what you're going to end up getting if it doesn't work out. And I got the wrong video. So one more second.
You're just not having a good day.
Well, you know how many videos never mind.
I'm keen to see this video now.
It's the best. It's one of a kind. It should be right over here. When did I make it? I made it back in February. Oh,
You're
yeah.
comparing ages in your chat. I'm 53, actually. So
you're old.
But you've also had a very successful marriage, so good on you.
Yeah. Still married.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So good on you. You know, I can't help but to have admiration for those who work hard at making it work. It is admirable because nowadays people, it's too easy to say, you know what, I can't be asked anymore. I want a divorce.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think so. I think that's, and I mean, you know, there were rough spots, you know, just like any.
Just like any relationship, you know, like I said, my parents have been together 50 years. Do you think it was 50 years of roses? I don't think so. They went through highs and lows, but they made it work. And it's a dying thing that we're seeing now, the wanting to make it work. That's why I wanted to wait. And even if I never get married, that's okay. But I wanted to wait till I felt that I could 100% commit to the vows, because that's what it's about, marriage, right?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
This is the Good Wife's Guide to help you, young wives, be a great wife for your husband. Step 1, cleaning. That's right. It's always pleasant to come home to a clean house. So ladies, make sure that you are in your proper cleaning clothes and cleaning the house, for when your husband gets home, he can see that you have kept the home tidy for him. And always let him catch you cleaning, especially in that outfit. It makes him so full of joy. Next up, cooking. That's right, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Make sure that his dinner is ready when he comes home. And don't forget to wear that little outfit you're supposed to wear when you're cooking your man a meal. You know the one. And finally, bedtime. When you're going to bed, ladies, make sure you put on one of those sexy little nighties to entice your husband and let him know that right now is the time for him to enjoy the youth of his wife right before he goes to dreamland, where he could dream all about it all over again. And that concludes The Good Wife's Guide. That's it, ladies. If you just follow those 3 simple steps, you will have the most happiest husband in the world who will love you until the end of time.
I don't know what to say. Okay.
You're welcome. You're
I
welcome.
can't believe that you didn't get like a bunch of super chats off of that, and just I can't believe that you're not making money off of that. That was hilarious. That was awesome. Glenn, good, well done, sir, for helping Mel. But
Thank you for the advice. I mean, I tend to do that, but this is the thing. Women do that for their men to begin with, but eventually, I think, fall out of that.
They do it during the dating phase.
Right. Glenn, there's a question up on panel for you. And he wanted to know if the woman owned a business, would it be the same?
What do you mean?
Well, you said, if I own a business, you're going to be saying to the person you met at work, this is going to be your business. That's what you said 5 minutes ago. Is it the same?
What I mean by that is by the guy risking the fraternization with the female employee. Yeah, like that guy is risking. He might as well just give her the business, because as soon as that relationship ends, or if she decides that she's unhappy for whatever reason, she could, just make the accusation or the claim that that he was abusing his position of authority over her, and she.
Yeah, but that can work both ways, Glenn.
Who do you think they're going to believe over, the man or the woman?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Poor little, young, just out of college, girl that, just letting her wings spread out in the world, or this, mean, big, threatening Harvey Weinstein.
No, you're right. I mean, yeah, I can see where you're coming from, because if it was the other way around and he'd been my boss and he'd been 10 years older than me and I'd turned on him and said something like that, not that I would, then yeah, absolutely. I'd be more believed than if the 6'2" guy that I my baby daddy, yes, she took advantage of me, and this little 4'11" me.
And they're gonna be like, yeah, sure she did.
Yeah.
They'll be like, you know what? Next time you call us for some bullshit, we're gonna charge you for false reporting.
Right.
Like you can have him tied up, with handcuffs and a ball gag in his mouth, and they will still tell him, you know what? Stop putting yourself in this position and stop making false claims.
Right.
Believe this little lady did all that to you?
Glenn learned a lot about the BDSM laws regarding rules regarding DV when we were doing debate.
Oh yeah, I learned a lot of things. I know how to BDSM.
You can't unlearn it.
I know how to BDSM legally.
That's hilarious. I got to drop back off. I got.
No, it's fine because I've got to end. We're 10 hours in. I'm done.
Yeah, I go live in an hour and
should have ended a long time ago. It was great.
No, it's because we had good convo, and I always I always allow the panels to run as long as they need to run when there's great conversation to be had. But I have a limit too, and 10 hours is pretty. I mean, I've gone to 12. I've even gone to further than 12 once, but I think that debate took it out of me.
Oh yeah. I'll leave you with one more video.
Okay. Is this going to be as good as the last one?
It's a conversation between me and Pearl.
Sorry, may I ask who Pearl is? Is that your wife?
No, just Pearly Things, content creator, big channel.
Okay. Yes, I've heard of her.
UK for a long time.
I've heard of her. Yes.
Yeah. She's like my little sister. And we're talking about guys saying that they fall into temptation. Like it's like Christian guys tend to say, I slipped into temptation. And she was asking me the response to that. And this is it.
Oh, let me bring it up.
into
Yeah.
sin. I slipped into sin.
Oh,
yes,
man,
I
I
know
have
her, yeah.
never. I've slipped in temptation. That's what he said. I slipped in temptation. Let me tell you something. Now, I'll be the first person to tell you I am not the holiest good Christian boy ever. All right, I'm far from that. And never in my life have I ever slipped into temptation. I jumped into temptation. I dove first into temptation. My pants off before temptation's pants was off. Okay, like let me just be real with you. Never was it an accident. Never has vagina fell from the sky, landed on my lap. I'm like, oh shit, I fell into temptation. You know?
And I'm just like, that's just a way to take accountability off of you. How do you fall? It's a choice.
It's a choice. I chose temptation. Let's just be real.
Yeah,
Can we just be
yeah.
honest with ourselves? Like, hey, I chose sin.
That girl was.
I chose to sin.
That girl was hot. You know, that guy. It's just like, that's all you gotta say. But I don't know. Sorry. What?
There you go.
I love the way Alice said, I cheated. It was an accident. So you slipped and ended up in her hoo-ha?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, how did that happen? I slipped, fell, and she landed on my dick.
Just once.
How did your
32
pants
times
come
in a
off?
row, but it was just that
The
one
banana.
time.
I stepped on the banana. It just.
It was an accident. It was an accident.
It just happened. Like you seen in the cartoons, you slip on a banana, and next thing you know, your legs go underneath you, and then you fall, and
your knickers just fly off. That's
Yep.
panties in America, you know. Yeah, they just accidentally just threw themselves off my body.
and why I wasn't wearing underwear that day, I have no
idea.
Yeah,
That's
that's actually really great. Mel, I put my link to my channel in the back chat.
Thank you. I will sub up to that.
And you're welcome to come on. I will be on in an hour and a half now, I think. And then I do a nighttime show Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday at 8 p.m. my time. Which
subbed up.
is,
I
have
mean,
no idea.
normally I have to be honest. After a live, I'm done, and I tend to.
Sure. Yeah, I wouldn't
off
expect
there.
you to come on today. Not at all. But that's okay.
No, because one thing I always preach to my audience is to have a healthy relationship with real life and online. And
Right.
I am very much, when I'm not streaming, I don't touch YouTube. I may pop in and say hello to a friend, but I am in and I am out, and the phone's off.
Yeah, I'm in that boat. I don't stream at all on Sunday, unless I may come on somebody's stream if it's like somebody just catches me and I don't have anything to do and I just happen to be sitting at the computer. Maybe I'll jump in. And I don't stream at all on Tuesdays. Again, if I can end up on a panel for half an hour or something, or an hour, whatever, that's cool. But I don't. I try really hard not to even be online, not to even be listening.
Well, we've just seen it recently, and Glenn knows what's happened, recently within this community.
Mhm.
We've just seen it recently where someone has been so engrossed with her life on YouTube that it became her life, and it became a whole fucking mess because, when you're online, you can be anyone you want.
Yeah. Yeah, I also limit my shows to about 3 hours.
And that's healthy. There's me 10 hours later.
Right. Well, I did that when I started. I was like, well, everybody seems to just enjoy it more, and I can do it. It's not a problem for me to do it. Well, at that time, it wasn't a problem to do it. But I have 2 kids. I have a 14-year-old and I have a 4-year-old.
Oh wow, 4 is fun.
Yeah, it's a good ages both. And I have 2 kids. I have a wife. I have my wife's elderly parents live with us. I have enough going on without adding to my plate any more than I need to. And this is supposed to be fun, right? So if it becomes
people have to understand that this is exactly that, fun. It's leisurely, it's entertainment. You're not supposed to take it that seriously. This is not real life. This is entertainment. Now, people do tend to fall into the hole of making YouTube their actual life. And I find that quite sad. I do.
Well, it's
Yes,
because
yes,
they're
Lauren. I have a
it's
4-year-old. I had a when I was my wife was. I'm not going to say her age at that time, but you can do the math. When I was 50, I had my second child.
Yep. And the reason why they tend to make YouTube their life is because their character or their persona that they portray tends to be more entertaining, more exciting than their real life. So whenever, you could say for a lot of people can make this a hustle, and they're hustling, they're making money, like they're making a career out of this, and they're streaming all the time. Because that's how they decided they wanted to go full in and make this a career. Then you got people that are consumers of it that tend to be just as much online as every content creator they follow, and
Yeah.
they actually end up they have a bad or they struggle with poor acceptance within like a peer group, so they actually end up creating this character, this avatar image of them, and they can say whatever they want and nobody could judge them, right? There's no
Well, we've
serious
seen it happen. You've seen
yeah.
it. You've seen it
And so
happen.
they actually end up becoming part of a community of the people in the chat with their favorite content creator, and they end up experiencing life only enjoying life through that experience virtually, and they tend to live there in that virtual world more than the real world.
Right.
And it's like that movie Ready Player One. That's the best way to explain it. Like that's like what the future will be like.
What you
And
mean,
it's
like
sad.
in the film Wall-E, when they're in that spacecraft and do you
yeah,
think it's like that?
yeah, just like that. Everything's gonna be like a screen attached over their eyes and people in virtual worlds, and yeah.
That's so sad. And I encourage people to have a healthy relationship with real life, in a healthy relationship with online, because guys, we need to get back outside and we need to
Go touch grass.
I was
Go
just
get
about to
some
say
real
that.
ass.
Just about to say that.
Go touch grass. Go touch a real ass. Like, there's more to life than ones and zeros. And I'm talking about binary code or whatever. That's really what this virtual world is all about.
It is. And like I said, when I see people fall into that hole of making, whichever platform you're on, making in the internet your own life, and you're not stepping away, if you're either sleeping, eating, shitting, or online, I think it becomes a mental health issue at that point.
Oh yeah, it becomes a dependency. It's like a drug.
Yeah, and we've seen it. Last week my lives were about narcissism.
Oh, did you have like a bunch of women like talking about their narcissistic boyfriends?
No, because I have a very balanced panel.
I love when women tell me
You
like
were the one that
their exes are all
exposed the
narcissists.
crispy treat. It just occurred to me. Flow State was talking about that the other day. I couldn't. I was.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, that was you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. I haven't watched it all because I don't actually get.
Oh,
to watch
don't! It was a mess. It was a fucking mess. It was a real fucking mess. Don't.
Oh, it was
It was a
entertaining.
mess.
That's for sure.
Yeah, I don't. I know it. I don't understand how other people have time to watch other people's content so much, because I can't. Like, I just don't have the time. Like, even if I played at 1.5, I can't make it through the people I want to see, let alone people that just are randomly out there, right? Like, I'm really crazy.
Well,
typically I have like content playing in like background, like just noise while I'm doing other things. Unless if I'm editing. If I'm editing, I'm just editing content and getting
Yeah, like
clips
I say,
done.
I like to pop into my creator channel friends' chat, press the like, say hello. But I used to be told, I get told Mel does her drive-bys, but that's because I want to respect my channel friends and
Yeah.
pop in, say know. But at the same time, I want to maintain my healthy relationship with real life.
Yeah,
And you also don't want to make your appearance on their show about you,
right?
And take away from what they already have going on in their show as well.
Right.
I think it's a healthy thing for both things. It's a respect thing and a healthy thing for you, the individual.
No, I agree. I mean, Resta being my manager, he always says, Mel, you need to get yourself out and about on different panels. But honestly, I don't have the time. When I've done a 10-hour live, and a lot of my lives are between 6 and 12 hours, right? And then I've got work, I've got a child, I've got life. Where do people find the time?
Yeah.
I've got to sleep. And I know that I don't have a lot of sleep, but I've got to get some sleep. So like the very person we spoke about, who you really don't want to get into all of it, she was online. She would fall asleep on my panel multiple times because that she was on panel 24/7, and that's when I started realizing with some of the lies. Like apparently she used to go to work every day. Well, when the fuck do you sleep? Like, yeah. So
I fall asleep on my own panel.
You do?
I 100% knew he was asleep the other day. I was having a little micro debate with Andrew Wilson, and I knew he was asleep. I even called him out for being asleep.
How did you fall asleep? No, I've never done it.
I took a good nap. It was a good power nap. It was like a good hour power nap.
No power nap.
He was like, I was like, Lynn's asleep. He can't sleep right now.
I even instigated the debate. I set him up too. I instigated it and I capitalized on it too.
That's a great story, but you didn't actually instigate it. So.
Oh yeah, I did. I said, "Hey, Andrew, what are your thoughts on?"
Yeah,
you know. And then I was like, "Well, Grid said this."
No, I actually said that, and
I know. I'm just saying, like, I totally. Set
I know.
It up,
yeah, no, it's good. It was fun though. It was fun.
Oh, it was a good debate.
But sometimes, like I said, I do when I watch some debates, it does blow my mind because like me and you, Glenn, I think when we go, head to head, I think it'd be more like a conversation rather than a debate. Because sometimes a debate, you kind of go in and you're kind of like, fuck this and fuck that. And I'm thinking, that's not a normal transaction between two humans.
I'm not that mean. I'm really not that mean.
Like you just can't.
I try to win people over, right?
Yeah.
And when other people are debating, no, they're trying to destroy you. And like I'm trying to save you.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
But this is why I said to you that small transaction with your friend was a bit shocking to me because I don't belong to the debating world. This was my first attempt. And for someone to come in and start swearing at me when I was the host.
Was it Are We Not Men?
No, talking about Andrew.
Yeah. So for someone to come in and start swearing at me and to start swearing at a few of the women on panel when it had nothing to do with the women, it was a comment. But now, I understand it, but it was a bit shocking to begin with. That's why I said it's not normal. It's not a normal transaction between two people who you wouldn't do that in real life, would you? You wouldn't go up to someone in the street and start going, "You fucking idiot."
Well, it depends on who the individual is,
I don't know.
And here, this is what I was going to say.
I don't need
earlier.
to incriminate myself here at all. I'm not sure.
I was going to say this earlier.
But let's just play argument say no, we wouldn't.
It's like you don't know exactly like everybody's interaction with Andrew, like history with him, like. He could have had an issue. Okay, I think Crispy Treat was one of the people on the panel that night.
That's right. Yeah.
You may not be aware that they may have had previous run-ins before, right? Where like it has left a bad taste in Andrew's mouth. So he heard what he heard, right? And then on top of that, now he sees this individual on this panel as well, and he's like, okay, well, I know what this individual is about, and now they, So like it just could already like put him in a bad position.
Crazy mama, you're right. You're right about that. You're absolutely 100% right. That is probably actually my favorite phrase.
Stuff
What?
you.
Fuck up.
Yo, yeah. Yeah. Grid tells people, shut the fuck up.
Because
Arthadiah, shut the
they're
fuck up,
just
Arthadiah. Shut the
prattling
fuck
and they're
up.
just saying things. None of it means anything. Just shut up and listen, or just shut up and let someone else talk. I don't care. Just less of that.
Or I would say, a better way to handle things, be like, hey, can somebody like put something in their mouth? My zipper's stuck.
I would be concerned for you, Glenn, if your zipper was stuck while you're trying to put something in their mouth.
My zipper is stuck. That doesn't mean, you never had a busted stuck zipper.
Zipper
I
whack.
personally haven't, but I don't know. I don't know.
Just saying.
The
the
thing
lot of the
about-
wear and tear of the unzipping and zipping,
Glenn's telling you he has a
Zipping and unzipping
bladder
is a
issue. He
bastard,
just
right?
doesn't want to come out and say that he has a bladder issue. That's all.
Yeah, we could call it a bladder issue.
I see. Yeah, I get it.
We're
Right.
wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that, but it is time for Mel to fuck off now. Yeah, it's time. I bet you lot are sick and tired of seeing my face and hearing my voice.
Well, I have to go. I need to go do some stuff before my show, but I'll be up in just a few minutes.
Oh, can my mods drop his link? So if anybody wants to go over, why don't you start now? I can do a I'm
literally going to go in the house and hang out with my wife for an hour.
Okay.
Before I go.
No worries.
You could like set up those just grid. Turn on your long video stream. Your prep.
It's only 20 minutes. It's not an hour.
Oh yeah, no, I don't. If he's going to have to spend some time with his wife and his family,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
fair enough,
Yeah, I thought it was shorter than that. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, she went and walked the dog, and so I was safe being out here for this length of time. But now I need.
Okay, you're safe. Well, why would she throw a saucepan at your head?
No, he's gonna go in there and be like, damn it, Glenn. Glenn just doesn't know what
So I
he's
have
doing.
this
I had to
rule.
help him out.
This will be a great thing to part on. I have a rule that I never go to bed angry. My wife and I can never be fighting going to bed because I really don't want to sleep with one eye open.
Oh yeah,
and I enjoy owning my manhood. I grew up in the era of Lorena Bobbitt.
Oh yeah,
who snicked it, drove.
Oh no, she didn't just snip it. She
and threw it
cut
away
that thing
on the
off
side
and
of the
threw it out
road.
the window.
So, I just, I have a good, healthy respect for what can happen to me while I'm asleep, and she sleeps right next to me. So.
Yeah, but nowadays women seem to be converting to shitting in a man's bed, instead. So
that's another level. That's another level. But
That's that real love right there.
That's
the
real
other
love.
John Wayne. That's right. The
Yeah.
guy's name was John Wayne Bobbitt. That's actually
That's
true.
real love, especially when you leave a turd bigger
If she
than your
doesn't
door.
leave, if she's not willing to risk leaving a single hot turd on your pillow, does she even really love you?
So here's the thing, Glenn.
Oh my
I don't date Latinas. They're crazy, man. Every single one of them. They're all nuts. You don't even have to dig that deep to find it. All you have to do is just scratch the surface, and it's right there.
I like to test them.
It's like
to see
that
how, I like to
alien
test
monster.
to see like how
Mel, have
crazy
you ever
they
seen
get.
that movie Alien? Where
Yes. Yes.
The really pretty woman walks up and gives the guy a hug, and next thing you know, he's getting eaten by the monster.
Yes.
That's what Latinas are like.
No, I like to test it, like just in the first couple minutes, just to see how spicy they get. I'm like, oh
Just
yes,
the tip, right? Just the
I'm
tip.
like, I just go like, oh.
Let me tell you a really funny story that
This
happened.
might be a real homicide one. I like
No,
this.
no, let me tell you a really funny story that happened on this panel once. This young man and his friend came up. He was 20, right? And he said in chat, I tapped that, and Resto called him up on it. So as Resto was questioning him, his friend in chat said, just the tip. And I just happened to read it out. I was just looking at the chat and I said, just the tip. And then I went, who said that? Because I thought somebody else had said it. Basically, my brain didn't recognize or
Your own
didn't
voice?
acknowledge my voice.
And
I
here's
know, who said
Resto
that?
trying to probably give this guy the
Okay, so
riot
no
act.
more,
and
no
you're
more
like,
12-hour streams for you. Okay.
Yeah, they were, yeah.
If you don't recognize your own voice, you're pushing the envelope a little too far.
Yeah, I did. It was funny though. I'm not going to lie, because I was convinced somebody else on panel had said that, and it was me.
All right, I'm gonna go hang out with my wife. You guys have
All
fun.
right. Thank you for coming up. It was a
Come
pleasure
watch my
talking to
show.
you.
It'll be politics. It'll make you really angry. You'll
Oh God, no! I don't do politics because it makes me angry. Not a lot
my
of things.
daytime shows are are finance, politics, things that you can talk about at work.
Hey, Grid, did you
we
see
don't
that
talk about
my
pussy
Jubilee
at work,
video came out, right?
during work hours. So,
Grid, you did see the Jubilee video came out, right?
I've seen half of it. I'm
Oh,
still
okay.
working. Again, guys, I don't have time to watch.
No, I
have
made a
no idea how
I
many
made a
hours of
condensed
video you people put out.
I made a condensed shorter version.
Yeah.
So you could always review it.
Okay.
It's on my channel.
I can do that. Yeah, that'd be good. We'll see. I'm not very good at reviewing, but I could give it a try.
You could just,
All right,
just
anyway,
watch
I
the
do have to go,
reactions to the
so-
people of the shit that I say.
Then it'll keep me here for another hour. I really do have to go. So, you guys have a great rest of your day. Good talking to all
And
your
you, darling. Thank you for popping up.
Yeah.
Thank
All right,
you.
guys, talk to you later,
Giving
man.
the $5. She deserves it.
I was going to say thank you to Emma. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate you. Thank you. And Glenn, thank you. You've been here
Yes.
even though I wasn't watching chat. I think you were here right from the beginning, right?
No,
No.
I don't think I was here from the beginning. I popped in somewhere like around the debate, and then
I wasn't watching the chat on purpose. I had my phone off. I had that.
Yeah.
I thought, no. And I'm going to stick by that, I think, for future debates. I'm just going to turn the chat off and not look at it because it can be a distraction.
Oh yeah, like for me, like unless there's a super chat, sometimes I forget that the chat's even there.
No. I'm normally very attentive to my chat. That's just how I do things.
When I do the interviews, I don't. I try to stick to my guest that I have on that I'm interviewing.
Which is fair enough. If you're interviewing, I mean, I'm quite good at multitasking like that. So I love my interactions with the chat. And I've had interviews on here, and I've still managed. I'm quite lucky. I've managed to do both of them effectively, both chat and the guests. Unless we have one.
That's a menage right there.
But sometimes, though, Glenn, when the panel kicks off and the chat kicks off, that's a different story. I have to start screaming.
Yeah. I get that. Sometimes I just ignore both. And
you ignore them.
like most of the time, like when I have an avatar like this up, I'm editing like a video clip at the same time. So it's like I'm like halfway there anyways. I'm there, but not there. But anyway, well, you have yourself a wonderful
Thank
rest
you.
of your
Thank
day.
you for popping up and keeping me company, Glenn. I really appreciate it.
Lauren, I ignore you on purpose. It's called playing hard to get.
Thank you, that guy. Thank you. I've absolutely loved this live. I really have. I've loved
it. It was a very fun, conversation. I'm glad the oxy that I was on was good enough for me tonight.
No comment. I take the fifth.
Well, just because, they gave me oxycodone for pain, so I was already on pain meds. So I was been high all night.
Okay, no worries. Thank you, Glenn, very much. Like I said, for
no problem.
I really appreciate it. Thank you, darling.
Hey, somebody send her some more super chat because she just.
No, we don't have to do that, guys.
Oh,
You've been.
Good, though. This was a great conversation. She deserves at least another 5.
Oh, no. Like, I get embarrassed. I'm one of those, I don't even know why. I come from an Italian background and they barter all the time. Yeah. I can't do it. I get so mortified. That's the English in me, though. That's the British in me.
Oh, see, I could do it for everybody else's channel, but I would never do it for mine.
Yeah, that's right. I couldn't do it for myself. I'd be like, no, because I don't know. It's alien to me to ask for money. I just, unless it's my parents, then it's normal. My dad's still like, Mel, you okay for money? I'm very lucky. I've got wonderful parents. I've got an incredible family, and I'm very, very lucky.
Oh, you're very blessed. It's always good to have good parents. Well, on that note,
thank you, Glenn.
Cheers. And
cheers.
I'll
see you in 2 weeks for me and you.
Yes. Our one-on-one debut.
One-on-one. debut. So that'd be fun. And I'm definitely not going to be looking at your chat.
Yeah. Don't do that. Just don't set yourself up for failure like that.
Nope, not doing it. Not doing it. Thank you, Glenn. Have a pleasant evening, and I hope that it's less painful as you're recovering.
I thank you. I appreciate that. And we'll talk soon.
We will. Thank you, Glenn.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, people, just me left. Okay, give Mel money. No, you don't have to do that, guys. Please don't. Thank you so much, chat, and everybody that's watched tonight. You chat have been incredible as always. You know, you've gone back and forth with the panel, and I absolutely love that when we've got engagement, not only from the panel, but the chat as well, because we bounce off you, you know? So thank you. Thank you for the support in the debate with Fatty. He may have gone a little bit easy on me, so I understand that. So yeah, thank you, everyone. I'm going to be back tonight. Oh, actually, I might change it to Tuesday night because I am a bit exhausted. Yeah, I'm going to be back on Tuesday night. Normally, I do a Monday night stream. I'm going to do a Tuesday night stream. Let me just check my calendar, make sure that I haven't got anything for the Wednesday. No. Yeah, I've got something on the Thursday. Oh, Thursday's Halloween. So this next week, or this week, because it's Monday morning, we've got our Halloween week. We're going to be doing all things spooky content-wise. Oh, that's all right, Alice. I tried to show off my pearls, but I've learned a lesson. My next debate, to be fully covered up so it doesn't get used against me. You live and learn. But this week coming, I'm not going to do a live tonight. I'm going to do it tomorrow night. And it's all things spooky. So we'll have spooky content. And also on Thursday night, there's going to be a Halloween party where we're going to be dressing up for the panel in different costumes. And there's going to be music and there's going to be a little bit of everything. And we're doing like a marathon stream. A bit like tonight, we're going to be doing a 12-hour stream. So if you don't want to dress up and join us on panel, even if it's just for a little while, with an, you know, you don't have to show your face. There's plenty of masks that you all could wear for Halloween. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Next time, I've learned. Do not show your cleavage. Cover yourself up. Pandora will be in a costume too. She's got a bat costume. Then the after party. So yeah, we're just gonna have some fun online. I know a lot of you are going to be trick or treating with your kids, but I come on late enough for your kids to be in bed and for you to grab a glass of wine and just chillax with us. So yeah, so I will think of the spooky content for Tuesday and the rest of the week, because obviously Thursday we've got the party. But I wish you all a grand day. Hope you all have a blessed day, guys. And I'm going to play the outro now. I don't know. Do you not want me to check to redirect? Because I can check who's around. Let's have a look. Do you not want to redirect? You did look. Thank you, Darnell. I'll just quickly ask: Do you not want to redirect, or shall I just end it? Oh, you want to redirect? Okay, give me a minute. Let's see who's on. So the person that's on right now, let's have a look. Redirect is you've got Infamous. No, she's right. Rose. Let's go to Rose. She's lovely. We'll do that. Okay, guys, I've redirected to Rose. If you can you drop some feathers in her chat, even if you're just going to be in and out? You just stay where you are. I'm going to play a quick 2-minute outro. By the way, I am changing my outros. I have changed my outros, but I'm trying to get my new laptop set up so I can put it onto them. So just at the moment, they're old, the outros. Stay where you are and you'll be redirected to Rose. And thank you, guys. I really appreciate all of you. Where's my outro? And like I said, stay where you are. You'll automatically go to Rose's. Rose is lovely. Show her the support and say hello to her for me. So thank you. Here's the outro. Have a great day, guys.
No, I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up. No, I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I don't ever slow up. No, I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit, I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up